He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था। इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है?
जी बताइए। जी
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after
Namaste, you're on the Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan. Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting with the mega CNN News 18 exclusive. CNN News 18 and your channel has been at the forefront of leading this fight against this conversion mafia and the conversion racket. We started with Jalandhar, we went on to Tirunelveli, then now we've got instances that have come to the fore from Palghar in Maharashtra and Dhanbad in Jharkhand. Shocking details that have come to the light with demands on ground growing that there needs to be a pan-India solution to this problem and an anti-conversion law needs to be firmly in place. There needs to be more states that will follow and the center has also needs to draft an act. That's the call that's coming from ground when increasingly this menace is surfacing at various parts of our country. Let's start with the first instance that is coming in, rackets that are coming in, this breaking news that's just coming through. After Jalandhar, Tirunelveli, now it's Palghar and Dhanbad. The rackets in Jharkhand and Maharashtra, the details that are coming through. Christian missionaries are under the scanner of the state police. In both cases, the cops have initiated probe into inducement in the Katras area. These are the details that are coming through from the Katras area in Dhanbad district of Jharkhand. Families allegedly induced to convert for monetary benefits. There is a connection of these people coming in somewhere from the state of Tamil Nadu who are actually housed there and going from house to house and trying to allure and via inducements getting people to convert. And their target is the Vanvasi. The Vanvasis are the ones, the tribals are under the radar both in Jharkhand and in Maharashtra. The locals have protested demanding action against the missionaries. The families were allegedly assured money for medical treatments. This is what happened in Katras region in Dhanbad district of Jharkhand. Now let's try and tell you what happened in the Dahanu area of the Palghar district. Complaint against induced conversions in Dahanu. Cops have arrested 4 Christian missionaries. Reports of induced conversions. Racket allegedly in Talasari, Jawahar and Vikramgarh region. Hindu groups have demanded an anti-conversion law in the state. We'll try and check if we have... Herman is now joining us live from Palghar. He's gone to that entire region in Dahanu area, in Palghar district in Dahanu. Herman, what's the allegation the locals are making? Have there been arrests also that have been made now?
Well, Anand, yes, I'm right now in Palghar district, which has a lot of, many tribal hamlets. And on Friday, it was somewhere in the afternoon when 4 Christian missionaries entered the home of an elderly tribal woman and they tried to convert her. That is when she raised an alarm and she gathered some of the villagers and a phone call was made to the nearest police station, which is the Dahanu police station. When the cops arrived there, they found that there were 4 missionaries who were there inside. And they had allegedly asked the woman to move to convert her faith to Christianity, and the excuse that was given to her was that in case if she had any sort of ailments, all of them would be cured. But when the cops arrived there, when there were several other neighbors arrived there, what they also found was that they were carrying along a lot of cash with them. Now the allegation is that she was forcefully either being converted by giving the excuse, stating that in case if she was converted, then she would be free of health problems, and there was also the inducement of cash being offered as a prize. Now, Anand, in this entire region, this sort of racket, there have been a number of such cases coming forward, but formally these 4 are under arrest right now. Many Hindu groups have been asking for the anti-conversion law to be put into act, but here that we've been seeing, I've been moving across from one village to another, and there's no great connectivity. If one looks at them, they're clearly very far away from the mainstream, and that is the advantage being taken by such groups, which is what we've been seeing in this case. But as far as arrests, yes, 4 of the missionaries have been arrested. But what we're also picking up is that in several of these tribal hamlets, you have them visiting time and often. But probably this is one of the rare instances where you have an arrest taking place, because either way, in other instances, we have seen them getting away with this sort of a racket, Anand.
Yes, the fact is that it's the Vanvasis, the tribals who are being targeted, specifically targeted. Inducements are being given. Ladies and gentlemen, today 2 opposite sides of the country. Jharkhand here in the east, Maharashtra in the west. It is Dahanu there in Maharashtra, and this is Dhanbad. Dahanu in Maharashtra and Dhanbad in Jharkhand. Both places, the modus operandi remains the same. Inducements are being given. It is the Vanvasis who are being lured. They're being lured with money and with the fact that there are these Changai Sabhas which are being conducted, where these fake kind of miracles are being also enacted by people, and they are having a free run, these Changai Sabhas. Sanjay Gupta also joining us. Sanjay, what happened in the Katras region in Dhanbad?
यहाँ जो धनबाद जिला है, इसके अंतर्गत कतरास थाना आती है और यहाँ एक मालकेरा करके जगह है, 5 नंबर छाताबाद। यहाँ पर ईसाई धर्म के जो लोग हैं वो आ रहे हैं और प्रार्थना सभा कर रहे हैं। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि हिंदू परिवार के दर्जनों लोगों को उस प्रार्थना सभा में शामिल करवा रहे हैं। और इसके बाद जो है स्थानीय जो लोगों है उसमें हंगामा हुआ और थाना में बात गई। लेकिन जब थाना की बात आ रही है तो थाना अब तक आवेदन मिलने के बाद भी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं कर रही है। केवल इस थाना के जो एसपी हैं, जिले के जो एसपी हैं, वो कह रहे हैं कि एक आवेदन आया है और उसके बाद ही वो कार्रवाई करेंगे, जांच करेंगे। लेकिन सबसे बड़ी बात है कि अभी तक जो पुलिस की जांच है वो एक तरफा हो रही है। जो हिंदू परिवार इस मामले को बताए थे, उन हिंदू परिवारों को अब जो है पुलिस के द्वारा तंग किया जा रहा है, उन्हीं लोगों को टारगेट किया जा रहा है। जबकि जो पादरी 80 किलोमीटर दूर से इस कतरास थाना क्षेत्र में आए थे, उनको अब तक किसी तरह की ना तो पूछताछ की गई है, ना ही अन्य किसी बारे में कहा गया है। तो इसे लेकर यहाँ के स्थानीय विधायक भी जो हैं तो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि यहाँ के जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है वो भी जो है सो इस्लामीकरण और ईसाईकरण और कसाई की तरफ जा रहे हैं। यहाँ पर गौ हत्या हो या धर्म परिवर्तन, ये सब सारी चीजें चल रही है, लेकिन जो स्टेट गवर्नमेंट है इसे लेकर कोई गंभीरता नहीं दिखा रहे हैं।
संजय, आप कह रहे हैं कि जिन्होंने कंप्लेंट किया अब उनसे सवाल किए जा रहे हैं, जिन्होंने कहा कि उनके साथ जबरन धर्म परिवर्तन की कोशिश की जा रही है, उन हिंदू परिवारों को ही अब सवाल पूछा जा रहा है। तो ये लोग कहाँ से आए हैं? ये जो ईसाईकरण कर रहे हैं वहाँ कतरास में, ये कहाँ से आए हैं? ये वहीं झारखंड के हैं या किसी दूसरे राज्य से वहाँ पर आए हैं?
ये धनबाद और बंगाल के बॉर्डर जगह पे चिरकुंडा करके जगह, और वहाँ के एक पादरी जो है 80 किलोमीटर दूर आ रहे हैं और यहाँ पर प्रार्थना सभा कर रहे हैं। सबसे बड़ी बात है कि इन लोगों का टारगेट जो है वो SC ST और गरीब तबके के लोग हैं, जिनको कहीं ना कहीं खाने पीने की दिक्कत होती है। और यही कारण है कि उनको सबसे बड़ी बात है कि जब हमने 2-3 लोगों से बात की तो उन्होंने साफ तौर पर कहा कि 15 लाख रुपए को उन्हें प्रलोभन दिया गया है। यहाँ तक कि एक परिवार को ये भी कहा गया कि उनकी मदर का किडनी खराब है तो उसे भी जो है वो चेन्नई अस्पताल में इलाज करवाएंगे। ऐसे प्रलोभन के साथ में प्रार्थना सभा में शामिल करवाया जा रहा है और इसके बाद धर्म परिवर्तन का एक खेल चल रहा है। लेकिन जो स्थानीय प्रशासन है उसके तरफ से अब तक उन ईसाई मिशनरियों पर कार्रवाई को लेकर कोई पहल नहीं की गई है। वहां के 2-3 युवकों को ही उल्टा हिरासत में प्रशासन के द्वारा लिया गया, उनसे ही सवाल जवाब किया जा रहा है। उनको ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि आप धर्म के ठेकेदार बने, आप धर्म के रक्षक बने। तो ये सब चीजें जब हो रही है तो इससे लेकर स्थानीय जनप्रतिनिधि जो यहाँ के ढुल्लू महतो हैं उन्होंने कहा कि इन सभी आवाजों को जब हमने विधानसभा में उठाया था तो उन्हें सस्पेंड किया गया था। और यहाँ के साथ साथ धनबाद के भी जो विधायक हैं राज सिन्हा, उन्होंने भी कहा कि यहाँ पर नमाज रूम बनाया जाता है, विधानसभा में इस्लामीकरण हो रहा है, स्कूलों में संडे के जगह में फ्राइडे को छुट्टी दी जा रही है। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये सरकार के सह पर ही प्रशासन काम कर रही है और जो हिंदू परिवार है, हिंदू लोग हैं, उनके धर्म को लेकर अब संकट आ रहा है। तो इसकी आवाज बीजेपी उठाएगी, लगातार उठा रही है। और चाहे
राजनीति अपनी तरफ, लेकिन यहाँ पर सोशली ग्राउंड पर जो चल रहा है वो क्या सही मायने में जायज है या नाजायज है? ये कन्वर्जन माफिया काम कर रही है कि नहीं? पुलिस आप कह रहे हैं जिन परिवारों ने कंप्लेंट किया उन्हीं के खिलाफ अब एक्शन लेने में लगी हुई है, ये आप कह रहे हैं। वी आर ऑल्सो गेटिंग लॉट ऑफ इनपुट्स फ्रॉम दहानू. We will keep putting out those inputs as and to when it is coming. This story just coming to light, and we've sent our team on ground to investigate, and we are getting you all the reactions one by one. For the moment, we'll continue to focus on Dhanbad, ladies and gentlemen, here on the Nation at 5, again, where a conversion racket is being alleged. These are the voices that we have got for you. There is Dhullu Mahato, who's the MLA of that area. There is Raj Sinha, who's the MLA of Dhanbad. And we also have the SP, rural of in that region, that is Rishma Rameshan. Let's listen into all of them.
जब से यह सरकार आई है झारखंड के अंदर, जेएमएम कांग्रेस और आरजेडी के गठबंधन वाली सरकार, तब से यह मनोबल काफ़ी बढ़ गया है। और आप लोग को ने देखा होगा कि हम लोग विधानसभा के अंदर भी गौ हत्या बंद करो, धर्मांतरण कानून कड़ाई से लागू करो, इसके अलावा नमाज कक्ष कभी बना दिया, झारखंड राज्य का इस्लामीकरण बंद करने की हम लोगों ने मांग किया। तो ये तो सरकार अपने राह पर चल रही है। ईसाई कसाई हम लोग लगातार विरोध कर रहे हैं। और ये जो है रघुवर दास जी ने धर्मांतरण कानून को ये किया था, लेकिन यह सरकार उसको पालन नहीं कर रही है। इसे मेरा सलाह माने प्रशासन के लोग या चेतावनी माने, जो भी मानना है, लेकिन यह समय दूर नहीं कि इनके ऐसे लोगों के सत्ता से ये लोग बाहर होने वाले हैं और चुन चुन कर ऐसे लोगों पर कार्रवाई किया जाएगा जो धर्मांतरण कानून को नहीं लागू कर रहे हैं।
देखिए, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा कांग्रेस के सरकार बनने के बाद हिंदू खतरे की ओर बढ़ रहा है। उनकी स्थिति बहुत दयनीय होती जा रही है। आज खुलेआम गो हत्या हो रही है, आज इस्लामीकरण बढ़ रहा है, आज हिंदू धर्म के लोगों को लालच लोभ देकर मतलब धर्म परिवर्तन करवाया जा रहा है। और जो हमारे हिंदू भाई बहनों को जो धर्म परिवर्तन करवा रहा है, लालच देकर लोभ देकर, इस पर कार्रवाई सरकार करे। अन्यथा जिस प्रकार से लोगों का मन में गुस्सा आक्रोशित बढ़ता जा रहा है, अगर कहीं न कहीं इस तरह का कोई बात हो जाए तो इसका जवाबदेही सरकार होगा, इसका जवाबदेही प्रशासन होगा।
एक लिखित शिकायत पुलिस के पास भी मिला है। पुलिस ने संज्ञान लिया है इस बात का। तो जांच होगा, पहले जांच की, ये भी जांच के विषय है। जांच के बाद ही कुछ इसमें कार्रवाई होगी। जांच में जो मैटर सामने आएगा उसके बाद ही कुछ कार्रवाई होगा। लिखित एक शिकायत मिला है कतरास थाना में, उसी का जांच हो रहा है।
संजय, मैं जल्दी से आपसे जानना चाहता हूं कि जो मेन कंप्लेनेंट्स हैं उनसे आपकी बात हुई? अभी फिलहाल वो कौन है? वो लोग जो धर्मांतरण करने की कोशिश कर रहे थे, क्या उन पर कोई निगरानी रखी गई है कि उन्हें खुली छूट दी गई है कि वो कहीं भी आ जा सकते हैं? वो अभी भी कातरास में है कि नहीं?
घटना के 2-3 दिन बीत गए हैं, लेकिन जो आवेदन है वो बस अब थाने की जो है फाइलों के पर ही सिमट के रह गई है। अब तक उस मामले में जो पीड़ित पक्ष है, शिकायत करता है, जो उसके तरफ से उन लोगों से कोई पूछताछ नहीं किया गया। वहाँ के जो युवा है, जो सूत्र हमें बता रहे हैं, जिस दिन ये घटना हुई थी उसी दिन वहाँ के पुलिस जो है तो उन्हीं लड़कों को जो है धमकाने का प्रयास किए। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक तरफा कार्रवाई हो रही है, लोगों में आक्रोश है। इसे लेकर विश्व हिंदू परिषद हो या बजरंग दल हो या स्थानीय जो युवा, जो कि अब कहीं ना कहीं एक धर्म को लेकर जागरूक हुए हैं, तो उन लोगों में गुस्सा है। और यही कारण है कि अब लोगों में उबाल है। हो सकता है कि 15 अगस्त के बाद कोई रणनीति बने इसे लेकर, लेकिन फिलहाल जो ये ईसाई मिशनरी है उन पर अब तक पुलिस के द्वारा कोई कार्रवाई नहीं हुई है, ना ही उन लोगों से अब तक पूछताछ करने की जरूरत पुलिस ने अब तक समझी है।
जी संजय, धन्यवाद आपके इनपुट्स के लिए। मैं जरा नाउ फ्रॉम धनबाद लेट्स गो अक्रॉस टू दहानू एंड Herman is live with us. Herman, you have spoken to some of the locals, the complainants. What is it that they are alleging? We are going to play out some of the reactions that have come in and the claims that have come in. Which are the groups that stepped up? Can you take us through what exactly happened? How did this matter come to light? How did the cops intervene, and why these 4 people have been arrested, and who are these 4 who have been arrested? Where are they from? Do we have any of these details?
Well, they are believed to be, from an organization from Pune, Anand. But this happened on Friday afternoon when all of a sudden they entered a house of a tribal woman who is an elderly woman, and they tried to force her to convert to the Christianity faith. But at that point in time, she raised an alarm. So the villagers gathered. They made a few calls to a few local Hindu organizations who came there to her rescue. And when the crowds had swelled up, a call was made to the Dahanu police station. Upon which the police there reached the spot. When they tried to investigate, they found out that besides religious articles, there was also large sums of money. Now, at that point, the police asked the woman as to, what was why was it that did she invite these missionaries? She said no, they decided to come there on her own. They tried to force her to convert, is what she alleges, stating that all of her health problems would go away in case if she decides to convert her faith. But the fact of the matter is that there were large amounts of cash also that was found from these 4 missionaries. Dahanu is such an area. It is cut off from the mainstream Mumbai. On the outskirts, you have one village that is at least 50 to 60 kilometers away from the next. It is these sort of stories have definitely come forward in the past too. We have heard it. Several organizations like Hindu Jan Jagriti Samiti have stepped forward. But this is probably one of the first times that one is looking that a formal arrest has taken place. Now, the key question that the Hindu right-wing organizations have been asking, and rightly so, is that in case if the Catholic missionaries, they do want to help people, they can do so. They can offer them their medical help and other things, etc. But what is the extreme need of asking them to forcefully convert? What is the guarantee that was given to this woman under the false pretext saying that in case if she converted, she would not have any sort of health problems? They were asked certain sort of questions by the investigating police team too, but they did not respond, which is one of the grounds upon which they have been now formally arrested, and the investigation is on to try and find out how large is this racket, because as I was pointing, the Palghar district has a large number of the tribals and Adivasis who live here and who have been given this sort of they have been either it is the health options, or it is some other freebies, or even money and even education that is given to them on the pretext of forcefully converting. And therefore one is looking at probably one of the rarest times where you have actually a formal arrest taking place, Anand, because in the past, yes, there have been murmurs, there have been incidents taking place, but in this context, probably a formal arrest for the first time.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Herman. We'll keep coming back to you. We're getting more inputs that you're sending us from there, and it's being processed here back behind me in the newsroom, and we'll try and put it out. A lot of the reactions are in Marathi, so we'll try and get you some of those reactions, what the locals are claiming. The Hindu Jan Jagriti Sabha has actually come out and very strongly demanded an anti-conversion law in the state of Maharashtra, just like it is in place in Karnataka, in Uttar Pradesh, and some other states in the country. And many are saying there needs to be a pan-India law as far as this entire conversion racket is concerned to counter this. It's a pan-India problem, like we are showing to you. Dhanbad Dhanbad to Dahanu, this remains the issue. Let's go across to our guests this evening who've been looking at the story and also been waiting patiently. Thank you for your patience. Nirva Mehta, Swapnil Kothari and Rahul Ishwar. Nirva, I'm going to start with you. You guys at Op India have also tracked this, this menace that is the conversion racket and the conversion mafia. One aspect which is also coming in is this entire miracle workshops or these Changai Sabhas which happen, where these fake miracles take place and this brazen inducement also comes through. In both cases, the modus operandi is the same. Two different corners of the country and in remote areas where they are targeting Vanvasis with monetary inducements and telling them that we will work miracles, we will cure you.
Right, right. So it's not just the inducing, the luring them with money and other things that come with it. In fact, there was this one incident in November last year where about 100 tribals from this very small village near Bharuch, they were converted to Islam, and they were over and above offering them money and other things like job and marriage and other things. They were also told about how Hinduism is not a real religion. So they were filled with poison against Hinduism, against the Hindu gods and goddesses. One of the major, accused in the case, one Haji Abdullah, he was accused of telling them that Shiv jaise koi hota nahi hai. That how if your God is if God exists, then how come their prasad has ants after some time, and if your God is real, then why did he kill his own son, or why did he put a head of an elephant on his own son? Why didn't he bring him back to life? So these tribals, they were told about things like these, and then that's how they were asked to convert to Islam, which was told them that is the one true religion. And all of a sudden there is a prayer room there, there's a namaz room, ibadat khana comes up in a place where there is not one single pakka house. So, and then the conversion, the roots were traced to London. Then there also the tentacles reached to the UP conversion racket, which were broke earlier in June last year. So all these things, it's a huge, it's an industry so to say, and it's a menace. And while there are a lot of arrests have been made, but is that even enough? Because as we see the menaces, there is no end to it.
And there is huge amounts of money that is coming through. How do they have access to so much of funds which they can just dole out and induce? That's another cause for concern. We've got a reaction coming in from the sub-inspector of the Dahanu police station, Vivek Narvekar. What?
दिनांक 5/8/2022 रोजी दुपारी साधारण 1:15 वाजताच्या सुमारास
We'll come back to this. We'll come back to this in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. Going across to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He's speaking right now.
का अपमान न करें। साथियों, कुछ राजनीतिक दलों की स्वार्थ नीति से अलग हमारी सरकार सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास के मंत्र पर काम करती रहेगी। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि विकास के लिए सकारात्मक विश्वास की ऊर्जा इसी तरह पैदा होती रहेगी। एक बार फिर हरियाणा के कोटि-कोटि साथियों को, किसान और पशुपालक बहन भाइयों को बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। कल रक्षाबंधन का पवित्र त्योहार भी है। भाई बहन के स्नेह के प्रतीक इस पर्व पर हर भाई अपना कर्तव्य निभाने का संकल्प दोहराता है। कल एक नागरिक के तौर पर भी हमें देश के प्रति अपने कर्तव्य निभाने का संकल्प दोहराना है। इसी कामना के साथ मैं अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Well, big development, this one, ladies and gentlemen. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, while inaugurating the ethanol plant, the 2G ethanol plant, and dedicating it to the public in Panipat, he has now come out and taken on those who are practicing the politics of freebies and selfish politics. He has said that people who have a tendency to avoid problems by adopting shortcuts for political selfishness, they cannot solve problems permanently. Those adopting shortcuts may get accolades for some time, political gains may come, but the problem does not subside. So he is very clearly going against this Revdi Rivaj. A day after Arvind Kejriwal took him on and tried to justify freebies, and today said that even Yogi Adityanath has countered the Prime Minister. That's a jibe coming in from Arvind Kejriwal. PM Narendra Modi saying that this is selfish politics. If there is selfishness in politics, then anyone can come and announce to give free petrol and diesel. Such steps take away their rights from our children, prevent the country from becoming self-reliant. Such selfish policies will only increase the burden of the honest taxpayer of the country, because net what you're doing as a state or as a leader is taking from one pocket and putting it in the other. So while taking from the other, so that's the whole aspect of Revdiya Patna, which Prime Minister had very clearly said that this is a policy that we should not have. Pallavi Ghosh with us on the phone line. Pallavi, Prime Minister Narendra Modi very clearly, unequivocally taking on those who are practicing this freebie politics or freebie culture.
Yes, and Anand, despite the fact that I think it was yesterday or day before, where Arvind Kejriwal defended himself by saying that if you give free electricity or free health infrastructure, that should not be seen as a freebie or as a kind of an inducement to get votes. So in this war of words over Revdi and freebies lies that age-old debate, is that what makes good politics? Does that make good economics? And why is it that there should not actually be proper on-ground economic and social development, where no political parties can actually use this freebie culture to try and score political brownie points? And if you look in the midst of all this, Anand, very quickly, you have Arvind Kejriwal going back to Gujarat and also making a series of announcements. There's a very interesting, strong take coming in from the Prime Minister, also making the point that his party has never believed in giving freebies. His party believes in having an on-ground, solid social as well as economic development.
True, we'll play out those sound bites in just a bit, Pallavi. Let's listen into the part where he's taking on this politics of selfishness, this Revdi culture.
राजनीतिक स्वार्थ के लिए शॉर्टकट अपनाकर समस्याओं को टाल देने की प्रवृत्ति होती है, वो कभी समस्याओं का स्थायी समाधान नहीं कर सकते। शॉर्टकट अपनाने वालों को कुछ समय के लिए वाहवाही भले मिल जाए, राजनीतिक फायदा भले हो जाए, लेकिन समस्या कम नहीं होती। इसलिए ही मैं कहता हूं कि शॉर्टकट अपनाने से शॉर्ट सर्किट अवश्य होता है।
I have Mr. Amit Malviya with us on the phone line. Amitji, the Prime Minister Narendra Modi very clearly coming out and challenging those who are practicing this politics of freebies. Freebie culture, Revdiya Patna, he said this is selfishness. It can give you short-term gains, but it does not solve the problem. But on the other hand, you have the likes of Arvind Kejriwal openly backing freebie culture, saying if I give free bijli to the socially backward or economically backward, what's wrong? Why shouldn't we give those people free food, free bijli and free medicines?
Anand, we have to understand that there is a difference between Revdi culture and welfare state. There's a difference between freebies and there's a difference between providing state support to people who need it. People like Arvind Kejriwal offer free services to everybody irrespective of their social, financial or economic status. That puts huge amount of pressure on the institutions and on the revenue structure of any state. Whether you look at the electricity department of Delhi, it is reeling under huge debt and overdues. You look at water, which Arvind Kejriwal claims to be giving free. There is a CAG report which says that 88% of the unauthorized colonies do not have piped water. There is no sewage facility. So
forget free water. People don't have water in this city, and Arvind Kejriwal claims to be offering it free. Similarly, every institution, every public sector unit, whether it is a Jal board, whether it is electricity department, other units are all running in huge losses because of this reverie culture. Eventually, these organizations will collapse. People will lose their jobs. So Arvind Kejriwal may win an election or two, but he will ruin Delhi. In the last 8 years that he's been the chief minister, Delhi has seen no new construction, no new flyovers, no new infrastructure development, no new buses. Every day you go on the street and a DTC bus has been broken down and people are standing. So what good is the promise of a freebie culture if it is not delivered? If governance is compromised and the basic right to life is compromised, people are dying because they are drinking unhealthy, contaminated water. You would rather give them clean water to drink instead of offering free and not being able to offer anything at all. The Prime Minister is making this point repeatedly. It is not about giving things free. It is about ensuring that you give people certain respect and dignity, and you give state support to people who deserve it, who need it, not fund consumption.
Right. No, the other aspect is he's also taken a huge jibe at Kala Jadoo. He said कि हमारे देश में कुछ लोग हैं जो नकारात्मकता के भंवर में फंसे हुए हैं, निराशा में डूबे हुए हैं, सरकार के खिलाफ झूठ पे झूठ बोलने के बाद भी जनता जनार्दन ऐसे लोगों पर भरोसा करने को तैयार नहीं है। ऐसी हताशा में ये लोग अब काले जादू की तरफ मुड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं। अभी हमने 5 अगस्त को देखा कि कैसे काले जादू को फैलाने का प्रयास किया गया। ये लोग सोचते हैं कि काले कपड़े पहनकर उनकी निराशा हताशा का काल समाप्त हो जाएगा, लेकिन उन्हें पता नहीं है कि कितनी ही झाड़ फूंक कर लें, कितना ही काला जादू कर लें, अंधविश्वास कर लें, जनता का विश्वास अब उन पर दोबारा कभी नहीं बन पाएगा। दिस इज अ स्ट्रेट डायरेक्ट अटैक ऑन द ब्लैक फ्राइडे प्रोटेस्ट बाय द कांग्रेस पार्टी. Amit Malviya.
Well, Anand, the fact is that the Congress party indulged in this theatrics, a fashion show of sorts on the day which was actually meant to commemorate the Shilanyas of Ram Janmabhoomi. But having said that, the opposition today lacks substantive criticism of this government. It is one thing to protest. It is another to make sense of that protest. The opposition remains rudderless. It remains directionless because it has nothing substantive to criticize this government on. They speak about economy, they speak about employment, they speak about inflation. Despite the 2 years of pandemic, despite the global war, despite the wrecked supply chain across the world, the country has done well to manage some of our economic parameters and indicators. There is a lot of economic activity. India is today one of the best performing large emerging market countries in the world. Now people see this. They feel the vibration of active, chugging along economy in their lives. So when opposition goes out and makes these unsubstantiated claims, people don't take it seriously. And that is why, despite all the Black Friday protests that the Congress and the opposition may want to indulge in, the truth is that people look at them as those performing for the cameras and don't take them seriously beyond that. For any government, it is the intent that is important, and nobody can fault Prime Minister Modi and his government's intent to build India over the next 25 years so that we have what he calls as Amrit Kal, India's moment under the sun where it regains its lost glory. And that is what the PM's vision is. And you compare it to the opposition, they completely doff out.
Well, I have Mr. Nasir Hussain of the Congress party also. Mr. Nasir Hussain, Prime Minister saying 5th August, we saw the Kala Jadoo, Jhad Phunk, no matter how much they try this, it's not going to work. Direct jibe at the Congress's Black Friday protest.
The most unfortunate thing for the country is when the whole country is reeling under the pressure of inflation, high prices, petrol, diesel, gas ke daam, GST on atta, chini, doodh, dahi, good and all those items. And when the debate was forced on the parliament after 2.5 weeks of agitation and protest by the opposition parties, the Prime Minister of the country failed to be present in any of the debates in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. He neither participated in the debate and discussion, neither he discussed issues there, neither he gave any relief to the people of the country. it was the finance minister who was led to do the talking and try and convince the people. She neither accepted that there is any kind of inflation, neither she accepted there is GST levied, neither accepted that there is unemployment or poverty in the country. The entire government was in a denial mode. And then the Prime Minister tries to speak to the parliamentarians from public platforms, not from the parliament. This is the most unfortunate part of Indian parliamentary democracy, especially during the times of Modi era. This is how he tries to address the parliament. That shows his scant respect to the parliament. And these kind of jadoo tona, black magic, shakan, that he becoming the Prime Minister will bring good vastu to the country. All these things can only spoken by a person from the BJP itself, because no other parties,
what the Prime Minister
parties get to this level.
Well, Mr. Nasir Hussain, let me get Amit Malviya to react to your response to the Prime Minister. Well, we lost Amit Malviya, but Nasir Hussain ji, this is what he said, and I want your reaction on this. He said, अभी हमने 5 अगस्त को देखा कि कैसे काले जादू को फैलाने का प्रयास किया गया. ये लोग सोचते हैं कि काले कपड़े पहनकर उनकी निराशा हताशा का काल समाप्त हो जाएगा, लेकिन उन्हें पता नहीं कि वो कितनी ही झाड़ फूंक कर लें, कितना ही काला जादू कर लें, अंधविश्वास कर लें, जनता का विश्वास अब उन पर दोबारा कभी नहीं बन पाएगा.
अंधविश्वास की सरकार, दिया जलाने की, थाली पीटने की सरकार, बाहर निकल के चिल्लाने की सरकार, गो करुणा गो चिल्लाने की सरकार तो भाजपा की सरकार है. अगर कोई जादू टोना में अगर बिलीव करता है तो वो भाजपा और भाजपा के नेता में बिलीव करते हैं. आज भी जो है वो देश के गरीब जनता को वो जितने भी विपक्ष के द्वारा उठाए गए मुद्दे और सवालों का जवाब आज भी वो दे नहीं रहे. जवाब से वो दूर भाग रहे हैं, पार्लियामेंट से दूर भाग रहे हैं. पार्लियामेंट में ना तो आके जवाब दिए, ना पब्लिक प्लेटफॉर्म से जवाब दे रहे हैं. इस तरीके के आलतू फालतू बातों से जो लोगों का, खासकर गरीबों का पेट नहीं भरने वाला है, गरीबों को रोजगार नहीं मिलने वाली है. जिस तरह से महंगाई चरम सीमा पे है, उसके बारे में डिस्कस करने के लिए तो वो आते नहीं. इस तरीके के बात, इस तरीके के अपोजिशन पार्टियों के खिलाफ सरकास्टिक बात करने के लिए वो चले आते हैं. देश देख रहा है, देश के लोग देख रहे हैं, आवाम देख रही है कि क्या हो रहा है. और जगह जगह इनको जो शिकस्त मिला, बिहार से शुरू हुआ और हर स्टेट में यही इनको मिलने वाला है.
Nasir ji, please stay with me. Shehzad Poonawalla has been hearing you. This is the Congress's response to the Prime Minister, who's called out the Kala Jadoo kind of politics that the Congress attempted with the Black Friday protest. Shehzad Poonawalla. Mr. Nasir Hussain saying it is the BJP which believes in Andhvishwas and Kala Jadoo.
देखिए, नासिर हुसैन की हताशा तो हम जानते ही हैं. जब से 5 अगस्त को श्री राम जन्मभूमि का भूमि पूजन हुआ है, 500 वर्षों की एक यात्रा समाप्त हुई है. कांग्रेस ने जिस प्रकार से इसमें रोड़े अटकाने की, श्री राम के अस्तित्व पर सवाल उठाने की, राम जी को तुम कौन से कमरे में पैदा होने की जुर्रत करने वाले मणिशंकर अय्यर जैसे लोगों ने इसमें बहुत रोड़ा अटकाने की कोशिश की. और इसीलिए जब से ये भूमि पूजन हुआ है, जब से ही फैसला आया है, तब से रोम भक्ति में लीन कुछ लोग, रोम भक्ति मतलब कोई जगह का नाम नहीं है, ये एक विचारधारा, तुष्टीकरण की रोम भक्ति में लीन नासिर हुसैन और इनकी जो पूरी की पूरी मंडली है, वो मातम मना रही है. पहले भी मातम मनाया, इनके कुछ लोग कोर्ट में भी गए, उसके बाद और भी मातम मनाया, पिछले साल भी मातम मनाया, इस साल भी मातम मनाया, क्योंकि मूलतः हिंदू आनंद जी, इन्होंने हिंदुत्व को लेकर इस प्रकार की बातें महंगाई की रैली में की थी. हिंदुत्व को आईसिस बोको हराम कहा था. ये वही मंडली है जिसने हिंदुत्व कहा था.
Well, Shehzad, I'm losing the audio with you, but Nasir Hussain, would you want to respond to the BJP? The BJP is saying that this is your politics of hatasha and nirasha.
See, again I will say, neither Shehzad Poonawalla, nor Amit Malviya, nor any of the spokespersons of Bharatiya Janata Party, neither Narendra Modi ji, nor any of the MPs, including the finance minister, have answered any questions on inflation, price rise, GST, unemployment and poverty. We are sticking to our basic questions. They are trying to give a spin, trying to bring religion here, trying to bring temples here, trying to bring some auspicious days here. They can give any spin, whatever they want. They want to divide this country on the basis of on the basis of communal lines. Whatever they want, they will do. We will stick to the basic issues that we have raised. GST on doodh, dahi, atta, chini, good and all these items. Petrol, diesel, gas ke daam, Agnipat, unemployment and all these issues.
Arguments and counter-arguments, Nasir Saab. There are arguments and counter-arguments to that. Thank you for speaking with us. We'll try and see if we have the BJP still with us on the phone line. But right now, I have Mr. Somnath Bharti of the Aam Aadmi Party with us on the phone line. Somnath ji, namaste. Prime Minister Narendra Modi ne revdi culture, freebie culture ke baare mein, he has made a very strong comment saying this is politics of selfishness. It can give you short-term gains, but it does not solve the problem. It only leads to long-term issues.
See, I fail to understand why Mr. Modi is so hell-bent on, against the free schemes which the government does for the people who can't afford otherwise. In fact, today itself I was saying that Honorable Chief Minister of UP, Mr. Yogi Adityanath ji, has announced that he's going to be doing a free bus service for the senior citizen and the ladies. I don't understand. Are they not in term with each other? Are they not talking to each other? Because Mr. Modi, what he says, Mr. Yogi opposes, all that. So let them be first on the same page, number one. Number two, one second.
Okay, please complete, yeah. The BJP tried to draw a difference between welfare and freebies. It's two different aspects altogether, so that's what they try to draw the line. Shehzad is there, so he'll respond. Yeah, please complete first.
10 lakhs crores of rupees. These in the name of incentives have been given to people like Vijay Mallya and all that. What are they? What is that? Is that not freebie? That is killing the Indian economy. In fact, in Hindi we call it जो जिसका खाता है वो उसका गाता है. आम आदमी पार्टी की शख्सियत बनी आम आदमियों से, तो हम उनकी सेवा करते हैं. उनकी शख्सियत बनी है खास आदमियों से जो कि टैक्स की इवेजन करते हैं, जो जनता का पैसा खा लिया, 10 लाख करोड़ खा लिया, उनकी सेवा करते हैं.
जो जिसका खाता है वो उसका गाता है, आपने कहा. सोमनाथ जी शहजाद से पूछते हैं, शहजाद पूनावाला जी पूछते हैं. शहजाद बताइए.
Anand ji, first of all, I ask you on your channel, in the next 1 hour, call Somnath ji and me both to your channel, and the claim Somnath has made that 10 lakh crores has been waived off. If he can't prove it, he should quit, or else I will show him how 8 lakh crores has actually been recovered from the bad loans, and to call loans which have been written off.
Mr. Poonawala, you have already...
Anand, can I complete? Anand, now you
please complete and then Somnath ji respond. Yeah, aap do hi hain.
I hope one at a time we can speak. Anand, I hope the Party Neta can allow courtesy. So to call written off loans as loans that have been waived off, it shows that how much knowledge of finance and CA and IRS they have. But having said that, Anand, I just want to throw one question at Mr. Somnath. They say free Shiksha. Do you know in the last 8 years, instead of opening 500 schools which they promised, they have shut down 31 schools. If not, Somnath can name 5 new schools they've opened and 3 new hospitals. They said they will open up hospitals, forgetting opening up hospitals. There has been no new hospitals. Please name 5 new schools and new hospitals you have opened up where this free Shiksha and free Swasthya is being given. In fact, in Punjab's PGI, the free health which was being given, free health services, that has been stopped because they could not pay 16 crores to the hospital for their outstanding. This government of Delhi, which says that we will give jobs, 10 lakh jobs ke badle they get 3246 jobs as per the RTI report. This government which says that we will give free water has not even given free water proper connections to most of the households, because of which they have to still go with tankers.
Let him respond.
Yes.
So जो वादा किया वो ना निभाया है, but इसमें स्टेट को कर्जे में डुबाया है. So net that's the counter, Somnath ji. And your allegation of 10 lakh crores written off and waived off में फर्क है.
You are also helping Shehzad ji to sort of form up his opinion. See, the problem is that today, rather than learning from good governance model of Arvind Kejriwal, the way he has put the state's resources to empower the common man, there is all attempt from BJP side only to keep countering and bringing negativity and saying lies after lies. I don't understand what is going on.
Please
across.
tell me
Sajad ji, Sajad ji, one second.
I want the names of the 5 new schools you started. You are an MLA. You are
you asked me. I gave you time.
Where are the 5 new schools?
आप दोनों फोन पे हैं. अगर आप एक दूसरे के ऊपर बोलेंगे सिर्फ शोर आएगा, कोई नहीं सुनाई देगा.
नहीं तो मैं
सोमनाथ जी आप अपनी बात पूरी करें. देन शहजाद प्लीज काउंटर. आई विल टेक अ ब्रेक ओनली आफ्टर दैट. ओके. Yes, Somnath.
What I'm saying, Sajad ji, what I'm saying, see, world over, not only in India, across the world, many presidents, many prime ministers, including the UN Secretary General Kofi Annan ji, they came to the country. President of the United States, wife of his, she opted to see the education system of Arvind Kejriwal. Everybody is saying, why you are denying? Education system which has been improved drastically in an unimaginable manner. The poor people, they are shifting their children from private schools to Delhi government schools. Middle class also shifting their children from private schools to Delhi government schools. 2 lakh children. 3 months ago, I had the report. 2 lakh children shifted from private school in Delhi to Delhi government schools. That is the proof. What more proof do you need? Today in Delhi, sir.
What more proof?
Today in Delhi, sir, in the name of health. In the name of... One second, let me complete the health also. In Delhi hospitals...
30 seconds and then Shehzad, please.
Yes. In Delhi hospitals, this tertiary level of health infrastructure which we have built, Mohalla clinic, polyclinic and hospitals, not a single penny any Delhiite has to spend on their health needs. It is all done, it is all taken care of. Today, around 15,000-20,000 rupees per month, every household in Delhi, is getting back from their own taxes. This is all best utilization of taxes, basically.
Right. So you're saying that your welfare actually works. Now, welfare and freebies, there is a line that needs to be drawn between the two, is something which I think everybody has to appreciate. But Shehzad, quick counter. You wanted to challenge the facts presented by Somnath Bharti.
Yeah. Anand, I asked Mr. Bharti to name 5 new schools they started or 3 new hospitals. He went on to Kofi Annan and Donald Trump's wife. But having said that, let me tell you what they've done in schools. 700 schools, Anand, in Delhi. No, please, Anand, this is not an ad slot. Anand, this is not an ad slot. Please remind Mr. Bharti. Please remind Mr. Bharti, this is not an ad slot. Please let me complete. Anand, in 700 schools, 11th and 12th, no science, no commerce is being taught. 745 schools have no principal. 418 schools have no vice principal. The 9th standard, the dropout rate is 40%, so that they are not sent to the 10th standard, because in case they go and fail there, their record will become bad. EWS students, 40,000 seats have still not been filled. Delhi High Court has chastised the Kejriwal government for it. In the school room construction, they have done route of 5 lakh rupee rooms being constructed for 28 lakh rupees. This is their Delhi ka Shiksha model. Mr. Somnath Bharti can't name 5 new schools he has built in the last 8 years.
The point is building schools. My point, gentlemen, is we've digressed from the issue. The issue is of free bijli, free pani, free everything. Building schools for education is part of the welfare aspect. When you try and give everybody everything free, that's when it becomes a freebie culture and you make it a poll promise to get votes. So there is a difference between Revdi and there is difference between what you have to do as part of Jan Kalyan. This is something which I think both of you would understand. We'll take this debate forward, but for the moment, I'm compelled to take a short break. So Shehzad Poonawala and Somnath Bharti, thank you very, very much for your patience and also for putting forth your views in a manner which all of us could comprehend. The debate rages because of the Prime Minister's statement. Not just a jibe at the Revdi culture, but more importantly, the Jadu Tona Kala Jadu jibe at the Congress party over their Black Friday protest. Listen into what he had to say as we take a short break.
हमारे देश में भी कुछ लोग हैं जो नकारात्मकता के भंवर में फंसे हुए हैं, निराशा में डूबे हुए हैं। सरकार के खिलाफ झूठ पर झूठ बोलने के बाद भी जनता जनार्दन ऐसे लोगों पर भरोसा करने को तैयार नहीं है। ऐसी हताशा में ये लोग भी अब काले जादू की तरफ मुड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं।
cop pointed the gun at the two men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the two men, fired at their tires, puncturing them, but the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The two men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था. इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया.
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है? जी बताइए. जी.
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishnan Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice-Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Mohammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice-Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into the waters surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle-ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas
साथियों, भारत का तिरंगा केवल 3 रंगों को ही स्वयं में नहीं समेटे हैं। हमारा तिरंगा हमारे अतीत के गौरव को, हमारे वर्तमान की कर्तव्य निष्ठा को और भविष्य के सपनों का भी एक प्रतिबिंब है। हमारा तिरंगा भारत की एकता का, भारत की अखंडता का और भारत की विविधता का भी एक प्रतीक है। हमारे सेनानियों ने तिरंगे में देश के भविष्य को देखा, देश के सपनों को देखा और इसे कभी झुकने नहीं दिया। आज आजादी के 75 वर्ष बाद जब हम नए भारत की यात्रा शुरू कर रहे हैं, तो तिरंगा एक बार फिर भारत की एकता और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा है। मुझे खुशी है कि देश भर में हो रही तिरंगा यात्राओं में, हर घर तिरंगा अभियान में देश की वो शक्ति और भक्ति एक साथ झलक रही है। 13 अगस्त से 15 अगस्त के बीच भारत के हर घर में होगा तिरंगा, भारत के हर घर में फहराएगा तिरंगा। समाज के हर वर्ग, हर जाति, मत, पंथ के लोग स्वतः स्फूर्त एक ऐसे भाव के साथ, एकता की पहचान के साथ, नए सपने और संकल्पों के साथ पूरा देश जुड़ रहा है। ये पहचान है भारत के कर्तव्यनिष्ठ नागरिक की। ये पहचान है मां भारती की संतान की। महिला, पुरुष, नौजवान, बुजुर्ग जो जिस भूमिका में है, इस अभियान में अपना सहयोग दे रहा है, अपना कर्तव्य निभा रहा है। मुझे संतोष है कि हर घर तिरंगा अभियान की वजह से कितने ही गरीबों की, बुनकरों की, हैंडलूम में काम करने वालों की अतिरिक्त आय भी हो रही है। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में इस तरह के आयोजन हमारे संकल्पों को एक नई ऊर्जा देंगे। जन भागीदारी के अभियान नए भारत की बुनियाद को मजबूत करेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ आप सभी को, गुजरात को, पूरे देश को और खास करके मेरा સુરતના લાલાઓને ખૂબ ખૂબ શુભકામનાઓ। અને સુરત એકવાર નક્કી કરે ને પછી ક્યારેય પાછી પાની ન કરે, આ સુરતની વિશેષતા છે। સુરત જે રીતે ધમધમી રહ્યું છે, સુરત જે રીતે પ્રગતિની નવી નવી ઊંચાઈઓ પાર કરી રહ્યું છે, એના મૂળમાં આ મારા સુરતી લાલા છે, આ મારા સુરતના ભાઈઓ બહેનો છે। આજે આ તિરંગા યાત્રાનું અદ્ભુત દ્રશ્ય દેશ માટે પણ પ્રેરક બની રહેશે। મારી તમને બધાને ખૂબ ખૂબ શુભકામનાઓ। ધન્યવાદ।
Big news that we have right now coming through, that the ISIS operative, the lone wolf who was arrested from Azamgarh, We put out the details here at CNN News 18 at 8 p.m. last evening on the right stand. Now we got more details coming through that this man, Sabahuddin Azmi, had advanced knowledge to make grenades. And there were top leaders, including Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, as per sources, who were on his radar. Other leaders of the RSS were also on his radar. He was trained to execute grenade attacks from a distance. And he was not only preparing himself for it, he had actually advanced knowledge about how to make grenades and use them. He was by profession an electrician, and he was in touch with ISIS operatives. Suspect radicalized against Hindu groups and top BJP RSS leaders. Security of Yogi Adityanath and other BJP and RSS leaders has been increased. Now, probe into Sabahuddin Azmi's terror nexus is currently underway. Whether or not he was in touch and teaching others too. Are there others who are part of his entire group, all operating individually, but then connected somehow? Pathikrit Payan with us. Pathikrit, we put this story out last evening. More details coming through. These lone wolves are are far more danger now. All around us, Anand, inspired by ISIS radicalism.
Anand, it's a very, very dangerous new trend of highly radicalized and yet extremely skillful, elements masquerading as normal citizens, but actually with sinister objectives in mind. The problem is when it comes to virtual radicalization, the model that ISIS takes into it, there is no trail, there is no sleeper cell. You just cannot hold on somebody and get a trail of it and hold on to somebody. Right. Your entire, thing depends upon your technical surveillance and capacity to hold on to that person. Ultimately, Anand, just to make it very short, it's a war of narrative. And you have to choke the funds. There are these organizations like Dawat-e-Islami and Tablighi Jamaat accepted that they are also doing radicalization online. Right. But the country cannot allow them to be here. That is a very important thing. And last but not the least, when it comes to external threat, we know the armed forces are fighting. When it comes to internal threat, there is no clear mandate for any particular organization. Yeah, so the entire internal security architecture, architecture needs radical redefinition. Right. On the line of Department of Homeland Security.
Not just on crackdown on radicals, but radical redefinition of the internal security infrastructure. Pathikrit Payan, thank you for your inputs. Winding up the nation at 5 on that note. Very, very short break and Viewpoint follows. Stay with us.
FBI, Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
Two men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to. So the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind.
Good evening, this is Viewpoint. I'm Zakir Jacob. Nitish Kumar was sworn into office for the 8th time today and for the 2nd time along with the Mahagathbandhan and with Tejashwi Yadav as his Deputy Chief Minister. And straight after the swearing in, Nitish made a direct attack on Prime Minister Modi. He said that those who came in 2014 need to worry about whether they will be there beyond 2024. The larger question is, can a Nitish Kumar whose personal ambitions could not best Mr. Modi in 2013-14, what chance does he stand in 2024 when brand Modi is perhaps at its biggest? But first, the story of how Nitish Kumar Mr. U-turn, as he's being now called, has hitched his wagons yet again with the RJD and the Mahagathbandhan.
The Mahagathbandhan returns to Bihar. Nitish Kumar took oath as Chief Minister for a record 8th time. And Tejasvi Yadav is back as his deputy. Post the swearing-in ceremony, Nitish Kumar further fueled speculation about his political future with this open challenge to Prime Minister Modi.
हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे.
It's been a dramatic 72 hours in Bihar, to say the least. Nitish Kumar suddenly ended his alliance with the BJP and formed the government with Tejasvi Yadav's RJD and 6 other parties.
यही आज की जरूरत थी. बिहार की तो जरूरत थी ही, लेकिन ये देश की जरूरत है. और एक मैसेज पूरे देश में गया, ऑपोजिशन में गया कि लड़ाई लड़ना है तो बिहार से सीखो.
The BJP held a massive protest in Patna, accusing Nitish Kumar of betraying the people's mandate.
De facto चीफ मिनिस्टर तो तेजस्वी यादव है. नीतीश जी तो केवल जिसको ट्यूटुलर हेड कहते हैं वो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री होंगे. ये सरकार 2025 पूरा नहीं करेगी.
Nitish Kumar is no stranger to switching alliance partners. Till 2013, he had allied with the BJP. But when it became clear that Narendra Modi would be the NDA's prime ministerial face, he walked out of the alliance and later went on to form the government with the RJD and Congress in 2015. Then in 2017, he accused Tejasvi Yadav and his brother Tej Pratap of corruption and quit the alliance and returned to the NDA.
मैं इस चेंज को बिहार में 10 साल पहले जो राजनीतिक अस्थिरता का दौर शुरू हुआ है 2012-13 से, उसी दिशा में एक नए कड़ी के तौर पर देखता हूं.
Now with Lok Sabha elections less than 2 years away, has Nitish Kumar revived the Grand Alliance to further his prime ministerial ambitions? If this alliance does well, Nitish could emerge as the nucleus of the opposition. But will he be accepted as the face of the opposition when other regional players like Mamata Banerjee and K. Chandrasekhar Rao are nursing their own hopes to be Prime Minister?
All right, before we go across to our guests and to our full panel this evening on Viewpoint, I want to first go across to Union Power Minister R.K. Singh, also Member of Parliament from Bihar. Mr. Singh, thank you very much for speaking with us here on CNN News 18. First things first, after taking oath today for the 8th time, Mr. Nitish Kumar came out and spoke to reporters briefly where he said, जो लोग 14 में आए, वो ये फिक्र करें कि वो 24 के बाद रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे. Is he throwing his ring, throwing his hat into the ring to be a potential challenger to Narendra Modi in 2024? I think the message clearly is that he wants to be projected as the face of the opposition against Mr. Modi.
These are statements made just to boost up the morale of his followers. The thing is that Mr. Nitish Kumar has lost a lot of ground, and I think whatever for any credibility he had left, that he's lost this time. Even during the campaigning, during the last elections, a type of anti-incumbency which could be seen wherever he went to campaign would have been noted by everybody. You see, Mr. Nitish Kumar has broken all records of Ayaram Gayaram. There have been many Ayarams, Gayarams in the history of Indian democracy, but in I haven't seen any Ayaram Gayaram who would have jumped ship 5 times.
Okay.
4 and a half or 5 times. He's a record holder now of flip-flop, jumping from one ship to another, etc., etc. In fact, Lalu's party, Mr. RJD itself, used to call him Paltu Ram and Kursi Kumar.
No, but tell me this, Mr. Singh. The fact is that now he has jumped ship. He's back with the Mahagathbandhan. The question was asked about his prime ministerial ambition. Do you believe that he has done this move at the fag end of his political career with one eye on the satta in Delhi, as it were? And do you believe the actual controlling of the government and the running of the government in Bihar will be done by Tejasvi Yadav? It's only a matter of time before he is formally anointed the chief minister.
I don't know on what basis he thinks that he can be a PM aspirant, whether Mamata Banerjee will give up her claims to be a PM aspirant, or whether KCR will give up his claim to be a PM aspirant. This fellow is not even having a majority in his own state, and he doesn't have any presence outside the state. But people have misled him, and he's got misled. And it's only pure ambition. You see, there's absolutely no question of any principles behind it. There's no principles behind it. It's just pure personal ambition for clinging on to power, no matter what the compromise he has to make. I mean, this is the classic example of politics without principles. Imagine he's joined a party which he has abused over the past many decades as being the most corrupt party in the country, as being responsible for the poor, the area for the period of darkness in Bihar. He was responsible. I mean, he was also a party to the prosecution of Lalu Prasad with all his people. Party to the prosecution of Lalu Prasad in the Chara Ghotala scam. Against Tejasvi Yadav, he asked Tejasvi Yadav during his last stint to give an explanation about the corruption charges against Tejasvi Yadav, and he kept saying that this is the most corrupt party going, and those people kept calling him as a turncoat, and now this person goes and joins this most corrupt party. What happened to all the charges against Tejasvi and Lalu?
All right, Rarki Singh, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much. That's the Union Power Minister. Let me now open this up to our guests, our panel of guests who are joining us this evening on Viewpoint. Guru Prakash Paswan is BJP spokesperson. Dr. Onika Mehrotra, spokesperson of the Congress Party. Mayank Sinha, JDU leader. Chandrachud Singh, political analyst, joining us. Guru Prakash Paswan, the fact of the matter is twofold. As far as the state is concerned, Nitish Kumar wanted to avoid an Eknath Shinde-like situation in the state. He thought the BJP was using RCP Singh to do a Shinde operation in Bihar. Therefore, he wanted to fortify his position. He's done that with this coming back to the Mahagathbandhan. And secondly, what he said today, जो लोग 14 के बाद आए, वो ये ध्यान रखें कि 24 के बाद वो रहेंगे कि नहीं रहेंगे. So he's clearly saying or throwing his hat into the ring for his national ambitions.
Zaka, I don't think there is any value to what Nitish Kumar ji is now saying. Only, see, Zaka, this is the day and age of social media. Only yesterday I saw a video where Mr. Nitish Kumar on the floor of the Vidhan Sabha in Bihar said, "Mitti mein mil jayenge, in logon ke saath nahi jayenge." So many flip-flops. This person is now institutionalizing the entire idea of U-turn. But what we need to understand here, this is not only the breach of the trust of the people of Bihar, this is a huge breach of mandate. If you do a statistical analysis of what happened in 2020, and Zaka, we must understand that 2020 assembly election were remarkable in multiple ways. It was the first election between the pandemic and not only in the country, globally, I think election of such scale and magnitude, it was sort of a commentary on the performance of the government. In that election, the highest strike rate, BJP contested 110, we won 74. JDU contested 110, they won 43. RJD contested more than 135, they won 4 more than us. So the point is this is a clear-cut case of betrayal of mandate. But we are not surprised. If you look at the track record of Mr. Nitish Kumar, you have been following politics very closely. 10 seconds, Zaka. George Fernandes, he betrayed. Sharad Yadav, he betrayed. Former Union Minister of State for Railways, Digvijay Singh from Bihar, he betrayed. Jaya Jetli, who played a formidable role in the formation of Samta Party, he betrayed. So he's a track record. We are not surprised at all, but the people of Bihar, the people of country and a section of opposition who are seeing hope in him. This hope is highly, highly misplaced. Mr. Nitish Kumar said similar things in 2014, but what was the result of 2014?
The question is about the credibility of Nitish Kumar. He may have prime ministerial ambitions. Ambition is not a crime in politics. But the point is, how seriously will the people of India take him? This is a gentleman who has had alliance with you twice in the past now. He has shifted 5 times in the last 10 years. Why should the people of India take such a person who's done U-turn after U-turn seriously? Leave alone a credible challenger to Mr. Modi in 2024.
Mr. Yaka, look who's talking about principle and ethics. BJP has no face now to talk about principle and ethics. The way they go around buying MLAs and breaking legislative party. You see the case in Maharashtra or any other states, how they have done in other states also. And you spoke about brand Modi. that Mr. Brand Modi is at the lowest at the moment, be it in terms of unemployment, price rise, Agnipath, it's endless. You know, the agitation against the present ruling government and the state of affairs that they've done in parliament. So the point here is that when they do it, when they do a phone call and try to break the party, then it's fair. Everything is fair in love and politics or whatever they say it. But when the other person does it back to them, becomes a turncoat, it tricks them. You see,
No,
BJP
but
at
Dr.
the moment is
Mehrotra,
on a
can I
back
ask
foot.
you one question? You are saying Mr. Brand Modi is at its lowest. Just recently, 3 months ago, BJP won 4 out of 5 states that went to polls. I
We are
mean,
waiting for
in the
24.
last 2 years, BJP has won Bihar. In 2021, it won Assam. In 2022, of course, the big one was Uttar Pradesh. If Brand Modi's credibility is at its lowest, why does the BJP keep winning elections?
You will see that in 2024, Zakat, let the time come. There might be, yeah, they are winning states, no doubt, no two ways about it. But look at the way they're using their regional parties. In a way, they have come with the concept of Bharat Mukt, whatever, Congress. That's what they say, right? So they use the shoulder of the regional parties to completely clean them off and then come into full power. So their gimmicks and their tactics were quite clear now.
Okay.
You see, they have a time-bound program.
Sinha, the problem is, आपकी लीडर के तो पर्सनल एम्बिशंस हो सकते हैं, वो प्रधानमंत्री बनना चाहते हैं, वो मैंने कहा एम्बिशन पॉलिटिक्स में तो कोई गुनाह नहीं है, लेकिन 2013-14 में भी उन्होंने एनडीए अलायंस इसीलिए तोड़ा कि उनको प्रधानमंत्री बनना था, उनको मिस्टर मोदी का लीडरशिप एक्सेप्टेबल नहीं था. आप मुझे बताइए 2020, 22, 24 में जब भी अगला चुनाव होगा, मिस्टर ब्रांड मोदी तो इतना बड़ा हो गया, सर्टनली 10 साल पहले से तो बड़ा ही हो गया, तो कैसे चैलेंजर रहेंगे? और दूसरी बात, ममता बनर्जी क्यों छोड़ेगी, केसीआर क्यों छोड़ेंगे, शरद पवार क्यों छोड़ेंगे, और इससे सबसे ऊपर सोनिया गांधी और राहुल गांधी क्यों छोड़ेंगे? वो कांग्रेस पार्टी तो सबसे बड़ा ऑपोजिशन पार्टी है, आपके पार्टी से तो काफी सारा बड़ा है वो.
Yeah, I explain. Brand Modi, 52 rallies in 2015. How much seat won in the Bihar? 56. It is Brand Modi. It is Brand Modi. It is brand.
Okay, I think there's a...
It is brand. Clever Modi, not Brand Modi. How to make fool in the state or the country. He knows very well. Okay, no Brand Modi. Brand is our people of the country. Brand is not Modi. First, I cleared to you. Second, our chief minister today said any kind of statement regarding for that I am the contender of the PM. In 2014, he's anywhere said in the public domain or the social media or any media channels, I am the contending I am the contender of any PM post.
नहीं, इस स्टेटमेंट का मतलब तो समझाइए ना कि 14 में जो लोग आए थे 24 में होंगे नहीं होंगे, उसका क्या मतलब है?
I will explain to you.
No, what does that mean?
No, I will explain to you. In 2020 election, in general elections, we are fighting with grand alliance in the state of Bihar. JDU, BJP. How much seat won in the 2020, you know? In 2019, sorry. In 2020, he creating a disturbance alliance like Chirag Paswan. He planted Chirag Paswan there to create disturbance in the JDU. Why he filled only the JDU constituency where the JDU
अरे मयंक सिन्हा साहब, ये तो 2 साल पुरानी बात है. 2020 में हुई जो भी आप कह रहे हैं चिराग मॉडल, उसके बाद उसके पार्टी तो टूट गई, उसके पास तो ना पार्टी है, ना सिंबल है, ना कुछ है. 2 साल बाद आप उठ के बोल रहे हैं कि चिराग मॉडल की वजह से हम सपोर्ट विड्रॉ कर रहे हैं. ये कैसी बात होगी?
Let me clear. In Arunachal Pradesh, our party won 7 MLAs. And our party give to support him, to support there. But JDU वहां भी हमें धोखा दिया, हमारे एमएलए को तोड़ने का काम किया, और आरसीपी सिंह के माध्यम से प्लांट करके ये अभी हमारे पार्टी को तोड़ना चाह रहे थे. they are creating Operation Lotus in the state of Bihar. But नीतीश कुमार इंजीनियर वो समझ चुके थे कि ऑपरेशन लोटस को यहाँ कामयाब
मयंक सिन्हा, मैं एक आखिरी सवाल पूछ रहा हूं आपसे, आफ्टर विच आई हैव टू गो टू चंद्रचूड़ सिंह। आप कह रहे हैं कि ऑपरेशन लोटस, एक विधायक का नाम दे दीजिए ना जिसके खिलाफ ऑपरेशन लोटस चला रहे थे भाजपा।
हमारे विधायक ईडी सीबीआई आईटी से नहीं घबराते हैं ना।
नहीं, आप ही ने तो कहा कि ऑपरेशन लोटस चल रहा था बिहार में। एक विधायक का नाम दे दीजिए जिसके खिलाफ ऑपरेशन लोटस चल रही थी।
नहीं, क्यों हम अपने विधायकों का नाम देंगे?
अरे
क्यों हम अपने विधायकों को पब्लिक डोमेन में डिस्क्लोज करेंगे?
तो
जिन्होंने तोड़ने का काम किया,
नहीं, जनता तो सुन रही है ना। आपने कहा कि ऑपरेशन लोटस चल रही थी बिहार में, तो बताइए किसके खिलाफ चल रही थी ऑपरेशन लोटस?
earlier BJP senior leaders trying to stop the alliance, they made a phone calls to RJD MLAs कि 3-4 दिन बैठ जाओ, हम लोग कुछ कर लेंगे। 3-4 दिन चुप हो जाओ। Today our national president address all the media. Today the national president addressed the press conference today, and he is clear all these things.
Okay, Chandrachud Singh, it boils down to one thing, that Mr. Nitish Kumar, perhaps to protect his own turf in the state, has preempted what Mayank Sinha was calling as Operation Lotus, especially after what happened with Eknath Shinde and Uddhav Thackeray. He did not want to end up as another Uddhav Thackeray, therefore he has done this with one eye on the state. But what I'm not clear about is this national ambition. Today, Mr. Modi is far stronger and far bigger a political brand than he was in 2013-14 before he burst onto the national scene. If Nitish Kumar's personal ambitions could not best Mr. Modi in 2013-14, what hope does he have in 2024?
True. I mean, see, Jaka, I mean, Nitish Kumar has all the right to say that he would have a personal ambition, or he definitely has the right to keep or to have a personal ambition to be in the national politics. The point is simple. I mean, national politics, the way it operates and the way things have happened for so many years, the train that starts from Patna also has to cross Lucknow. So it's not that simple. If only Bihar was the state from where a success in Bihar would make somebody a PM, well, then so many PMs would have been there by now. The point is simple. I think the BJP and and Nitish Kumar, or the future allies of the BJP, should keep certain things in mind, and that is why some lessons in political science is a must. See, whenever you have a coalition of sorts, coalitions are nothing else but for political expediency, to take care of the situations or of exigencies. So whenever you have such a coalition, when you have a minor and a major together, when you have a major and a minor together, the minor would get disproportionate benefits. But when you have a minor supported by a major, it will always lead to insecurities of the minor, and that is why a coordination committee of a sort is a must. Now, I'm not sure whether there was a formal committee or a coordination committee between the BJP and the JDU, or was it being done with some informal mechanisms? And if there were informal mechanisms, why did they not work out? So I think the lesson is very clear for people in future, and even for the newly formed the political arrangement that has been put in place in Patna, because this will all require the new formation to govern well, because the governance index in Bihar is slipping down, and it's slipping down very fast.
Okay.
So
Let me go back to Guru Prakash Paswan. The BJP has a problem of perception that the BJP is just not able to retain its allies. It was Akali Dal in Punjab, then Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, and now JDU in Bihar. So across the northern Hindi heartland, as it were, BJP does not have any allies, so to speak. How are you going to deal with this perception problem, particularly going closer to 2024?
Zaka, that is a very interesting question, Zaka, but we must also realize one thing, that in the political lexicon of the country, the word Gadbandhan Dharm, it first came into existence during NDA 1. We don't treat Gadbandhan only as a political arrangement. We treat Gadbandhan as Dharm, Gadbandhan Dharm, as said by Bharat Ratna, former Prime Minister of India, late Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji. There was a time in this country when push comes to shove, we had an alliance of 22 political parties.
Yes.
Unfortunately, now we are in a comfortable position, but if time comes, we can obviously have alliance. We have had alliances with ideologically polar opposite parties like PDP in Jammu and Kashmir. We have had alliances with different political parties. But you look at the status of these political parties who have deserted Bharatiya Janata Party only because of the sheer lust for power. What is happening with Prakash Singh Badal in Punjab? Irrelevant. What is happening with Uddhav Thackeray in Maharashtra? Irrelevant. What is happening with other political parties, those who have deserted Bharatiya Janata Party, they have become irrelevant. And the same fate is going to happen to Mr. Nitish Kumar as well, because only for his sheer lust of power, like it was clarified by one of our senior leaders this evening, that Mr. Nitish Kumar wanted to become the vice president of this country. Mr. Nitish Kumar only and only exclusively his politics, his entire permutations and combination is to how to clinch to power.
Mayank Sinha, इसका जवाब दे दीजिए. We have an interview with सुशील मोदी, जो बीजेपी के बड़े नेता हैं, डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर रह चुके हैं और नीतीश कुमार के काफी करीबी भी थे. Sushil Modi has said that Nitish Kumar wanted to be vice president. He conveyed that same message to the BJP leadership. BJP leadership did not agree. इसकी वजह से उन्होंने दोबारा पलटी की है. मयंक सिन्हा,
हम तो सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में है नहीं, बीजेपी सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट में, और राष्ट्रपति उपराष्ट्रपति का कैंडिडेट उन्हीं का होना चाहिए. जनता दल यूनाइटेड का कैंडिडेट तो नहीं होना चाहिए था. ना हमने कोई मांग की थी, ना हमने कहीं आके मीडिया डोमेन में बोला था. हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष आदरणीय ललन सिंह जी ने उसी दिन, जिस दिन मीडिया में चला था, आके बयान दिए थे कि राष्ट्रपति और उपराष्ट्रपति के कैंडिडेट नहीं हैं. पहली बात.
नहीं तो क्या सुशील मोदी जी क्या झूठ बोल रहे हैं? नहीं, मैं सीधा सवाल पूछ रहा हूं ना. सुशील मोदी क्या झूठ बोल रहे हैं कि नीतीश कुमार की आग्रह थी कि वो वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बने?
ही इज टोटली लाइंग, सफेद झूठ. मैं आपको एक बहुत पुराना वाक्य बता देता हूँ, एक न्यूज चैनल में पहले भी बताया था कि सुशील मोदी उस समय अपोजिशन में थे और आरजेडी सरकार में थी
जी, और
सरकार चला रही थी. तो पटना में एक इंसिडेंट हुआ था. सुशील मोदी गमछा बांधकर बताए कि पटना पुलिस ने मुझे बहुत मारा है, मेरे को 7 स्टिच लगा है. लालू जी बोले कि जाओ उसका गमछा उतार के देखो. तो गमछा जब उतारा गया तो कोई स्टिच नहीं था, एक लाल रंग का पट्टी लगा के उसके ऊपर पेस्ट कर लिए थे.
Okay. Anyway, I don't want the debate to get derailed. I want to go back to Chandrachud Singh and give him the final word. Chandrachud Singh, the question is that this is a political gamble, perhaps Nitish Kumar's last political gamble, last roll of the dice, as it were. There have been unsuccessful gambles also in the past. In 2015, he joined hands with the MGB. He won the election, but of course, the coalition did not last more than 2 years. What is the guarantee that this time this might be successful? Because this is perhaps the biggest gamble that he has taken.
Well, that is why it's the biggest gamble, because it comes towards the fag or at least the nearing years of his political career. By 2000, the next Lok Sabha election in 2024, he would turn 74 or 73 at least.
Yes.
So therefore, there's no guarantee for anything for that matter in politics, Jata. But the larger question that perhaps everybody should think about, and that is about coalition. Remember, if coalitions are about dharma, then every dharma also has certain rituals. Remember, Atal Bihari Vajpayee's coalition also had the convenership of George Fernandez. So coalitions would not require major parties to ensure or to see that the regional parties are no longer relevant. I mean, that's not a good statement to make. See, where are they? They are irrelevant.
Okay.
No party can become irrelevant. And in political democracy, particularly multi-ethnic, multi-plural democracy.
Whether Nitish will continue to be relevant politically post-2024 or in the run-up to 2024, he has taken a big gamble with this move. We'll wait and see how it plays out. For the moment, I want to thank Guru Prakash Paswan, Mayank Sinha, and of course, Chandrachud Singh for joining us. But talking about political upheaval and political developments, it's not just Bihar. In Karnataka now, after the Congress called the incumbent Chief Minister Basaraj Bommai a puppet Chief Minister, and this huge speculation in the air about possible change of leadership in the Karnataka BJP. Now former Chief Minister B.S. Yediyurappa has come out and batted fully in favor of Basuraj Bommai. He has refuted rumours of any kind of leadership change in Karnataka. He says just 7 to 8 months are left for elections. There will not be any change in Chief Minister face. That's what B.S. Yediyurappa has come out and publicly said today. Basuraj Bommai will continue to be the Chief Minister. Let's play out that soundbite of Yediyurappa and then I'll go across to Ritu.
ಇದರಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ ಸತ್ಯಾಂಶ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಇನ್ನು ಕೇವಲ 7-8 ತಿಂಗಳಿರುವಂಥ ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಬದಲಾವಣೆ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆ ಬರೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ಅವರು ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾಗಿ ಬಸವರಾಜ ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿ ಅವರು ಮುಂದುವರಿತಾರೆ. ಅನಗತ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಮಾಧ್ಯಮಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಟಿವಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇರುವಂಥದ್ದು ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಇದನ್ನ ಇವತ್ತೇ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ನಿಲ್ಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಎಲ್ಲರಲ್ಲೂ ವಿನಂತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾರೊಬ್ಬರು ಆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ, ಅದರ ಅಗತ್ಯನೂ ಇಲ್ಲ.
Across to my colleague Ritu, where is this coming from? Because obviously when Mr. Yediyurappa was replaced with Mr. Bommai, the feeling was Mr. Bommai is a stand-in for B.S. Yediyurappa. Now, in this atmosphere of speculation that Mr. Bommai could get changed because the central leadership is reportedly not happy with his stewardship of Karnataka, is B.S. Yediyurappa's comment, his soundbite, now the final stamp on this, that after the tallest BJP leader in Karnataka having come out and unambiguously supported Mr. Bommai, it would be difficult for the central leadership to effect a change?
Yes, no, but well, referring to all the political developments here in the Karnataka, you see the Congress party, in fact, in the series of tweets, had in fact called the CM Basuraj Bommai a puppet CM as well. Now, with all this, you see BJP party taking a jibe at the Congress party and has said that this is unnecessarily, they are in fact racking the unnecessarily an issue against this all, and which is not even required, is what the BJP party has to say. But after all, you see now the top leader from the BJP party, that's in fact the BSY himself now clearly stating that there won't be any changes in the CM phase, and it is that the upcoming assembly polls as well will be going under his leadership only. That's the Basuraj Bommai himself. Now with all this, you see the BJP leaders also taking jibe at the Congress party and saying that it is not with the BJP party, but in fact it's the Congress party who's trying to cover up all the rifts within them and are coming up with the unnecessary comments, in fact.
Okay,
so that
Ritu,
is
we'll
what
leave it at that. I'm completely out of
BJP
time.
Thank
you very much to my colleague Ritu there. We'll see. So there seems to be infighting at the top, both in the BJP and the Congress in the run-up to Karnataka's elections next year. That's a wrap. In a moment, Anusha will join you with the biggest exclusive.
Good evening, hello and welcome to this special broadcast. I'm Anusha Soni. On this special show tonight, we are narrating the story of a professor at the St. Xavier's University in Kolkata. Now, about a year ago, before she officially joined the university, the professor had posted some pictures in a swimming trunk on her personal Instagram profile. Somehow, much later, a student got access to these pictures and the parents of the student made a complaint to the university. According to the complainant, the university forced her to quit after much humiliation and character assassination. This entire incident leads us to multiple questions. First, whether the college or the administration dealt with the incident fairly. Can women continue to be morally policed and shamed for what they choose to wear, and more importantly, for how long the burden of a predatory, regressive male gaze will be put on women? Well, I had an exclusive conversation with the professor here. We refrained from disclosing her identity. She also requested that her audio be not used because she is in a legal battle. Hence, the audio has been recreated to narrate her verbatim interview that she gave to CNN News 18 yesterday. I'm very sorry for everything that you're going through. This is indeed a very difficult situation to handle. I want to know from you, what are you planning? Are you planning to file a complaint in terms of what has happened or with the kind of harassment that you've faced?
I am contemplating legal action. I can't go into the details right now since this is a developing matter. I don't wish to go into any specific details, but I do intend to continue down the legal path.
I don't intend to make you repeat everything traumatic that you have gone through, but this must be a very difficult period for your family. Tell us about this incident.
It has been for a while, but I'm glad actually that the story is getting this much attraction and this much interest. It has been a traumatic time for the past several months, but over the past few days, I have also received a lot of support. That is heartening.
You're a progressive, cultured, and educated woman. You were teaching at a premier institute. Did you expect that at this day and age, such a controversy would erupt?
I mean, stepping into a Christian institution, I know they have a tendency of policing women's bodies and their choices, but in my wildest dreams, I did not expect it would extend to private life, especially their conduct even before joining the university. I did not have an idea that there would be a dress code and this is a certain way you are expected to conduct yourself in class and so on. I didn't think our classes would be recorded, but this was unprecedented. Like even in the most regressive institutions, I really don't see how what I do outside the university premise, outside of service hours and in my own personal life, how that can come within any place.
I wonder how the teacher could be held accountable for the mindset of a student. I think it's the most regressive and patriarchal idea that one can think about.
I mean, of course, the fact that they took the side of the student blindly, I don't even know if the complaint was vetted because the university kept claiming that the pictures were provided to them and I kept insisting that these pictures must have been leaked and they did not bother investigating that. The entire crux of their argument was, as a woman, how could you even take pictures like that? So beyond the point, any kind of timeline, the date of uploading didn't matter because what happened was really like a witch hunt.
Have they taken any kind of action against the student or any kind of warning that they have given to the student?
The identity of the student or the complainant was never disclosed. Even when I sent a legal notice asking for a number of documents, they have just responded. They reproduced the text of the complainant via email. I still have not seen the complaint and they did not furnish any other documents and they asked me to pay 99 crore.
Well, that was one of the excerpts of the interview we had. Of course, the audio of the victim and the complainant, in this case, the ex-professor, has been recreated. We want to tell you the story, how this actually unfolded, what exactly happened, what are the key issues that emerged, how did the university respond. First of all, the picture was posted before joining the university. On Instagram, it was a status that disappears after some time. Now, the argument of the ex-professor in this case is that how did the student actually have access to those pictures because they had disappeared from the social profile unless somebody had hacked into her account. Now, all these arguments were not taken up. Proof the professor was told to resign. She was asked to pay 99 crore as damages because according to the institute, some kind of reputational damage has really happened. Now, my Insta profile is private. How did the student get access? More importantly, those pictures were supposed to disappear. So unless somebody has actually hacked into her account, nobody could have really gotten the access, and this raises privacy issues. Improper social media behavior. Wearing what you want to in public domain outside the university campus, is that really inappropriate social behavior? This was an assault on my mental health and her character. That's what the victim has said. The university stand is that this is an immense, irreparable damage done to the institution's reputation. How exactly is something that a court of law is going to decide in a matter like this? So these have been the arguments on both the sides. The professor says that she was not even properly heard. Her case was not given a proper hearing before an ICC, which is mandated under the Vishakha guidelines. It's also a case for free expression. What one does outside the professional arena is one's business. Your fundamental rights, Article 14, 21 are not suspended just because you're teaching at an educational institute. Of course, you've not done an offence of moral turpitude. Obscene for student to see a picture of teachers in scanty clothes on a public platform. Many would argue that this entire mindset of a male student watching a female teacher is a male gaze argument. You really cannot uphold such arguments in the 21st century. It's gross and criminal violation of right to privacy, upheld in the Puttaswamy judgment as a fundamental right in this country, all pervasive under Part 3 of the Indian Constitution. Pristine image of Xavier's University has been hurt. All these arguments about defamation have to be proven in a court of law. The university also says that it was improper and obscene behavior by the teacher. The teacher says she was never given a proper hearing and her private photos were used as a tool to harass her by the university and her administration. Her side of the story was not really heard. These are the arguments on both the sides. More importantly, is this a case of moral policing that we're talking about? We also spoke to Jhuma Sen. She is the complainant's lawyer in this case. I want to cut across to Jhuma and get her word as well about what exactly is happening. Jhuma, thank you so much for speaking to us. What are the legal steps that the victim shall be taking and what are the remedies available to her in law as far as this entire incident is concerned?
See, there is already a legal step that has been taken, and that is an FIR has been filed. She had filed a complaint last year, and it was converted to an FIR.
Yeah.
So the investigation is ongoing. So of course, I cannot really speak much on that because the investigation is still under progress. As far as further and future remedies that are concerned, we have my client sent a legal notice through me, and this was sometime in March, to which we received a response. Again, I think very late March or early April. It's a matter of public record, so I'm not getting too much into it. But what we had asked for specifically, and this is something that anyone in such a situation and under the circumstances is entitled to, was constituting an IC, and we had asked for an institution of an inquiry committee within the meaning of the sexual harassment policy under the University Grants Commission's guidelines. This is the 2015 regulations, and the Sexual Harassment Act, which is the POSH law as well. That was, there was no response as far as that went, and we will be taking appropriate writ remedies as applicable in the appropriate forum very soon.
Yeah. Jhuma, I understand this is a matter which is sub judice, so not much can be spoken about the merits of the case. But broadly speaking, in today's day and age, in the world of social media, how critical is it for women to guard their right to privacy? How critical and perhaps delicate it has become for them?
Like I always say, law can only go as far and not further. Law, there is a limitation to what one can do with law, certainly. And privacy, I think that the nature and the definition of social, I mean, not the social media, but of our day-to-day lives on social media, that has considerably changed over the last few decades, with different tools coming into place. Earlier we had Facebook, and now there's Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and so on and so forth. And the law has tried to keep itself updated with that. But what is at stake here is that although the law has tried to keep itself updated with the changes in life and the changes in society and the changes in reality, it has not really percolated down to the law enforcement agencies. It has not really percolated down to our judicial officers. A lot of training needs to be done. A lot of sensitization needs to be done. The law enforcement officers need to understand the distinction between the private and the public sphere, and there is a generic understanding, which is a completely flawed understanding, that the internet is a public sphere. We are not talking in terms of the internet. Instagram, for example, a private Instagram account, and I'm speaking here not as an advocate, representing the client, and I should not. But I'm speaking as general if you ask me of my legal opinion, and there is a distinction between internet in a generic sense and social media like Instagram or Facebook. There is a certain manner in which information data is shared. Of course, the information that I upload, the image that I upload on social media, on Instagram, or what I speak on social media, if it is a private account, it is not. It should not be subject to the same scrutiny as if it were if it was something update, something on an open blocks, sphere, for example. So the law has moved, but I mean the law, if one looks at the changes in the IT rules, the law has tried to kind of catch up, but not but not so far. And the law enforcement agencies and judicial officers, I think it's just a matter of opinion. I think it is there's a far more catching up to do.
Far more catching up to do. Broadly and legally speaking, to what extent can institutions, say educational institutions in this case, control your individual choices of dressing, how you appear in public? I mean, inside the institute one can understand, but outside, to what extent can they have any degree of control?
An institutional norm, even if many institutions, they do have their the code of conduct as far as dress codes go, dress codes, hostel hours, and so on and so forth. But an institution, we have to remember that an educational institution is not, even if it's a private institution, it is discharging a public function. So its codes, its rules cannot be arbitrary, they cannot be discriminatory. It's as fundamental as that. So an institutional logic that you will be aware of the Pinjra Tod, in Delhi campuses, an institutional logic that suggests that university spaces, hostels, for that matter, should have different curfew hours for women, for the women residents as opposed to their male residents. It, of course, it smacks of arbitrariness, it smacks of discrimination, and that is something that needs to be taken care of at the institutional level. I don't know how much law can do, of course, unless someone is like taking that, taking that particular offensive policy to the court. I think the challenge really boils down to in what manner the student body and the faculty body, how they are engaging with the institution.
Is hoping for a more equitable legal, fraternity, and also a society in which we all live in. Thank you, Juma, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us that perspective. While taking that question to our guest as well, Abha Singh, who's a lawyer, is joining us on the broadcast. We also have Brinda Adige, who's a women and child rights activist. Nirmal Kaur, who has been a former IPS officer, is also joining us on the broadcast. I thank all of you for joining us on the show today. Brinda ji, I'm coming to you first. What women do in their personal life, or if you're a university professor, you cannot be wearing a swimsuit, and if a male student is looking at that picture, that offends the sentiment of a parent and the entire university. Are we really living in the 21st century?
We are in the 21st century, certainly, but it is bizarre on the part of the parent to make a complaint of this nature instead of actually talking with her son. How did the son get access to those photos? I'm sure he would have bought it from somebody. And if this son has got access to this photographs and has been watching it, is this son of hers, that student, not watching anything else? Because we know that on TV, on movies, on social media, name it, wherever it may be, you have these kind of photos that are galore. And is she going to control all of that? Who is she trying to control? And a college like St. Xavier's calling itself premier, what is their retrograde, regressive, misogynistic thinking and behavior? It is a teacher during college. In college, she did not do anything like that. She has gone out, she has gone for a swim, and of course she will wear a swimsuit. She can't wear a sari or a salwar kameez and go around swimming. And like she explained, this is a private account. So I'm sure she has no students on her account.
Yeah.
So somebody else has sold it to the student and the student has bought it.
You're
But
right,
it
Brindaji.
is
There is an element
the-
that her social media accounts were hacked, because she also said that these pictures, even when they were available about a year ago, were available only for a brief period of time. It was a status. It disappears. How come the student had access to those pictures? And very interestingly, the identity of the complainant student has been hidden by the university all along. The complaining professor doesn't really know about it. I want to bring in Abha Singh also, who's a lawyer. Abha, we women navigate into different social and public spaces, and we are always conscious of what we are wearing, how we are appearing, how much do we cover up. The male gaze is a very real aspect of life in the South Asian subcontinent here, and also here in India. But the male gaze cannot be stretched to a point where your conduct is criminalized. I think that's exactly what has happened in this case.
Absolutely. In fact, if you see, voyeurism was made an offense, 354D, that if you're watching a woman in her private action, in fact, in a place where you should not be watching, that has been made an offense. But in this case, if I come specifically, I would call this teacher a victim.
Yes.
Because even if she put her the swimming costume picture, that was in her private capacity outside office hours, and that was in her personal space. And if it gets stolen, if it gets hacked, you have to take her as a victim, not someone who's flamboyant if you try to say that she's a teacher and she should be prim and proper. Secondly, if the code of conduct when she joined the appointment, were these do's and don'ts mentioned in her job profile, that she's supposed to behave like this? If she's not supposed to, if these were not mentioned, then she cannot be penalized for that. That is point number 2. Point number 3, because the university has gone and thrown her out of the job, she should file a case and say that I was wrongly terminated, and she should file a suit instead and ask for compensation. In fact, there is a case which I'm fighting for a client of mine, and we've asked for 62 crores of compensation. Also, where the university comes and says that you've destroyed our reputation and the university is asking for damages, it is not so easy. The university cannot just decide. There is a proper procedure. The university will have to show how its reputation was spoiled. And here, when we talk of 499 of the IPC, which talks of damaging of a reputation, it talks of damaging a reputation of a person. Nowhere it talks of an institute.
Abaji, do you also want to comment on the fact the complainant's lawyer said that a committee should have been formed under the POSH guidelines? An internal committee should have been formed and they should have looked at all the evidences. The fact that such a committee was not formed, according to the complainant, how big of an offense it is?
POSH law cannot come here because it is not the women who was, like she was not sexually assaulted or somebody made a comment.
The complaint Abaji she is making is that her pictures were downloaded from the internet. They were also morphed in some ways. They were circulated in the university campus, and there was a lot of intimidation and humiliation she had to go through. And on that account, she says that I was protected.
That she even lodged an FIR that her account was hacked. Had her account was hacked, somebody has taken it away, so that will be a criminal offense.
Exactly.
Which she will
Let me take those points to Nirmal Kaur as well. Nirmal ji, I want to take the point forward that Abha Singh said. Suppose I put out a picture on social media. I'm working in an educational institution, or I'm working in this institution, and that's my private life. It's a private social media account. My friends have access to it. I get to know that someday somebody has downloaded it and circulated it. What are my remedies? How can the police help me?
See, about this social media presence, all the institutions, almost all the institutions, everyone I know of, they have very specific do's and don'ts. They have a code of conduct, and it depends on what the college code of conduct is. And, and as a society also, our attitude towards nudity, towards exposure, it's very ambivalent. And, this has to be contextual. You cannot, in vacuum decide what is, obscene, what is not, what is appropriate, what is not. The reputations, again, of the individual, reputation of the institution, all that is very, very relevant. The case is sub judice now, and I think, it's not only about being female. Recently, we had this case, a lot being discussed in the media about a male film star, a very well-known film star, where his pictures appeared, showing his abs and all that, and it was objected to.
Yeah.
So I think as a society, and social media is like the new commons, the global commons. Just in the olden times we had the chopal or the akhada or the village square, the town square. Social media is something like that. So how you want to present yourself, what reputation you build, whether it is what you are sharing on the social media. A lot of privacy issues are also involved here.
Yeah.
So I think since the matter is sub judice, I'm sure the court will examine all these issues with it. The only thing is, I think I would say we'll have to keep our culture in mind, our Guru Shishya Parampara in mind, and also the institution. The issues should be decided as per the law, as per the constitution, not as per the Catholic code or anything else. As per the law, the courts will decide the issue, and I'm sure the discussion, it will be discussed at length, and all the various aspects will be gone into.
Brinda Adigi, I want to come to you. There's a point, there's an argument that Nirmal Kaurji is making, that if you're in an institution, you dress accordingly. If I go to court every day as a reporter, then I have to dress accordingly. There are rules of propriety and decency, sometimes written, sometimes unwritten, we all follow. But where does it become policing versus, propriety norms that everybody follows, irrespective whether you're a man or a woman?
See, in any institution, in any office, there is a decorum, and all of them follow that decorum. But when something has happened in my private sphere, and in that sphere, you bring this out and then decide what my official, my professional characteristics are. That I think is absolutely wrong. How can an institution then take that up and say that now you have to go out? And I also object to Madam Kaur saying that there is a parampara, that there is a samskruti. Now this parampara and samskruti has always been thrust on women and nobody else. No one questions the man. Nobody ever challenges men on that parampara and that samskruti. So I think it is important for us to understand that there is a space, and in that space there is a decorum that has been followed by this particular professor. Nothing has come up in that sphere. Something has happened in her private life, and I don't think anybody has a right to question that. Because today we know privacy is very lucid.
It is lucid.
But you take that and bring it to a office space and say,
I want every woman on this. I want every woman hearing this broadcast to know that if I'm putting up a picture on social media exclusively for the consumption of my friends, it's a private account. Not every person has access to it. And somebody downloads that image, misuses it, or causes some kind of humiliation to me as a woman. What are my remedies in law?
In fact, there are, what we talk of the cyber crime, which is on the rise. It is cyber bullying. It is also called cyber stalking. So if somebody was stalking her, like as you said about sexual harassment at workplace, if she feels that some colleague of hers was stalking her and he took those pictures and he put it out in the social media or wherever, she has a right to go file an FIR under the IT Act. The IT Act comes into rescue, because if you have kept it in a close knit of friends, but it could be somebody known to you who had access to your account, has taken it out. So that also is there, but then it will have to be, the police will go check her IP address and see whether it has been leaked from where and how it went out. So that is important. But the bigger question is that after office hours, if she's worn a costume in her private space, she cannot be penalized by the university like this. And she has the access. In fact, she should go to the Labour Commission. She would go to the Labour Court and say, I was wrongly retrenched. This is the advice I would like to give her through you, that going to the court, rather than that the court will say, you go to the Labour Court, and where she has been wrongly terminated, she can always bring that and ask for compensation from the Labour Court.
So if your pictures are being misused, if you think that anything that you've put out on the internet without your authority is being used, you have legal rights and remedies as a man or a woman in this country. Abha Singh, Brinda Adige, Nirmal Kaur, thank you all for joining us on the broadcast and sharing your thoughts on this story of public importance that has emerged. Well, there are various institutions in this country that work to further the cause of women, to help them each time they face any kind of harassment or any kind of legal issues. The National Commission for Women, of course, is one of the top institutions. Rekha Sharma, who is the NCW chairperson, is joining us on the broadcast. Rekha ji, thank you so much for speaking to us. This is a shocking case that has been reported wherein a professor in Kolkata has been asked to quit and sued for wearing a swimsuit and posting it on social media. Your first reaction to the story when you heard it?
Very, very unfortunate. Whereas we say that women have got the right, whatever she wants to wear. That professor is also a woman. Yes, she is a professor or a teacher, but she can wear anything, even a swimsuit. When she is in a swimming pool, she has to wear a swimsuit. And if the picture is on her personal account, nobody has the right to take out that picture. And that means if somebody has taken out the picture and distributed amongst others, it's a cyber crime. So in fact, the university should take action against the student who has taken the picture from her personal account and distributed it.
The argument of the complainant is that the institution has not just indulged in moral policing but has exceeded the mandate given to educational institutes. I wonder why women continue to face such moral policing and harassment in today's day and age.
First of all, I think we have to sensitize these university people, whosoever they are, because they are not gender sensitized. They don't know what are the rights of a woman and what action they should take when some picture is taken away from a personal account. They don't even know what is cyber crime. So they should know some kind of laws under which a woman is protected. And I think we again have to, rightly this woman is going to the court. She can come to us also because we will also be writing to the police to take action against that student who is taken the picture from her personal account. And also we will like to write to the university to review their whatever action they have taken against this woman. In fact, if she is going to the court against the university, that is the best thing.
Yeah. So you're assuring Rekha ji that this kind of action will be initiated by the National Commission of Women. This is how you're going to support the victim.
I would like to tell her that she can send the details of the case to us and we will pursue her case with the university and with the police also.
All right, that's very heartening to know. I also want your view, legally speaking, socially and from the propriety point of view, how does one draw a line between individual autonomy versus the institutional rules?
If there is a dress code in the university, everybody has to wear that and adhere that dress code. But outside that university or institution, that is their life, what they are wearing or what they are not wearing. That is nobody's concern and nobody has the right to do moral policing on that. But yes, if there is a dress code in an institute, then they people who are attending the university, whether they are professors, teachers or students, they have to adhere that. But outside nobody has got the right, and people, maybe some fringe groups or any institute or even police, they don't have any right to be after them on their dress, because there is no dress code outside the institution.
My last question to you, in the 21st century, are you shocked to hear about such instances? How far are we from the ideal of an equitable society for women?
Yes. When we talk about women's right and women empowerment, and such kind of incident happens, I really feel ashamed of our culture. On the name of culture, these people are doing. And I must say that no culture says that you have to trouble women on her dress code. You know, what she is wearing is her right. Her body is her right. How she behaves with her body, what she wears, that's her right.
Absolutely. Thank you, Rekha ji, for joining us on the broadcast. Completely run out of time. I have to hand it over to my colleague Shivani Gupta, who takes it forward.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. It may not be said in as many words, but not much has been left to imagination either. Nitish Kumar will pitch himself as a candidate to take on PM Narendra Modi in 2024. He has said today that he has no such ambitions. But the surround sound around him makes it clear the road to Delhi has been paved for him by his recent switch in Bihar. That would make his partner RJD also happy. When Nitish cedes space in Bihar, Tejashwi can fully take over. At the same time, Nitish also has thrown the gauntlet to Narendra Modi, saying the two-time Prime Minister will not be able to win a third term. Is this all political bluster or more? Can Nitish truly become an opposition prime ministerial candidate amongst so many other contenders? What really is his future and that of his party? In his last-ditch attempt, has he forsaken his party that anyways doesn't have a second-string leadership and faces a threat of breakup, dissolution completely, even from his new ally? Will the opposition accept him, and can they together give BJP a run for its money in 2024? All of these questions in just a bit with our guests. But first, if Nitish has PM aspirations and this is very much his final chance, what works for him and what doesn't? Let's break that down. First up, he is an OBC Kurmi leader which has a pan-India presence. But it is also important to remember that Nitish Kumar or his party doesn't really have that formidable a vote bank that they can call their own. He, as a chief minister, someone who's sworn in for the 8th time in Bihar, has long administrative experience and has also been a union minister. But his flip-flops in Bihar politics have made him unreliable. He's also been branded as an opportunist. He has a secular image, and he can play on that, and that works for the opposition. Their biggest plank is that they have to fight communal BJP. But let's not forget, the warped Indian secularism has lost its electoral might. It doesn't really work in its old avatar anymore in politics. He has a clean image, no personal corruption charge, but he has allied once again with a quote corrupt party, a party like the RJD that he himself had raised objections on over corruption to save his chair. He also comes from the Janta Parivar background with the Samajwadi legacy. That can be a pull for him pan-India. But again, he has allied with a party like the RJD with family politics at its core, and those two are at loggerheads. He's healthy, relatively young at 71 when it comes to Indian politics, but his party is not a cadre-based party. Will he be able to galvanize the country, even if it is with the opposition? Lastly, prohibition and moves like Panchayat quota have made him very popular amongst women. He can also claim to be one of those politicians that has a woman vote bank. But if you really look at it, he has failed to furnish any solid proof of development in Bihar after his first term. So challenging Modi in itself is a tall order. By no means does it look like brand Modi is declining. But even if you could put up a fight, there are too many cooks who could spoil the broth. The famed, elusive opposition unity is nowhere to be seen, and there are just too many claimants to the contender position. And there's no one that is above the pack as it stands. But let's take Nitish and Mamta Banerjee, the West Bengal Chief Minister, as the primary two contenders right now. How do they stack up? Nitish Kumar. Now, he has a larger pan-India personality and appeal, especially in the Hindi belt, which is very crucial as far as national elections is concerned. Compared to that, Mamta Banerjee has very limited appeal outside West Bengal. We've seen the recent efforts that TMC has made. They've not really succeeded the way, for example, an Aam Aadmi Party may have. Now, Nitish Kumar is not an individual winner in his state. This episode is a reminder he needs alliances. He may be the chief minister, but his party is alone not the biggest. Mamta Banerjee, on the other hand, has been beating BJP recently and otherwise, even others, single-handedly. She has greater political heft in that sense. Nitish Kumar can also be seen as a spent force. He would, of course, deny that. His party would deny that. As I mentioned, this is his final chance. Mamta Banerjee, on the other side, is considered very fiery and a street fighter. She is on the ascendancy, some can say, not so much Nitish Kumar. But finally, Nitish Kumar has a clean image. He has no corruption taint against himself, even though his flip-flops have dented that image. Mamta Banerjee, on the other side, over the last few years and even in this term, her image has been dented with several scams under her and her governments. So the big debate that is coming up today, is it not blatant national ambitions behind Nitish's recent switch, but is it going to work for him? We'll take that to our guests in just a bit. What's clear though Again, that there is no love lost between Nitish and Prime Minister Modi, as much as people may try to project otherwise. If he had held himself back so far, today Nitish was quite open in his attack on the BJP. Listen.
हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे वो अपना समय। हम तो चाहते नहीं थे बनना, हम तो उस चुनाव के बाद नहीं बनना चाहते थे मुख्यमंत्री, लेकिन मुझ पर पूरा चारों तरफ से करके दबाव कि नहीं आप संभालिए, हम कर लिए। लेकिन बाद के दिनों में जो कुछ भी हो रहा था आप देख रहे थे ना, से तो मेरी मित्रता रही है। अब काहे उनको काहे नहीं बनाया, अगर वो बने रहते तो आज ये नौबत नहीं आती। हम लोगों का 15 में कितना सीट जीते थे, आज जब इन्हीं लोगों के साथ चले गए तो क्या हुआ है, 20 में क्या स्थिति हुई थी, तब तो सब हो ही न गया। ये सब तो सब समय पर चलेगा।
तो जिस बीजेपी ने आपको 5 बार बिहार का मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, आपके पार्टी के विरोध के बावजूद आपके नाम का ऐलान किया और आपको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया, उस पार्टी को आपने धोखा दे दिया।
First up, I want to go across to Tarkishore Prasad, who's the former Deputy Chief Minister in Bihar, someone who worked with Nitish Kumar. And of course, that alliance, Nitish Kumar has pulled the plug on it. The new government has been sworn in. Tarkishore ji, you must have heard what Nitish Kumar said after his swearing in ceremony. उन्होंने बोला कि अगर सुशील मोदी रहे होते कैबिनेट में तो ये नौबत नहीं आती। आप उनके साथ अब Deputy Chief Minister रहे थे. This is in a way an attack against you and also the central BJP leadership कि सुशील मोदी को हटा दिया।
देखिए, सुशील मोदी जी हमारे वरिष्ठ नेता हैं और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की ओर से कौन उप मुख्यमंत्री रहेंगे ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी को तय करना है। एक्चुअली इनकी नीयत साफ तो शुरू से नहीं थी और ये कोई पहली बार तो अलग हो नहीं रहे हैं। 2017 में भी राष्ट्रीय जनता दल से जो अलग हुए तो इन्होंने आरोप लगाया कि राष्ट्रीय जनता दल ने जनता दल यूनाइटेड को तोड़ना चाह रहा था और कल इन्होंने फिर यही आरोप लगाया। तो ये इनका तो जब इनकी निजी महत्वाकांक्षा के कारण ये किसी घटनाक्रम को अंजाम देते हैं तो इस तरह से आरोप लगाकर फिर ये अपना रास्ता तय करते हैं।
निजी महत्वाकांक्षाओं के बारे में जो आपने बात करी, मैं उस पर आऊंगी थोड़ी देर में, लेकिन उन्होंने नीतीश कुमार ने एडिशनली ये भी कहा कि वो तो बनना ही नहीं चाहते थे चीफ मिनिस्टर 2020 में, वो तो बीजेपी ने प्रेशर किया इसलिए बना दिया। इनफैक्ट उन्होंने ये तक कहा था कि हम बीजेपी के साथ नहीं जाना चाहते थे। तो उस पे आप कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे? अब 2022 में वो ये बोल रहे हैं।
नहीं, देखिए, ये तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ 2020 में चुनाव लड़े और फिर ये संजोग से वो तीसरे नंबर पर चले गए तो फिर उन्होंने हमारे एनडीए सरकार का नेतृत्व किया। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व को इन्होंने कहा जरूर होगा, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने उन्हें नेतृत्व सौंपा क्योंकि लंबे वक्त तक इनके नेतृत्व में हम सबों ने बिहार को एक नई दिशा दी है और इसके कारण उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री के पद को स्वीकार किया। और ये कोई दबाव में काम थोड़े ही करते हैं, कल उनको हटना था तो हटे। हम लोग तो उनसे आग्रह भी किया था कि हम सब आपके नेतृत्व में बिहार का विकास करना चाहते हैं। जो जनादेश है बिहार के मतदाताओं का, उस जनादेश के आलोक में हम सब बिहार को, जो आत्मनिर्भर बिहार का हम सबों ने लक्ष्य लिया, उसको पूरा करेंगे।
तो हुआ क्या? अब तारकिशोर जी, सवाल तो यही बन रहा है ना कि हुआ क्या? सुशील मोदी ने काफी बातें बोली है। एक तो उन्होंने ये बोला है, नीतीश कुमार ने काफी बातें बोली है। एक तो सुशील मोदी वाली बात बोली, उन्होंने ये भी कहा, उनकी पार्टी बोल रही है कि मुझे ह्यूमिलिएट करा जा रहा था स्टेट यूनिट के द्वारा और बीजेपी उनकी पार्टी तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रही थी। तो बहुत सारे रीजंस बता रहे हैं वो।
नहीं, देखिए, आपने 3 बातें कही है, एक का मैंने तो जवाब दिया है।
हाँ।
दूसरी जो बात है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनको क्यों कमजोर करेगी। भारतीय जनता पार्टी तो अपने जो सहयोगी दल हैं उनको चाहेगी मजबूत करना, क्योंकि हमें जब सरकार चलानी है तो हमारे सभी जो घटक दल हैं वो मजबूती से हमारे साथ रहेंगे तो बिहार के बेहतरी के लिए आवश्यक है हम ज्यादा बेहतर काम कर पाए। और ऐसी बात रहती तो हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनको मुख्यमंत्री क्यों बनाती।
वेल दैट इज अ क्वेश्चन टू बी आस्क्ड, बट ये सब कुछ जो हुआ है उसमें आप ये तो एक्सेप्ट करेंगे ना कि कहीं ना कहीं तो बीजेपी से भी जो चूक हुई है, आपके एक और अलायंस टूटी है, आपकी एक और गवर्नमेंट गई है, कहीं ना कहीं तो बीजेपी से भी तो गलती हुई है।
नहीं देखिए, हम सब तो पूरे मंत्रिपरिषद में साथ रहे और उनके नेतृत्व में हमेशा हम सब काम किए और हम सबों ने उनके इच्छा के विरुद्ध किसी प्रकार का कोई एजेंडा को लागू नहीं किया। जो आत्मनिर्भर बिहार के 7 निश्चय 2 के एजेंडे थे उसी को लागू किया।
अच्छा, फाइनली चलिए मुझे ये बताइए, उन्होंने आज ये एक बहुत बड़ी बात बोली कि 2014 में जो जीते हैं वो 2024 में नहीं जीतेंगे। उन्होंने एक तरह से पीएम मोदी पे डायरेक्टली अटैक किया है। उनकी पार्टी भी ये बोल रही है कि नीतीश एक तरह से 2024 की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे, प्राइम मिनिस्टर की लड़ाई, लोकसभा की लड़ाई। उस पे आप कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करेंगे?
नहीं देखिए, जो पार्टी 2000 से कहीं न कहीं समता पार्टी के रूप में और कई रूपों में एनडीए का नेतृत्व किया और एक बार वो महागठबंधन का भी नेतृत्व किए, बिहार में अभी तक जनता दल यूनाइटेड अपने बूते कभी सरकार बनाने में सक्षम नहीं हुई। और वो भारत के यशस्वी प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी, जिसको पूरी दुनिया उनका लोहा मानती है और भारत को उन्होंने गौरवान्वित किया है। भारत के विकास में भी जो सतरंगी इंद्रधनुष नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने जो खींचा है उसकी पूरी दुनिया और पूरा देश तारीफ कर रहा है। समाज के सभी वर्गों के लोगों के लिए कल्याणकारी योजनाएं उनके घर तक पहुंचाई और एक नई सोच के साथ बिहार को पूरे वैश्विक कैनवास पर भारत को स्थापित किया है। तो और इस तरह के प्रधानमंत्री के बारे में उनकी टिप्पणी करना उन्हें शोभा नहीं देता जब वो अपने बल पर बिहार के मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बन सकते हैं अपने दल के ताकत पर। तो ऐसे व्यक्ति अगर प्रधानमंत्री बनने का उनका ख्वाहिश है और तो फिर जिनके साथ हैं उनके नेताओं को तय करना है कि आने वाले दिनों में उनकी क्या स्थिति रहेगी। हाँ। जो 2024 का चुनाव होगा उसमें कौन कौन दल की क्या स्थिति रहेगी, उनके कौन उम्मीदवार रहेंगे, ये सब तो भविष्य के गर्व की बात नहीं। ये आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूरे ताकत से
all of this will be decided by the opposition.
एनडीए की सरकार
And it is obviously, that is the biggest thing. It's not very clear exactly what happens as far as that prime ministerial candidateship is concerned. But I leave it at that. Tarkishore ji, you have responded to, of course, his jibe against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I leave it at that. I do thank you for joining us. But I do want to open this up to the debate now. The intentions and the aspirations of Nitish Kumar and whether they're going to come true or not. Nikhil Anand is spokesperson of Bihar BJP. Shilpi Arora is from the Congress party. Rajiv K. Singh is leader of the JDU joining us. Manisha Priyam, political analyst. Sanjay Kumar, professor and former director CSDS. And Manojit Mandal, spokesperson of the TMC that obviously has its own hat as far as the prime ministerial race is concerned, are joining us on the show. And many thanks to all of you for your time. Manisha Priyam, let me come to you first up. The language, the demeanor of Nitish Kumar today, do you think he has effectively sounded the bugle for 2024 and pitched himself, even if he denies that he doesn't have those ambitions? But that attack, especially on Narendra Modi coming in, that makes it clear, you think?
Yeah, I think it does make it clear. And the fact that he's timed it well. Remember, he didn't really have a grouse that was apparent against the BJP. His grouse, as far as we have understood it, is against Shri RCP Singh, who was one of his own partymen, and it was of him fabricating with the BJP or whatever. So to that extent, he's timed it very well because he's waited for what's happened in Maharashtra, and it's after that when he's doing it, then he's sounding as if, look, if the BJP can do this in Maharashtra, it can happen even with other alliance partners. So in a sense, or this is what the BJP can do in the arena of states. Now, to that extent, he speaks little, he's conveyed a message. It is a Goliath who's standing up to a David. In 2014, maybe Nitish Kumar and Narendra Modi were contenders with equal stature. But today, Narendra Modi is somewhere far ahead in that race. And he's been prime minister now for second term around, over a decade. Long experience Narendra Modi will have of prime ministership. And Nitish Kumar, if he challenges, and that's a big if, because we don't know what he's going to do in the days to come. Now, one would also like to look at the fact that Nitish Kumar did not let his political plans go out at all. He kept it within himself. Remember, he voted for Srimati Draupadi Murmu ji, who was a candidate of the NDA, of the BJP. He did not go along with Yashwant Sinha ji, who was a joint candidate of the opposition, backed even by the Congress party.
Right.
So he did not go in then, he comes in now, which means therefore that there was definitely some plan that he had of trying to project himself as a consensus candidate.
But can he
all
be?
These can only be guesses and inferences from some of the concrete moves Mr. Nitish Kumar has made. He is not a person who gives away anything very easily.
But
so
can
you
he
and
be?
I can
Manisha Priyam,
only
let's say
Yes.
he has that ambition and there's nothing wrong with it. Can he be the consensus candidate?
I don't know. What I can see in the short run, remember, politics is not such a big run horizon. In the short run, what's going to happen is that in the eastern states, important eastern states of West Bengal, Bihar, Jharkhand, there are going to be anti-BJP governments in place. Also Orissa, which doesn't have such an anti-government, but it has a non-BJP government. So what will happen is that you will have these 4 very important eastern states that will give out a message that there are non-BJP governments here. Now, apart from this, there will have to be a hobnobbing with the other important political leaders. Sharad Pawar is very, very important. TRS is extremely important because KCR, as you know, is a leader from down south of the Vindhyas, but he's also a Hindi-speaking leader. Now, how that pans out, you've got Stalin, who's very important, and in Tamil Nadu, there's a left government that's in place in the state of Kerala. Now, what kind of coalition can be stitched up, what kind of consensus can happen, one does not know at this point of time. But what I can see definitely is that in the eastern part of India, very important states will now say that, look, so many of us are chief ministers and we are all non-BJP chief ministers.
Right.
The consensus, however, may still elude, because I've just seen that Yashwant Sinha's candidature for presidential race was not a consensus, even though a lot of political parties combined to give him the backing. It had the TMC, it had the left, it had the Congress, it had Sharad Pawar, but you saw how the state government in Maharashtra was toppled soon thereafter. You could see the chinks in the armor. So before, there can be consensus, but any major move that they make, we have to believe that Narendra Modi and the BJP will also have their offensive ready, as you could see.
It's not just about the fact that it's not just about the fact that this is a David versus Goliath fight, as you very rightly put, but this is also about the fact that opposition unity has to come. There are no first amongst equals right now as far as the opposition contenders are concerned, and there are many contenders, and one that of course is perhaps ahead of some of the others you've named is Mamata Banerjee. Let me go across to some of our political representatives. Shilpi Arora is from the Congress party. Shilpi, the Gandhis are also a contender, right? Rahul Gandhi is being pitched as the biggest contender against Narendra Modi. The Congress reminds us day in, day out that he's the only one who talks against the BJP and takes them on, and even the RSS.
Of course.
So will you accept Nitish Kumar?
No, it's
much
too
more
early
experienced, has greater political heft than Rahul Gandhi.
See, it's too early to comment on this. Let the opposition be united and decide whatever they do. Then Congress will react to it accordingly. Like, I know if all opposition is united together, Congress is going to play a very significant role. In fact, Congress is going to be the backbone of that united opposition.
But that's no more the reality, Shilpi. Amongst regional satraps, the feeling is growing that the Congress writ cannot run. And they have shown that. The TMC has shown that. The Aam Aadmi Party has shown that.
No, amongst all, if you see, the Congress is the only national party and they are going to play a significant role. There's no doubt about it. And definitely, Bihar is just the example. You can see the mood of the people. And Nitish Kumar is a very good, what do you call, the weather specialist who can identify that. So you know how they formed the government in Bihar, how the results were held wherever the margin was less than 1,000 votes. The results were held. How undemocratically the government was formed in the Bihar. And right now it is a mood of the people. This is mood of the masses. It's not only Bihar. It's going to be all over India gradually, because see, the day is very important.
We'll leave that. I'll come to that a little bit later. Whether you can take on Narendra Modi, that's still a long way to go. But you have to still firm up your plans as an opposition. The Congress party can no longer claim to be the big brother. If you want the alliance partners to come together, you'll have to give up a little bit. Are you willing to?
Of course, we will be discussing it with our partners, and we'll formulate the strategy. Then whosoever is decided to be the PM candidate, we'll support that.
Okay.
Be it Rahul Gandhi, be it anybody else.
Manojit Mandal, you've got Nitish Kumar throwing his hat. Mamata Banerjee is already there. There is a KCR, there's a Stalin. There's possibly even Arvind Kejriwal. Maybe he wouldn't want to move out of Delhi as a Delhi Chief Minister just yet.
We certainly, at this point in time, do not think about the kind of discourse that you are trying to present about who versus Narendra Modi. For us, at this point in time, what is of cardinal importance is to see the gradual fall of BJP. What it has been doing, it has been done for the last 5-6 years. At least 20 of their alliance partners have deserted them. The biggest of them would be Shiv Sena, Shiromani Akali Dal, and now Mr. Nitish Kumar. That's what is of cardinal importance.
But how will you do that? How will you see to the gradual fall of the BJP? They're still on the ascendancy.
I'll tell you. It will be a fight between Bharat and Bharatiya Janata Party.
But you need a
Bharat
face.
will do. The people of India will do.
Manojit Mandal, you're talking in esoteric terms. You still need a face, right? Is the opposition going to be able to agree on a face?
I'll reply. Exactly 1.5 years ago, when the Bengal elections were being held, we asked the same questions, right? Did you answer? Did you mean BJP? The BJP's allies? The answer was no. Who versus Mamata? Because they did not have any face.
And Mamata won.
Here the battle is different. Here the battle is against the policies of Mr. Modi and the BJP government, how they are trying to survive by way of using, misusing, appropriating, misappropriating the government agencies. Even in this case, I won't be surprised even day after tomorrow, ED, CBI, and so on and so forth, they go and bug Mr. Nitish Kumar. I won't be surprised.
No, but Manojit,
this is the way they were trying to break
your
political
contention
parties.
against the BJP aside, no individual party, and certainly not the Congress party at this stage, is in a position to take on the BJP alone. So you have to come together if your ambitions have to be realized. That's the only thing I'm discussing.
Yes,
I'm not discussing what your opposition to BJP is.
Yeah, the principle that we need to work on and agree on is 1:1 fight. And look at, even if there is, you were talking about the state, there's only one state in this belt and it's tracking from eastern to the southern part where BJP is ruling, and that will probably also go in 2023 if Congress party gets their act together.
Okay, JDU.
So 1:1 fight, 1:1 fight.
But you need a prime ministerial face. We have seen that in Delhi. You mentioned Bengal. When you don't have a big face against a big face, it is almost always a losing fight. All right, Manojit, let me go across to Rajiv K. Singh of the JDU. Rajiv ji, this charge will come against the JDU that, as Tarkishore was saying, you've not been able to form a government in Bihar on your own. How do you even get to prime ministerial ambitions? That too against Narendra Modi, who will be two-time prime minister?
Can you come again?
I'm saying that how do you even get to this prime ministerial ambition that JDU has and has been talking about Nitish Kumar? कैसे 2024 में वो नरेंद्र मोदी को टक्कर देंगे?
सबसे पहले तो first of all I would like to thank you to conducting this debate, and I would not like to comment on Tarkeshwar Prasadji's view, because it is his own view. Every party has ambition, and every political leader has his own ambition, and we as a party, as a JDU, we also have our ambition. And Nitish Kumar has already proven himself. He is a fantastic candidate for Prime Minister. He has everything what a Prime Minister of India should have in, and uh, you can see he has clean image. This is the first point. The second one, I would like to appeal the entire opposition to unite against BJP, and this is the right time. And Nitish Kumar would be the best choice uh, uh, against the Narendra Modi. Secondly, I would like to say that not a single corruption charges in his entire political career. Nitish Kumar was minister in center also, and he is serving as a chief minister of Bihar from 2005. So he has a very clean image. And in India, I think very few political leaders have such clean image like Nitish Kumar. So he has everything that a prime minister should have.
नो बट आप करप्शन की जो बात कर रहे हैं, अब वापस वो आरजेडी के साथ चले गए तो वो करप्शन वाला प्लान तो उनका खत्म हो गया ना. अब वो हाई मॉरल ग्राउंड नहीं ले सकते. तेजस्वी के खिलाफ ही उन्होंने करप्शन की बात उठाई थी.
नहीं, करप्शन के खिलाफ हम अब भी हैं. वी आर अगेंस्ट करप्शन. आरजेडी के साथ जाने से ऐसा नहीं है कि जेडीयू करप्शन को सपोर्ट करता है. वी आर अगेंस्ट
बट दैट इज स्टिल लोअर इन द टोटल पोल. पहले है नेशनल एम्बिशन, ये तो प्रूव हो गया ना. करप्शन बाद में आता है, करप्शन का मुद्दा नीचे है. पहले ये है कि अपने आप को कैसे ऊपर रखना है. वो प्रिंसिपल से तो आपने कॉम्प्रोमाइज कर लिया.
नो मैम, with this political decision of Honorable Chief Minister Mr. Nitish Kumar ji, the new era of politics has started in Bihar as well as in India. और जहां तक करप्शन की बात है, हमने करप्शन से कॉम्प्रोमाइज ना पहले कभी किया था, ना आगे कभी करेंगे. ये तो बोलने की बातें हैं. जब आप किसी के खिलाफ जाते हैं तो आपके खिलाफ बोलता है.
ये बहुत अच्छा नहीं लग रहा राजीव सिंह सुन के कि आप कह रहे हैं कि करप्शन की तो बस बोलने की बात है. मतलब जो 2027 में बोला, 2017 में बोला नीतीश कुमार ने, वो बस बोलने की बात थी. इनसे तो और उनका जो इमेज है वो खराब होता है. बट एक सेकंड, आपने बोला द ऑपोजिशन शुड कम टुगेदर. आई डोंट नो, यू हैव योर ऑपोजिशन colleagues sitting here, whether they will do or not. But Sanjay Kumar, I'm coming to you. Is that unity possible? And is that unity possible at all behind Nitish Kumar? Where would you peg him in the race?
This is my view. This is my view.
Sure.
You have posed two questions. One, is unity is opposition unity possible for 2024? There is a big question mark on that. Even before 2019 Lok Sabha elections, we had seen that there have been several photo opportunity when leaders of various opposition parties stood on a platform, and it looked like as if there is going to be opposition unity for 2019 Lok Sabha elections. We already know that how fragmented, it was not badly fragmented, but it was the kind of opposition unity is required for defeating a mighty party like BJP. Was not evident, was not seen in 2019. I don't see any sign of opposition unity for 2024. Look at what happened in for the presidential election and for the vice presidential election.
Yes,
there are lots of egos between the leaders of regional party, and that ego is going to come in between when it comes to discussing the name who is going to lead the opposition. So the Nitish Kumar being accepted as the face of the opposition parties or face of the united opposition, that is also that I would put a big question mark on that also. As discussed earlier also, there are various leaders of various regional parties who are very popular in their own state. You can talk about Mamata Banerjee, Arvind Kejriwal, KCR. Nitish is popular in his own state. So I don't think it's easy. It will be easy for these leaders to accept Nitish Kumar as the consensus candidate. And remember, Nitish Kumar of today is no more Nitish Kumar of 2014 and 15. that was the time when Nitish Kumar's popularity was on the rise. Now Nitish Kumar's popularity is on the decline.
Right.
2020 assembly election, his popularity and Tejaswi's popularity in Bihar was almost equal. And when I say this, this is based on the surveys which we conducted and a very simple question which we asked in that survey. Who would you like to see as the next chief minister?
Right.
And Tejaswi Yadav and Nitish Kumar were neck to neck. So it's not that Nitish Kumar is still as popular as he used to be, but yes, he still has some advantage, and the advantage is he doesn't come from a dynasty, and he still has a clean image.
Okay. I want to go across to Shatrughan Sinha, who's also joining us. Let's see what he has to say as far as this mighty gauntlet that Nitish Kumar has thrown is concerned. Shatrughan Sinha, thanks a lot for joining us here on CNN News 18. I want to begin by asking you, Nitish Kumar today said that 2014 में जो आए थे वो 2024 में नहीं आएंगे. प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी, उनकी पॉपुलैरिटी अभी भी बढ़ रही है, लेकिन नीतीश कुमार ये कह रहे हैं कि 2024 में पैकअप हो जाएगा. क्या आपको लगता है ये सिर्फ कहने की बात है? ऐसा हो सकता है?
2000 माने होने को तो खैर कुछ भी हो सकता है. ये क्या बात कर रही हैं आप? कुछ भी हो सकता है. और एक बात और याद रखें, राजनीति में जो लोग आज हैं वो कल नहीं थे, जो कल थे वो कल नहीं होंगे. ये परिवर्तन चलता रहता है. तो अगर ये कहा है तो उसको उस नजरिए से मत देखिए कि 2014 के लोग 2024 में नहीं होंगे. मतलब कि तब तक बहुत परिवर्तन हो जाएगा. जो कल थे वो आज नहीं हैं, जो आज हैं वो शायद कल नहीं रहेंगे. ये तो जीवन का दस्तूर है. लाइफ जीवन ऐसे ही चलती है, जिंदगी ऐसे ही चलती है, और खासकर पॉलिटिक्स में तो ऐसे ही चलता है. लेकिन जब नीतीश बाबू ने ऐसा कहा है तो मुझे लगता है जिस तरह से परिवर्तन हुआ है और जिस तरह से आज सारे एलाई छोड़ के हमारे रूलिंग पार्टी के फ्रेंड जो हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के फ्रेंड, जिस फैमिली का मैं भी 25, 26, 27 साल तक साथ दिया है मैंने, और हम साथ रहे हैं, मेरी फैमिली रही है वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी, वहां पे सारे बड़े बड़े एलाई देखा आपने कैसे चले जा रहे हैं. यानी चाहे अकाली दल की बात मत करो, शिवसेना की बात मत करो, जितने लोगों ने आपकी खिलाफत की या जितने लोगों से आपका मनमुटाव हुआ वो आपको छोड़ के चले गए अपने अपने सिद्धांतों के आधार पर. और अभी सबसे ज्यादा ट्रस्टवर्दी, सबसे ज्यादा डिपेंडेबल और सबसे ज्यादा बढ़िया इमेज का चीफ मिनिस्टर जो डायनेस्टी से भी नहीं है, वो नीतीश कुमार ने आपका साथ छोड़ दिया. और आज आप नीतीश कुमार के बारे में ऐसी ऐसी बातें कर रहे हैं, उन्हें ठग दिए, ठग वो सगा नहीं और ठगा नहीं और क्या क्या. और नीतीश कुमार के बारे में तो पहले भी आप कह रहे थे उनका डीएनए मांगा था, आप लोगों ने डीएनए बात की थी. नीतीश कुमार ने खुद कहा था भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बारे में बड़का झूठा पार्टी बीजेपी. नीतीश कुमार के बारे में आपने कहा था हमारे माननीय नहीं वही तो आ रहा हूं, उसी पे आ रहा हूं. प्रधानमंत्री, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या कहा था? जनता दल यूनाइटेड का मतलब हुआ जनता के ऊपर उत्पीड़न और अत्याचार की पार्टी, समथिंग लाइक दैट. और उन्होंने डीएनए में मांगा था बिहार का. अंत में मिले ना वो. राजनीति में तो लोग रंग बदलते हैं, राजनीति में मैटर ऑफ कन्वीनियंस भी चलता है. आपने वो मिले, आज ये लोग मिल गए. पलटू चाचा बोला तो कल ये यंग डैशिंग डायनेमिक बिहार की इच्छा और अपेक्षा का प्रतीक जो तेजस्वी यादव है, उसने कहा ना कि चलो परिवार में तो होता है, चाचा भतीजा में हो गया, घर घर में लड़ाई होती है. एक लाइन से उसने बात खत्म कर दी. तो ये कोई ना बड़ी बात है और ना ही राजनीति में कोई बुरी बात है.
Okay, but can I ask you my second question? You are the TMC MP, but you are saying the most deserving and the most clean image chief minister is Nitish Kumar. Then how will this 2024 battle be decided? Because there are many claimants on who will be the opposition candidate. Will it be Nitish Kumar or Mamata Banerjee? One will have to be picked.
अल्टीमेटली फैसला होगा भारत की जनता करेगी और विपक्षी दल मिलकर करेंगे, उनके लीडर्स मिलकर करेंगे. ये हमने ये नहीं कहा कि मोस्ट डिजर्विंग, हमने कहा नीतीश कुमार हैज प्रूवन हिमसेल्फ नाउ वन ऑफ द टॉलेस्ट लीडर्स एंड अ लीडर ऑफ स्टैंडिंग एंड लीडर विथ अंडरस्टैंडिंग, क्लीन इमेज का आदमी वो है नीतीश कुमार. आज ही कम्स इनटू द फोरफ्रंट. He is certainly in the front line now as the most desirable candidate, one of the most desirable candidates. Having said this, let me also tell you खेला हॉबे किसने शुरू किया? ममता बनर्जी ने। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हमारे फ्रेंड्स का इतना धन शक्ति का दुरुपयोग, मैन पावर, मनी पावर, गन पावर, गून पावर, क्या क्या नहीं हुआ बंगाल में। उसके बाद उन्होंने परखच्चे उड़ा दिए रूलिंग पार्टी के, इस कदर जीत के आई वहां से कि आज विश्व में वो रोल मॉडल बन गई हैं। एंड वो सिंपल लेडी ममता बनर्जी, क्वीन ऑफ हवाई चप्पल एंड क्वीन ऑफ कॉटन साड़ी, आज उनका मुकाबला पूरे देश में क्या विश्व में बहुत कम लोग करेंगे। अब वो सामने आ गई। इधर हमारे अपने भाई नीतीश कुमार, जो मोस्ट मैच्योर्ड लीडर, पॉलिटिकली मोस्ट मैच्योर्ड लीडर, ही प्रूव्ड हिमसेल्फ, आज वो सामने हैं। इधर से राहुल की पार्टी, कांग्रेस पार्टी आज द लार्जेस्ट पार्टी है पार्लियामेंट में, एंड कांग्रेस एंड राहुल दे आर डूइंग क्वाइट वेल नाउ। अभी बहुत बढ़िया उन्होंने जिस तरह से प्रदर्शन वगैरह किया, जो हंगामा किया है इन फेवर ऑफ पब्लिक के सपोर्ट में, इशूज में, बहुत अच्छा किया है।
तो
अब
who will the
इनमें
opposition
से भारत
pick?
की जनता डिसाइड करेगी।
शत्रुघ्न सिन्हा जी, लेकिन इलेक्शन से पहले एक फेस
Opposition
डिसाइड
pick
करना
बिल्कुल।
पड़ेगा ना, और इतनी सारी ईगोज हैं, आप सब इन सबके नाम ले रहे
करेंगे
हैं
ना,
कैसे डिसाइड होगा? ईगोज इतनी बड़ी बड़ी है।
अजी तो आपको और हमें, आपको हमें इतनी चिंता क्यों है? कर लेंगे ना, हो जाएगा ना। 2024 है, अभी अभी तैयारियां होंगी। अभी देखिए, आपको कहते हैं हु विल बी द पिक, ये सवाल तो रूलिंग पार्टी में भी जा सकता है। अभी बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं कि रूलिंग पार्टी में भी कोई लोग तैयार हो रहे हैं या तैयार हो गए हैं, एक दूसरे दावेदार हो चुके हैं। अब आपको देखना होगा कि मोदी है तो मुमकिन है चलेगा, कि मोदी है तो नामुमकिन है ये भी चलेगा, क्योंकि आपके वहां पे भी काफी अब इंटर क्लैश हो रही है वहां पे। शुरू होगी ये जो सब लास्ट नेल इन द कॉफिन ऑफ इंडियन पॉलिटिक्स और सेंट्रल पॉलिटिक्स सीम्स टू बी नीतीश कुमार का जाना, और इस तरह जाना।
So you are saying this will turn the tide against Narendra Modi?
This could turn the tide.
Okay.
जैसे हमने ममता बनर्जी के बारे में कहा कि ममता बनर्जी could prove herself as a real game changer in 2024, उसी तरह से ये टाइड जो है आप देख रहे हैं, बहुत बड़ी बात हुई है। बौखलाहट हमारे दोस्तों का, बीजेपी साहब समझ जाइए, जिस तरह से वो प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, घबरा रहे हैं, जिस तरह से नीतीश कुमार को, चीफ मिनिस्टर को गालियां दे रहे, इतनी गालियां दे रहे, इतना गलत आदमी था नीतीश कुमार, तो उसके साथ सरकार क्यों बनाई थी आपने? सरकार आपने बनाई, मीठा मीठा गप गप, कड़वा कड़वा थू थू। अब पसंद नहीं आया आपको, उसने एक वाइज डिसीजन लिया, एक टाइमली डिसीजन लिया, और छोड़ के आगे बाहर आपको बिहार के भले के लिए, देश के भले के लिए, और सबसे ज्यादा विपक्ष और देश की राजनीति के भले के लिए। तो अब आपको अचानक नीतीश कुमार बहुत बुरे लग रहे हैं, उनको गालियां दे रहे हैं। आप तो गालियां पहले भी दे चुके हैं, और क्या क्या नहीं किया आपने।
बट शत्रुघ्न जी, ये तो सवाल उठेगा ही ना नीतीश कुमार पे। वो कितनी बार पलट मार चुके हैं, पिछले 10 सालों में 3 बार हो चुका है, और इतनी ऑपोजिट साइड पे पलटी मारी है, ये तो सवाल बनेगा ही नीतीश कुमार पे। बट मैं आपसे एक आखिरी सवाल पूछना चाहती हूँ। आप इतने सारे लोगों की बात कर रहे हैं जो खिचड़ी बन जाती है ऑपोजिशन में। पहली बात तो ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी हमें देखने को मिली नहीं है। प्रेसिडेंशियल इलेक्शंस जो हुए हैं उसमें ऑपोजिशन यूनिटी की भी धज्जियां उड़ी हैं, जो आप बोल रहे हैं बीजेपी की उड़ी थी बंगाल में। और दूसरी बात, जब खिचड़ी बन जाती है, मोदी वर्सेस ऑल हो जाता है, तो हमने 2019 में भी देखा है, नहीं चला वो।
देखिए, आप जो कह रही हैं, पहले उसके पहले मुझे इस पे रिस्पॉन्ड करना ही पड़ेगा। जो आपने कहा कि कितनी बार पलटी मारेंगे नीतीश बाबू, अगर ये करेंगे आप, तो ये भी कहना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि सेंट्रल हमारे लीडर, हमारे फ्रेंड जो हैं, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, उनके तमाम लोग जो हैं, कितनी बार ये हरकतें करेंगे उनके लोग कि गोवा में सरकार खरीदेंगे बेचेंगे, कितनी बार करेंगे मध्य प्रदेश में सरकार तोड़ेंगे और खरीदेंगे। आपको पता है, और मुझे विश्वसनीय सूत्रों से पता है कि इस बार बिहार में भी पैसे का खेल हो रहा था, रिकॉर्डिंग मिल चुकी है, उसमें 1-2 मंत्री भी शामिल हैं, मंत्रियों के नाम भी शायद हम में से बहुतों को पता है। अब ये इतना हो चुका है रिकॉर्डिंग। नीतीश बाबू बहुत मैच्योर्ड आदमी है। ये खरीद बिक्री की दुकान या सो कॉल लोकतंत्र की हत्या कब तक होते रहेगी? तो प्रधानमंत्री, या प्रधानमंत्री में डायरेक्ट नहीं कह रहा हूं, उनके लोग जो भी हों, ये लोग जब ये कहते हैं ऐसी बातें या करते हैं ऐसी बातें, तो वो ठीक है। और नीतीश बाबू ने अगर जनहित में, बिहार के हित में, और यहाँ चूंकि ज्यादा ऑप्शन नहीं है, इसलिए अगर कुछ पलटी मारी, या ममता बनर्जी ने जब अपने खुंदक से और अपनी खुददारी से सामने आकर व्हील चेयर पर भी आके लोगों के परखच्चे उड़ा दिए तो वो गलत है। वाह, ये तो सही नहीं दिखता है ना मुझे। आप मेरी बात पे अगर गौर करेंगे तो पाएंगे कि मेरी
नहीं, मैं आपकी बात रखती हूँ,
सत्य भी है,
बट इस खिचड़ी से क्या सॉल्व हो जाएगा 2024 का मामला? मोदी वर्सेस ऑल हैजंट वर्कड।
अरे खिचड़ी पे, इस पे भी एक बात कह दूं, थोड़ा सा संक्षेप में ही कहूंगा। देखिए, खिचड़ी की जो बात की ना आपने, आज तक कोई पार्टी, जब हम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी की सरकार में हम खुद कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर थे और हमसे खुद अटल जी ने कहा था खुद कि नहीं, इतने लोगों को लेके हम नहीं चला पाएंगे सरकार, लेकिन चलाई, और क्या खूब चलाई। लोग उनके वक्त में कंसेंसस था, कॉन्फ्रंटेशन नहीं था। अभी अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी के वक्त में फादर फिगर, भूतपूर्व और अभूतपूर्व प्रधानमंत्री भारत के अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी, उनके वक्त में लोकशाही थी। आज दुख के साथ कहना पड़ता है कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के वक्त में बहुत लोगों को तानाशाही दिखाई पड़ रही है, अथॉरिटेरियन रूल दिखाई पड़ रहा है, और इसलिए जो है उनके अपने कितने लोग एलाइज जा चुके, तो वो भी तो बहुत सारे एलाइज के साथ सो कॉल्ड खिचड़ी के साथ ही सरकार चला रहे हैं वो। और जिस तरह एलाइज अगर कम हो गए, सब मिलके चलाए ना, मिलके कम हो गए, तो इसीलिए का कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि अंत में ये आ जाए कि मोदी है तो नामुमकिन है।
चलिए, I leave it at that. Shatrughan Sinha, Bihari Babu, thanks a lot for joining us and giving us your take on the recent events in Bihar.
Thank you. Thank you.
I have to leave it at that. A big thanks to our guests for joining us earlier as well. We'll slip into a very short break. On the other side, a very special conversation also lined up.
Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishnan Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Muhammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into the waters surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle-ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations, it caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
Two men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the two men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the two men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The two men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था. इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया.
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है? जी बताइए.
Thanks a lot for staying with us. 10th ranked Lakshya Sen came from behind to cement his status as the rising global badminton star and a giant killer himself by winning his first Commonwealth gold on Monday. In the last 10 months alone, Lakshya has achieved a lot of his lakshyas and proved himself to be a player for the big stage. He has won the bronze medal at the 2021 World Championships. He's been a runner-up at the 2022 All England Open. He also defeated, remember, reigning world champion to win his India Open final, thus clinching his first Super 500 title. Lakshya was also part of the Indian men's team for Thomas Cup 2022. That's scripted history. And now he has clinched a Commonwealth gold. And Lakshya Sen, our newsmaker, is joining me now. Lakshya, first of all, many congratulations. It was great to talk to you after your World Championship bronze and now after the Commonwealth gold. The last 9 months, how would you describe them? It's like a dream come true. You must be on cloud 9.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here. And yeah, I think it's been a good last 1 year for me. And yeah, I hope I continue this form in another World Championship that is coming up now, and then in future as well. And yeah, and thank you again.
You've said already that when you went into the Commonwealth Games, you were very confident that you can win the gold. Where was this confidence coming from, and how would you assess your performance?
It is a very different kind of atmosphere when it comes to Commonwealth Games, where it was my first multi-sporting event in the senior
Seniors, yeah.
category. So yeah, I didn't really put a lot of pressure that what is going to happen and what is not going to happen. And but yeah, I had that belief that I can, if I play well to my potential, and if I do the things right, I can do well in this tournament. And yeah, I just tried to focus on one match at a time, and then let's see.
Can you talk to me a little bit about your celebration? That's being talked about a lot. You said earlier that you haven't seen it back, but you took your shirt off, which is very a la Saurav Ganguly. There was a salute, which is being compared to a Man City salute. So where did that celebration come from?
I think it's a really important tournament for India, and yeah, I definitely wanted to win it once I was in the finals. And but yeah, the how the match went was a little bit roller coaster, where he was up in the beginning, and then I
Hmm.
came back from the back and won it. So I think that makes it even more that the celebration. I didn't plan anything before this, so
Yeah.
whatever came into my mind, I just did. And yeah, I was just I think I was very reactive at that moment, and I was not uh, what to do when I threw the racket to the crowd. And I
Yes.
think the crowd had been very amazing in that tournament. So it was uh, a present for them as well to get one of the t-shirts and one of the rackets by me.
And where did that salute come from? As I mentioned, it's being compared to a Man City celebration. So did that come from somewhere? Is that an ode to something?
No, that was completely random. I didn't plan anything on that. But yeah, I think I saw the post where they related it to Man City.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think even they congratulated me after the match, so, which was very nice.
All right. So give me a sense of your last 9 months. Last 1 year, as you said, you've built a lot of confidence. Has that helped you in achieving so much in such a short period? The confidence level has changed in you?
Yeah, I think it came step by step, where the first time I played the big event like World Championships and like a World Tour final. So I think those kind of tournaments gave me a lot of belief that okay, this is possible. And yeah, since then I've always been trying to learn something new, and trying to keep myself fit, and trying to improve on my fitness levels.
Okay.
And big thank you to the whole team who is working behind me, trainers, physios, coaches, to keep me fresh and ready for every tournament.
Yeah. You've obviously credited Sai also for giving you a trainer that has helped you in your recovery. But I was talking to your father the day that you won your medal, and he was telling me about your mental fortitude, where that comes from. He said you've always been very competitive, but something has switched in you after the competitions that you had, let's say, starting from Bali. And then, of course, you went on to win a medal at the World Championship. So do you think something has switched, the level of mental fortitude and focus, and therefore the results are coming?
I think, and the experience of those big events and those big medals,
Hmm.
I think they teach you a lot. I think no other training sessions I've learned this much, where I where I learned in a tournament or a match situation.
Hmm.
So I think, as my dad said, when I played in Bali, when I played back in Europe, I played continuous tournaments and just uh, trying to maintain the fitness and try and keep playing big tournaments. So I think that gave me a lot of confidence and a lot of learning from those events, and
Hmm.
then the learning has been constant from then. But yeah, I think those big matches, those big tournaments, it teaches you a lot.
So you've been, racking up these wins, as I mentioned. It's been a glorious 9-month run for you, and we hope it continues. But what next for you? You've got a World Championship coming up. You've won a Commonwealth Gold, but the expectations automatically go towards Olympics. Are you already feeling that pressure?
I would say right now we are much more focused on the World Championships and trying to get there. But yeah, I think back of the mind, it's there on everyone's head that okay, it's not far that there is Olympic coming up in like next within 2 years. So the qualifications will start next year,
Hmm.
March, April. So I think yeah, you have to really start preparing for that as a goal. But yeah, at the same time, try and play the tournament which are coming before that, and I think those are also quite a big event.
And how would you describe the response that you got earlier at the airport? You got a rousing welcome. You even shook a leg a little bit, danced with your family, friends, and others. You've become a household name. So how has the response been this time around?
Yeah, it keeps getting better. Like when I came from the World Championship, they were all there, and I think they are very supportive that way. That they are always at the airport whenever I win a medal. So a big thank you to all of them, the academy, my family, friends, everyone who came out there today. And yeah, I think as the results keep coming, the celebrations are getting bigger and bigger after each tournament.
As they should, as they should. Your medals are also getting bigger. But tell me a little bit about being part of this badminton era in India, being part of this contingent, for example, at the Commonwealth Games. India almost swept the badminton events, just before you. Sindhu won her gold, which was her first. You won your gold. Satvik and Chirag won in their category. So it's been great performances overall. Do you guys feed over each other's energy, and has that also helped you?
I think it gives you a lot of uh, positive energy. And then I would like to mention this when I was just warming up before my match, and Sindhu Vidi just finished her match, and for her the national anthem was playing. So I think that also motivated me a lot to repeat it on the next match. And yeah, I think it was uh, a really nice tournament for all of us where
Yes.
everyone. Whoever was there in the final won their matches, and yeah, it is a good moment for Indian badminton.
It was a good moment. Finally, let me ask you, how was that moment for you when the national anthem was played and the national flag went up after your win?
Yeah, it's a very emotional moment for every one of us, and uh, and yeah, a dream come true to really win a Commonwealth Games gold.
All right, I'll leave it at that. Lakshay, enjoy a little bit of time off and soak in all of the wishes that are coming your way. Big thanks for joining us and giving us your time. On that note, it is time for me to take your leave. My colleague Anand will be joining you next.
Namaste and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We start with big news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the killers of Amreen Bhatt, Rahul Bhatt, and those who have perpetrated multiple attacks on innocents in Jammu and Kashmir have now been neutralized. That's the big news that's coming in, that the forces have
have gunned down 3 terrorists of the Lashkar and its proxy, the Resistance Front. In fact, that includes a commander of the Lashkar, Latif Radar. Latif Radar, it's a CNN News 18 big exclusive coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. It's a huge success. Even as the crackdown of the forces on radical elements and terrorist elements continues, even with the OGWs, that's also on. But Rahul Bhatt's killers have been neutralized. It's taken a while for them to nab this person, but for nearly a decade, Latif Radar has been wreaking havoc and claiming the lives of innocents in Jammu and Kashmir. It's a big success for the forces. The Special Operations Group, that's the team in Jammu and Kashmir, has been able to achieve a phenomenal effort of the forces there in Jammu and Kashmir. The killers of Rahul Bhatt and Amreen Bhatt are now dead. 3 terrorists of the Lashkar have been neutralized. This happened in the Chadura area where they turned around. We'll try and get more details with Tejinder Sodhi, who is live at this point. Yes, Tejinder, when and where did this happen?
Yes, Anand, you rightly pointed out that this is a major success for the security forces. This operation started around 2 in the night when security forces got the input about the presence of 3 dreaded terrorists inside a house in secluded area in Badgam district, and after that the coordinate search operation was launched. These terrorists, they were asked to surrender. However, they started firing towards the security forces, and the gunfight that lasted for more than 12 hours, 3 dreaded terrorists have been gunned down. The Director General of Jammu and Kashmir Police, Dilbag Singh, has said that one of the terrorists who has been eliminated has been identified as Latif Ahmed Rathar, who has been an operational commander of the Resistance Front, which is the frontal of Lashkar-e-Toiba, which has been carrying out target killing across Kashmir Valley. And with the elimination of Latif Rathar, the security forces have eliminated the top leadership of the Resistance Front, which is the frontal of Lashkar-e-Toiba in Kashmir Valley. Now the focus is on Basit, who is the chief of the TRF in Kashmir Valley. So a big success. This Latif Rathar is the one who is responsible for killing several killings of security forces. In 2013, he killed an SHO of the area. Then he was also involved in the martyrdom of 8 army personnel when their vehicle was targeted. So there are numerous terror crimes which this terrorist Latif Rathar was involved in. He is active since 2000. So clearly 22 years he has been active. For 22 years we are told that he surrendered, then he was recycled and he became the commander of the Resistance Front. But today big win for the security forces that this Latif Rathar has been eliminated, and security forces have avenged.
So 2013 he killed 8 army personnel. Is this the same Latif Rathar who killed Rahul Bhatt? I have Mr. Dilbag Singh, DGP JNK, with us on the phone line. Namaste, Dilbag Singh ji. This is Anand Narasimhan here. Big congratulations to you and your team. This is a big win. This is a big success, neutralizing Latif Rathar.
Thank you very much. Good evening to you. This is indeed a very big win not only for the security forces, but also for the people, also for the victims. A fellow who initially became active terrorist in 2001, cycled 3 times. Every time he came out of the jail after facing trial, he would again recycle. 15 killings, minimum 15 killings, and 28 people shot and injured by him over the past so many years, especially from 2012 onward, 13 onward. That fellow was involved killing of Rahul Bhatt, killing of Amreen Bhatt, killing of 8 army personnel, and injuring 19 of them in 2013 in an attack on army convoy in Nogam. He was responsible for killing of SHO Chadura, SI Shabir Ahmed in 2013. There is a series of killings. In 2022, he is responsible for killing of Amir Lone, a police constable, then subsequently shooting and injuring 2 laborers, killing of Ghulam Hassan Dar, a police constable from Srinagar, killing of Rahul Bhatt, killing of Amreen Bhatt, killing of Saifullah Qadri, of a police constable working in SOG Srinagar.
Yes.
A long number, a series of killings by this person. He was a dreaded terrorist 2001 and 2022 has come to an end today.
If I remember correctly, he was also always there among the top 3 in the list of those who needed to be neutralized in the valley. Can you tell us a little bit about the operation? How did you go about achieving this success? And we're given to understand that 2 more of his associates have also been neutralized.
Yes, this fellow was having number of hideouts. He would come from Badgam to Srinagar, half a dozen hideouts in Srinagar city. Every time we went after him, he was lucky to escape from Srinagar hideout. We were tracking him for the past over 1 year now, and everywhere he went, we were sort of caging him. He was active in Pulwama, in Badgam, in Srinagar, in Naugam area. 2 of his associates from Khunmo area were also active along with him. The Khunmo fellow is responsible for killing of a Sarpanch from Khunmo and another civilian. So for the past over a year or so, these 2 guys were also moving around with him and part of the killings that this fellow executed. It was a very, very consistent hard work put in by our policemen, by our police force, and especially our SOG, who were able to generate an hint about his movement and location in Badgam, on the basis of which this operation was carried out. And I'm happy that this operation has ended in the killing of this dreaded terrorist who was responsible for so many killings.
Congratulations to you and your team, and big win for everybody in Jammu and Kashmir. There are just 1 or 2 who are perhaps the Hydra or top heads of the Hydra which need to be neutralized. We just sincerely hope that that also is achieved in the near future. Thank you very much, Dilbagh Singh ji, for speaking with us.
ऐसी स्वार्थ भरी नीतियों से देश के ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर का बोझ भी बढ़ता ही जाएगा। ऐसी हताशा में ये लोग भी अब काले जादू की तरफ मुड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं। तिरंगा भारत की एकता का, भारत की अखंडता का और भारत की विविधता का भी एक प्रतीक है।
As he dedicated a 2G ethanol plant at Panipat to the nation, trying to say that we need to move towards alternative fuels and reduce our dependence on these fossil fuels, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also turning around and saying that stop gravity politics, trying to draw the line between the welfare state and welfare policies for those who really need it, and these dole-outs that are given by political parties to get votes. He called out this selfish politics, this freebie culture. He also called out what he said is this entire Kala Jadoo kind of an attempt that is being made by, and that was a direct attack at the Congress party. He called out saying that such politics has been rejected in the past. It will not survive. It is actually going to hurt the country. He also said that those who are trying to play politics around the tricolor, the Tiranga, is also very, very unfortunate, and that should not be done. Prime Minister Narendra Modi unsparing with the political opposition, even as there has been a huge amount of batting for the freebie culture by Arvind Kejriwal, and also calling out the Congress's Black Day protest, which the Home Minister had said was done deliberately on the 2nd anniversary of the Bhumi Pujan of Ram Mandir. So he's turned around and taken on both the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, but not specifically the Aam Aadmi Party, all those in the opposition who have advocated and turned around and said that freebies is something that a state has to give. The state finances have been questioned, and this is something, this Revdi Rivaz or the aspect of just doling out freebies has been questioned. There are other political parties too who have challenged the Prime Minister, saying, look within your own backyard, and do we really have to agree with you? And we have to do what the state requires. Giving people help cannot be called freebies. That's the turnaround or the counter argument that's come from the opposition. But meanwhile, before we dive into the debate, quickly playing out some portions of the Prime Minister's speech today.
अगर राजनीति में ही स्वार्थ होगा तो कोई भी आकर पेट्रोल डीजल भी मुफ्त देने की घोषणा कर सकता है। ऐसे कदम हमारे बच्चों से उनका हक छीनेंगे, देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनने से रोकेंगे। ऐसी स्वार्थ भरी नीतियों से देश के ईमानदार टैक्स पेयर का बोझ भी बढ़ता ही जाएगा। हमारे देश में भी कुछ लोग हैं जो नकारात्मकता के भंवर में फंसे हुए हैं, निराशा में डूबे हुए हैं। सरकार के खिलाफ झूठ पर झूठ बोलने के बाद भी जनता जनार्दन ऐसे लोगों पर भरोसा करने को तैयार नहीं है। ऐसी हताशा में ये लोग भी अब काले जादू की तरफ मुड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं। आज आजादी के 75 वर्ष बाद जब हम नए भारत की यात्रा शुरू कर रहे हैं तो तिरंगा एक बार फिर भारत की एकता और चेतना का प्रतिनिधित्व कर रहा है।
Well, let's dive into the debate. Is this going to get votes? This freebie culture and this Kala Jadoo kind of politics that is oppose everything that the government proposes, whether irrespective of the fact whether it is good for the country or not. Putting the country first, the people's interest first, and doing politics that is that keeps Rashtaniti at the center stage, at the fulcrum. That's the question that the Prime Minister is asking, telling politicians. The direct jibe that is going across at the opposition, from the Congress to the Trinamool to the Aam Aadmi Party and various others. But there are jibes that have come back too. Let's go across to our guests and ask them their thoughts and their points of view. Whether or not this is the one, this is the way to win votes. Is this selfish politics? Is it selfless politics? Is it welfare politics? Is there a line that needs to be drawn between freebies and welfare? Aparajita Sarangi, BJP MP and National Spokesperson with us. Lokesh Jindal, Congress leader with us. Dr. Shashi Panja, Trinamool Congress spokesperson and Bengal Cabinet Minister with us. Ratan Shardaji, researcher and author, RSS researcher and author. Sohail Seth, columnist and author. Namaste to all of you. Thank you very, very much for joining us and thank you for your patience. We had a big development from Jammu and Kashmir. That's why a little bit of a delay in starting the debate, and I appreciate your patience. It's a big success for all of us, what we have achieved in Jammu and Kashmir in neutralizing Latif Radha. But let's come back to this. Is this the right way to do politics? And do you agree, disagree with the Prime Minister? Sohail Seth.
So I have 4 things here to say very quickly. Number 1, welfare must not be confused with freebies. Welfare is for those who need that welfare. Freebies as an inducement to win elections is a no-no. No matter which party does it, whether the BJP does it, Congress, anyone. We cannot have a country where you actually almost bribe voters to vote for you because of either what you give or what you plan to give or what you promise to offer. That's number 1. Number 2, and you very rightly alluded to it, I completely understood Prime Minister Modi's comment ki kale uspe mud rahe hain. It was more in the vein of sarcasm rather than suggesting that, you know, any party is indulging in black magic. So I don't think too much should be read into it. Third, protests by all means, but protests must have a solution. You can't have a country where any political party, again, has a problem for a solution. I said this earlier, your channel and others, that if Parliament is in session, by all means protest, but then also let Parliament run, because that's where the laws are going to be made. They're not going to be made under the statue of Mahatma Gandhi ji. That's third. Number 4, everyone has to realize that we are all batting for one thing, and that is to make India self-reliant, to make India prosperous, and make sure that every Indian has the dignity of life, liberty, and livelihood. If that is what we are aligned on, you cannot allow personal egos to come in the way of the development of the country. And that's my limited view. See, political brownie points will be, sought by every political party, and that's the nature of the beast. But let's, for once at least, agree that on certain national cause, there cannot be any protest for the sake of protest. Of course, have a protest. It's our democratic right. But make sure that protest results in some resolution, in some solution. We cannot keep protesting because the government has mooted something, it's bad. Then question the government. The only way you can question them is in parliament. And if I were the Congress or any other political party, with due respect, I would actually put the government on the mat in a place where the government can be on the mat, which is in parliament. If you protest outside wearing whatever color of clothes you wear, people are going to say that, oh, you're protesting just for the sake of protesting. So even the protest, if it is serious, will not be viewed seriously. Those are my initial comments.
Ji. Lokesh Jindal, how do you want to respond before I bring in the ladies, Shashi Panja ji and Aparajita ji?
Yes, in fact, recently CMIE has come up with its report where it has pointed out that the unemployment rate has increased from 7.1% in May to 7.8% in June. Now, along all the parameters, whether it is unemployment, whether it is inflation, which has shot above 7%, the decline, the fall in HDI ranking in India. Further, we see that National Family Health Survey, it has presented a dismal picture. And we see that there is a falling credit rating, the rupee is falling as per dollar. Further, we see that the government, rather than giving some form of social security safety net to the masses, it has reduced the MP Narega outlay, it has reduced the fertilizer subsidy, it has reduced, in fact, the percentage of health and education sector has been reduced. The point is, rather than putting a medicine, applying some form of a remedial solution to the problems, the government has been simply ignoring it. And that is the reason, in order to bring attention that what is required for the society, for the country at large, for a common man, Congress has come to the street and it has brought the attention of the government. Okay, this is what you need to do. Right from after the budget, we were telling that focus on the MSME. It is the greatest employer for the in order to reduce unemployment, but the government did not pay heed to it. Whenever in the parliament we are raising any form of a concern, either the parliamentarians are heckled out, a chance. So Congress did the right thing of bringing to the notice that, okay, fine, the society and the economy is in trouble. If the government does not take care of it, India would have a difficult time in the future.
Right. But the point is that Congress has the responsibility of quoting data, right, and also listening to the counter argument, right, and be in parliament when the finance minister is speaking. When the finance minister turned around and said what the budgetary allocations for MSME and the MSME performance is and how many MSMEs were saved from bankruptcy, the Congress wasn't present in parliament. The other aspect is you quoted the same CMI data which I have access to, but you stopped at the month of June. But in the month of July, unemployment has come down, and in the month of July, inflation has also come down. So when you quote data which is history, and you want to you get economical with the fact because the present is inconvenient, then that is not fair. Because the unemployment data, I have it in my hand, is 6.8% in the month of July. Inflation has also come down in the month of July. So you quoted me till June. So you have to also have the responsibility of quoting the facts at the right point, and the protest should have happened when inflation was at its highest, not when it has dropped. It was timed to a particular day. So that's the point. The finance minister is on record in parliament countering all the arguments that you have made right now, but the Congress was absent in parliament at that time when that argument was being made. Now let me ask the parliamentarian, and I'll also bring in Dr. Shashi Panja after that. Aparajita ji. One of the counters, Aparajita ji, sorry, one of the counters that came in is that Yogi Adityanath, this Arvind Kejriwal has also tweeted that Yogi Adityanath announced free bus rides for senior citizens. So he's saying the president, the prime minister is proposing, your own chief minister is opposing what is going on. That's another counter that's come from the opposition. Abhishek Banerjee also, I think, had tweeted something to the effect. Evening. If my memory serves me right. Yes, Aparajita ji, sorry.
Since the day Prime Minister has taken over as the Prime Minister of the country, 26th May 2014, he has been a big advocate of positive politics, Sakaratmak Rajniti, and he has all the while been trying to change the definition of politics and politicians. He has been asking us to get into public service and go for formulation of the right kind of public policy. You know, here is a Prime Minister who means business. So we heard his 2 speeches and the 3 points that came out very well. I think these 3 points are a message to the nation and all those who are indulging in negative politics. See, the fact remains that we are not for ad hocism. Any kind of ad hocism should be shunned, should be avoided, should be discouraged, because ultimately, as he said, we are wasting taxpayers' hard-earned money. This is one part. And number 2, linked to that is we should all emphasize on the sustainability of all initiatives. So I think we are going for a self-reliant India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and for that matter, we cannot have this freebie culture. Fortunately, Honorable Supreme Court has constituted a committee. I mean, it has issued orders for constitution of a committee of all these stakeholders who would actually be giving some kind of recommendations as to how to go about it. So I think regarding the freebies is very clear, but please don't confuse freebies with welfare measures. When Honorable Prime Minister went for 80 crore people getting 5 kilos of anaj every month, it is not freebie, it is welfare measure. And if the senior citizens are given some kind of assistance or old age pensions are being given, these are welfare measures and India is a welfare state. So I think we all should not link this to that. Freebies are basically to gain votes, to basically attract the voters, to basically indulge in ad hocism. Now the second thing, when Ujjwala is for all, we are talking of, you know, everybody, every household should have Ujjwala. We are talking of every household should have electricity, every household toilets. There is no partisan attitude of the government here. Then when we are talking of Tiranga in 20 crore households on 15th of August, what is the big deal about it? It's the symbol of oneness and India's consciousness.
We'll come
so
to
I think that's very good, and that is what Prime
we'll come to
Minister
Tiranga.
has been
We'll come to Tiranga. We'll come to Tiranga in just a bit, because that argument overall is settled that nobody is going to resist the Tiranga in their household on Independence Day. But the other aspect of welfare and freebie. So if somebody promises free bijli to all households ahead of elections, is that welfare or is that freebie? If you decide that you are going to give the economically weaker section and children at 10th standard and 12th standard laptops so that they can study as they get power, along with free bijli, is that welfare or is that freebies? Dr. Shashi Panja, where do you stand on this?
No, see.
Yeah. The difference is this, that when the did you ask me? Sorry.
Yes, Dr. Shashi Panja. Aprajita ji has yielded. I'll come back to you, Aprajita ji.
A very subtle difference between the two, between freebie and welfare, in the context of what you said last, Sanket ji.
Anand here.
When before elections, you promise something, you win the elections, and after that, the welfare measure is gone. So obviously, that is defined as a freebie, something which happened in the UP elections. So that would be not a social welfare measure. That was a freebie for garnering votes. But I would never, denigrate or this word, and never, kind of humiliate this word. It has somehow come into use, a common usage, that when you give something which is free. Now the point is that when we talk about poor people, when we are talking about underprivileged, when we are giving them this kind of a measure, this kind of a benefit, then some parties are defining it as freebies. But when you are giving a similar kind of a waiver, maybe it's a tax waiver, maybe it is a loan waiver to that many NPAs which were non-performing assets, you are waiving off about 9.91 lakh or maybe even more, lakh crores. So then that becomes a what? What is it? It's a stimulus package. It is an incentive. When it is, when you are writing off these lakh crores of NPAs, then it is as if it is building the country. But when you talk about a freebie, it is as if you are humiliating the person to whom that benefit is being extended. And that's why we want to do away with this. I most agree with Suhail Seth ji, and that is when he said that the parliament is there and you should raise these issues and talk about these issues in parliament and protest in parliament. And I agree with you. totally. But that is if the parliament does not, it was cut short for the 7th consecutive time. In the parliament session, this time the monsoon session was cut down by say 3-4 days. Even when you allow a parliament to function, yes, we would have spoken about price rise, soaring inflation, whatever unemployment, which you see slightly is better, Sanketji. But this is a record. It will stay with this government. That is the highest in 45 years since independence, when we celebrate 75th year. What we are basically saying, it's across all states. It's from say 0.1% to say about 2.7% of the GDP. All states are extending these social welfare measures or freebies, whichever way you define.
But that's
it
where
is true that a coinage of a word, labharti. You see, those who coined the word labhartis are now speaking against.
No,
it.
but
So
Labharti is a beneficiary. That's why I'm trying to say. And Dr. Shashi
Yeah,
Panja, this
so
is Anand Narasimhan here. Sanket
there
is a
are
good friend.
beneficiaries.
But Sanket is a good friend. But I am Anand Narasimhan. So
I'm so sorry.
no, not at all.
I'm so sorry.
No,
since we can't see
not
you.
at all.
I'm so
No,
sorry.
not
I
at all. That's okay.
apologize.
But point is that Aparajita ji, now let's try and get into this before I bring in Ratan Sharda ji. He's been listening carefully. What constitutes a freebie and what is comes under the ambit of social welfare or state welfare? Where do you draw the line? So if an Arvind Kejriwal or a Mamata Banerjee announces that 300 units of Bijli free, is that freebie? But if the government says, if the government turns around and says that no, we will put 2,000 rupees into the account of every kisan so that he can buy seeds, is that a freebie or is that welfare? Now, how do I draw the line and difference? How do I define it?
See, before election, maybe a couple of months or a year before election, if the loan is waived, if money is given into the account of the people and across the board, not the vulnerable section, across the board, I'm sure I'll call it a freebie. It's basically to garner votes. If you give just free electricity to all, free education to all, free water to all, I'm sure these are all freebies. But when we are talking of welfare measures, this must be done for those segments of population which actually need. When we are talking of widow, when we are talking of aged people, when we are talking of differently abled people, if we are advancing certain kind of benefits in a certain situation to a certain segment of population because of certain reasons, I think these are all welfare measures and we must have, because ultimately that's the backbone of our country, welfareism. We focus a lot on, the welfare of people, and we have to do that. States all across should be doing this, should be doing that, and the government of India also does it. So, as far as the Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana is concerned, we are giving 6,000 rupees in 3 installments, 2,000 rupees per installment in a year to a farmer, to its account. Now, it is basically a facilitating measure to ensure that he gets the best kind of seeds. So
but are you deciding which farmer it is?
So that is definitely
are you deciding which farmer it is? Because there are farmers who have 200 acres of land, there are farmers who have 20 acres of land, and there are farmers who don't even have 2 acres of land. So how are you deciding which farmer is it? Does a farm, or are you giving it to all farmers?
No, see, there is a method of registration. There is a method of registration. There are certain conditions. It's not that it is given across. The states have to recommend on the basis of certain conditions. There is a particular format for that. The formats are filled, recommended by the state government, only then the center releases to the account of the farmers. So there are eligibility conditions, we can't say no to that. So if very vulnerable segment of population is assisted.
So you are trying to help the Chota Kisan, say somewhere small and semi-medium Kisan is who you are trying to help. Sohail Seth has an objection. Dr. Shashi Panja has a comment to make. So Dr. Shashi Panja and then Sohail Seth. Ratan Sharda ji, then I'll come to you. Thank you for your patience.
Yeah. In fact, I partly agree with Aparajita ji, because this is precisely also some of the welfare measures that we undertake in our state. But unfortunately, politically we are criticized. But what Ms. Savangi is saying is also something which we even do in our state. But then, something like Ujjwala Yojana. is such a scheme in which about 4.13 crore beneficiaries could not even do a refill. So there are certain policies or certain schemes which have been, you see, a failed demonetization, something like a poor implementation of GST. So India will flourish if the states prosper. Allow the states to prosper, but you are denying what the states get.
But
it's all interlinked.
Yeah,
it's all interlinked.
but I'm just saying that if you are already bankrupt, or that means if you have already had an overdraft, can you then continue to promise doles till you then till the time you shore up reserves? Yes, so is state. So because if states see if a state with about 3 lakh crore or more of debt can't promise another 50,000 crore overload of money in the pocket of every woman, 1,000 rupees. That's the promise that was made. And then the day after you become chief minister, you can't turn around and tell the center, release this money because I got to pay these people. That's not economics, and that's not the way to run a state. Yeah, 1 minute. So I'll say it. Yeah.
Let me just counter this with pure logic. Number one, welfare cannot be confused for freebies. You're insulting both when you do that. Number two, the vulnerable don't become vulnerable just 12 months before an election.
Correct.
You make them seem vulnerable because you want to win their vote. You are not winning or solving any of their problems. Number three, the states have no right to create a situation where they actually endanger the entire union because of fiscal misbehavior. So there must be some control mechanism to prevent that. Number four, all parties now need to set an example, including the BJP, of fiscal responsible behavior. We cannot have a situation in our country where people are promised things and then only a few are taxed so heavily. Last point about the farmers. You know, in this country, there is a difference between the farmer who owns and the person who tills the soil or tills the farm. Until we make that distinction, and today you have violated all norms. Look at what has happened to Punjab in an aligned way, in a tangential way. The groundwater has been abysmally. The fertilizer, the crop is completely poisonous because you have allowed for free water, free electricity. You have actually bankrupted not only the state, you have endangered their entire green revolution. Who's going to be responsible for this?
No, point very well made. And the fact is that you have stopped growing your traditional crops. You stopped growing millets because you said that, okay, there is MSP on wheat and rice, so let's grow only that. And then you have also run not just the groundwater levels, but you also dried out the topsoil. You have such poor quality topsoil in Punjab that if it is not arrested and crop rotation doesn't start, the whole state is going to now get into a state of famine. So we have serious issues there in terms of policy. Ratan Sharda ji, thank you for your patience. Please, the next 3 minutes are yours.
Well, people have been asking what is freebie, what is welfare measure. When you provide soft loan to poor to make toilets, have good hygiene, so better health, save money on health, that is welfare. When you offer them Jan Dhan Yojana, when you offer them subsidized insurance, subsidized benefits of accident, these are welfare measures. And when you offer them good infrastructure, that is welfare measure in real sense. What is freebie? When you offer mixies, when you offer TVs, when you offer sewing machines, when you offer 1,000 rupees per women only because they are women without any qualification, when you offer free bijli, free pani, as we already seen the disaster in Punjab, we have seen the disaster in Venezuela, if you don't want to talk about India. And what kind of costs are we paying for? When you offer Maulvis free salaries, whether in Delhi, whether in Bengal, that is typical freebie and appeasement. How can that be allowed in a secular state while we are suffering from deficit? I will look at a few figures. I'll give you some few figures. Telangana has crossed over outstanding liabilities by 30.6%. Punjab is under heavy debt because of free bijli, free pani, and totally the state where industry has run away. Look at Delhi. Power department got 3,200 crore subsidies for zero billing scheme. And who is getting zero scheme? Everybody, including huge bungalow owners who have put in multiple meters and are very happy saving 1,000, 2,000 rupees a month. That is a kind of, a very poor kind of economy we see in Delhi. We have Delhi government is proposing sewerage pollution charges even to people who are not on sewerage because they have to cover the cost. Delhi Jal Board has a debt of 57,000 crores. CAG says Jal Board has not been able to repay debts of 20,000 crores. 7 new hospitals are promised, but High Court report said that Delhi has the worst health department with 35 poor government hospitals. Then we have 19 colleges under Delhi government which are not getting paid. The salaries are not being paid. Primary school teachers are not being paying. So what is a freebie? It is at the cost of basic development of any particular state or any particular population, and that is what hurts the economy. That is what takes you down. So let us be very clear. There is no doubt about what is the welfare measure, what is freebie. And when you start giving these, you give free ticket to women in the buses in Delhi for what cause? Now you have poor buses, you have horrible DTs running there because you are trying to provide freebies which nobody asked for.
Right.
You are actually debasing the self-respect of citizens of India. Modi ji has survived, thrived for so many decades without offering any freebie in Gujarat, without offering any freebie which has no connection of uplifting the people. So we should understand that.
No, but
You
if
can
people
keep
have,
shouting.
but if people have that kind of self-respect, Ratan Chatterjee and Lokesh Jindal, I'm asking you, why would a political party not resort to it if people are voting?
Absolutely.
Arvind Kejriwal got overwhelming number of votes in Delhi, and in the first time he came to power, the promise was free Wi-Fi, and the local people said bus stop pe Wi-Fi free hoga to main kyun nahi karu vote Kejriwal ko. Next time it was free bijli. If this free politics is working, and for everything, if you believe that taking to the streets is going to help, you think it's going to help, because the PM also said that all of this will not give you long-term gains. Long-term, you will only suffer.
If anybody says that BJP has not been resorting to such policies, is absolutely wrong. Because just prior to the UP elections, Yogi Adityanath, he had slashed the electricity rates by half for the UP farm. Even the MSP rate was increased at an unprecedented level. The point is, before elections, even BJP resorts to all these forms of tactics. But the second point is freebies or a culture of freebie essential for the country? So let me tell you why it is important to have some form of a mechanism for social security net. After the COVID crisis, the entire economy as well as the social structure, it underwent a severe form of a strain. And all over the policy think tanks, there were recommendations that it is required that people must be provided adequate safety nets. So there must be a greater provision of health care. There must be greater provision of basic amenities. There must be greater provision of basic needs to the people. And there must be means for propensity to save.
This is exactly the point, that what we are trying to say is that had governments in the past focused on trying to use state revenue towards improving the infrastructure, improving healthcare, improving public transport, rather than saying election के time में इनको थोड़ा free दे देंगे, 3 महीने बाद भूल जाएंगे, और election के बाद pro rata 3 महीने में बाकी जो दिया है वो वसूल कर लेंगे. हर महीने 1.5 गुना बिल आएगा और वसूल हो जाएगा जो 2 महीना फ्री दिया. इनको पता भी नहीं चलेगा. That's not the policy, no? Yeah.
Very
No,
quickly.
at least we have continued with our measures. Even after
Very
election.
quickly, as Ratan very rightly said, a responsible democracy needs responsible citizenry.
Yeah.
Responsible citizenry means we don't allow ourselves to be deluded by the fact that we are getting something free without any quid pro quo. The quid pro quo in most cases is votes.
Yeah.
They want to be in power thinking that they can befuddle or fool us. The point is, we are responsible as well.
So perhaps
today people are getting conned, and therefore it is leading to a disaster. Let's not forget what happened to Sri Lanka. Apart from the Chinese, it was complete fiscal irresponsibility.
Absolutely.
What is Prime Minister Modi said, and one point of his is important, which didn't come today. State electricity boards are bankrupt. People don't want to supply power to state electricity boards. Transmission distribution losses are at 27-28%. What's going on?
Yeah.
You've been giving free electricity, you don't charge the right value, and the same person who you're attempting to help, the rich will always manage to find a way. The rich will always be fine. The poorest of the poor, the ones who need the opportunities, they will suffer. No. And that's what political parties must recognize.
And
the other thing, other people you're harming through this culture.
No, and the other thing is, let's not forget that in this country, the government doesn't create wealth. It's the corporates, it's the rich people, it's the private enterprise that creates wealth. And if you're trying to start grudging creation of wealth, then you're not going to generate employment, generate opportunity, generate profitability, and increase, again, social incomes overall. So let's not forget that. Perhaps the question of this debate should be, are our votes for sale? Perhaps the next time what we will do is we will debate this from that point of view, asking all of us that are our votes for sale, so that somebody says free mein dunga, hum vote dene ko taiyar hain. So that means our vote has been bought. So are our votes for sale is a question that we should ask. I've run out of time. I thank all our panelists. Thank you very, very much. It does come into our sense and trying to understand, are our votes for sale? What's a freebie, what is not, what's welfare and what is not? Much to chew about. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's the Tiranga quiz, ladies and gentlemen. Independence Day, 75 years. The Tiranga quiz has met some great response. So this is the question. This man, nobody cannot recognize. That's Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. But he hosted the national flag on Indian soil. When did he do it and where did he do it? You have the options. We will start with this very question when we come back. Tell us what you think. Pick up the phone and call us 0120-434-1895. It's the Tiranga quiz on the right stand after the break.
In Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
2 men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to. So the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the 2 men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the 2 men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The 2 men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver in a Jaguar. The accused, who had got his license just last year, was driving his father's Jaguar at breakneck speed. He rammed into a 40-year-old woman who was walking beside the footpath, killing her instantly. The driver has been arrested. Smart cars are slowly but surely finding their wheels in India, but why are they such a big deal? They have apps which offer detailed maps, notifications. They have the ability to communicate with other cars that are on the road at the same time. It has safety features like geofencing, emergency SOS buttons, a comprehensive infotainment system which connects the cars in the vicinity. It also has voice-based assistance to try and improve the driving experience. Self-proclaimed BJP member Shrikant Tyagi was nabbed after 100 hours after a now viral video of him abusing and assaulting a woman in Noida.
After sending the police on a wild goose chase through Meerut, Muzaffarnagar, Rishikesh and Haridwar for 4 days, Shrikant Tyagi was finally arrested from the Shraddhapuri area of Meerut-Dehradun bypass and dragged in by the cops when the Noida police addressed media. As many as 12 police teams were constituted to nab him.
मेन एक्यूज बहुत चालाकी से अपने आप को छुपा रहा था। इसको मेरठ के पास से हमारी टीम्स ने अपने सहयोगियों के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है? जी बताइए। ऐसी हो गए थे? जी।
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishnan Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Muhammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Muhammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase.
Back on, ladies and gentlemen, and it's time for the Tiranga quiz. The numbers flashing right below here on the bottom of your screen, 0120-434-1895. As we went into the break, I asked a question. Tushar Gupta, Senior Editor, Swarajya Magazine. Sumitra Goenka, Governing Council member of the Center for Knowledge Sovereignty, is also with us. So, Sumitra and Tushar, this is the question that we asked. Are you ready to play with us? Okay, today we're not debating, we're not fighting, we're not analyzing, we're just looking at questions, answers and then experiences. So this is what we're going to do. Yeah, let's go full frame with the question. You know the man on the screen, that, no, not me, this man who's going to come up now. That man on the screen, you see the image very clearly. That's, Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. But where is he? And he hoisted the flag. 3 years after he fled India, he came back to India. Where did he come and what was this? Where did he do it? Where did he hoist the national flag on Indian soil? Port Blair 1943, Kolkata 1944, Cuttack 1942, Mumbai 1945. Tushar Gupta, what's your answer? A, B, C, D.
I'll go with A.
You want to go with A?
A.
You're
Port
also
Blair.
going with A.
Yeah.
You're also going. Let's see, our callers are there with us. Deepak Taneja from Jalandhar is with us. Namaste, Deepak. What's the answer?
Namaste, sir. Sir, it's A. Port Blair.
You're also saying A.
Territory freed from the British. Yes.
A. Port Blair is what your answer is. Dr. Naina from Bengaluru. Dr. Naina, do you agree?
Yes, Port Blair.
A. Port Blair 1943. Well done. Our other callers, you'll have to wait for the next question. All of you have got it right. Bahut achhe. Well done. Superb. So our start to this edition of the Tiranga quiz is very, very good. This is the next question. Chaliye, ab puchte hain. Where was the first time the flag was raised? What time was the flag was raised in Parliament on the 15th of August 1947? So that's the question. What time was the flag raised in Parliament on the 15th of August 1947?
10:30 a.m.
10:30 a.m. is Tushar Goda. Are you a quizzer? Hey, buzzer bhi nahi hai to pehle question se pehle mere paas answer hai. Sumitra.
I don't know, but
I'll go with what Tushar says.
You're going with what Tushar? ये देखो इनकी मिली भगत. तो चलो. Let me ask.
We'll sail and sing
Anshuman from
together.
Kolkata is there. Sanjay Gupta from Cuttack is there in Odisha. Rahul from Bengaluru is there. Khushi from Jaipur is there. All across India, pan India, we got callers coming in. So let's ask Anshuman. Anshuman, what time? Namaste. What time?
Namaste. It is 8 a.m. in the morning.
8 a.m. in the morning. C, 8 a.m. That's what is your answer. Let's see. Sanjay Gupta. Sanjay ji, what time is the answer?
8 a.m. 8 a.m.
You are also saying 8 a.m. You are also saying 8 a.m. Rahul from Bengaluru. Rahul.
8 a.m.
Rahul is also saying 8 a.m. All the phone calls are all 8 a.m. The studio guests are saying 10:30. Khushi, what are you going to go with?
10:30 a.m.
Khushi from Jaipur is saying 10:30 a.m. So Khushi and our two studio guests are correct, ladies and gentlemen. It was at 10:30 a.m. 10:30 baje in the morning that the flag was raised in Parliament on the 15th of August 1947. Of course, now at the Red Fort it happens much earlier, but at that day it was at 10:30 a.m. Let's quickly go across to our next question before we get chatting with our guests. What time, that was the question, in which month did India liberate Bangladesh in 1971? Now that's a date and a month that you cannot forget as a citizen of this country. So let's try and ask our callers first. Dr. Subbareddy from Bengaluru is with us. Dr. Subbareddy, namaskara. Which month, sir, did India liberate Bangladesh in 1971?
Sir, is it? Namaskara.
You will have to mute the TV, sir. There is a lot of delay.
Yes, sir.
Now, which month? November, December, October, January? Which month is it? You're not allowed to search on Google.
Yeah. No, October.
You're saying October. See, October. Okay, let me see. We'll ask Bharat from Mysuru. Bharat, which month?
I think it's October, sir.
You're also saying October. Mala from Bengaluru is also with us. Mala, namaste. What time? Which month? Sorry.
I guess it's October.
You're also guessing. Don't guess like this, my callers. Okay, let me ask Sumitra. Which month?
I think it's December.
December.
A story for generations.
What?
December.
So our studio guests have decided to agree to agree. So one says whatever answer they will
So
also
Vijay Divas we celebrate, so obviously.
Correct. So it is also celebrated as a memorable day, and it's a which day?
16th December.
बहुत बढ़िया. 16 December 1971 is a date that we cannot forget, and it will be remembered. And for every time 16th of December happens, the enemy tries to make us remember in a very, very ugly fashion, and we always counter it. It's the 16th of December 1971, ladies and gentlemen. That's what our guests are saying. So month of December 1971, Bangladesh. Well, we've got the next question also. Switzerland showed solidarity with India in 2020 during the pandemic. This is a recent question. No Google, tell me which mountain is this? Pilatus, Rigi, Matterhorn, none of the above. This is Switzerland showing solidarity with India. Switzerland, that has been one of the nations that actually banned in WTO, blocked the entire resolution that was supposed to be taken by the WTO on pandemic response. Because they were, perhaps they had a very, very strong medical lobby, but they also put this out there during the pandemic. Siddharth from Pune and Priyanka from Bengaluru. Yes, Siddharth.
Hello?
So yes, please put the TV on mute and tell me, which mountain is this?
I think it's a Caesar. Caesar.
B.
It's a Caesar.
C, Rigi. No, it's not C, it's not Rigi. Siddharth is with us now. Studio.
Matterhorn.
I think A.
Huh?
I think Pilatus A.
Pilatus. Oh, now difference of opinion in the studio. Finally, kuch ho gaya. Khushi is back with us from Jaipur. Yes, Khushi, you're lucky that you've got through the phone line twice in a night. Many of my friends have said, "Kare, tumhara number nahi lagta hai." But well done. Khushi, batao.
It's B.
B, Matterhorn. So you and Tushar Gupta are right. Well done. बहुत अच्छे. It is Matterhorn. आज के सवाल थोड़े difficult हैं, but बहुत अच्छा सब लोग जवाब देने. ये क्विजर है. अभी आके बोल रहा है मुझे सब नहीं मालूम है, लेकिन ये सब हाँ ये कोई आंसर फीड कर रहा है क्या? नहीं. Okay, so let me ask you. This Har Ghar Tiranga, what do you think about it?
Wonderful initiative. Wonderful initiative.
But patriotism is in my heart. Why should I put a Tiranga in my house? That's what many are asking.
Why not? It's in the heart. It's in my house. It's everywhere.
But why only 2 days in a year?
365 days a year. Who's stopping us? Put up a flag. Put it up in the right way, in your balconies, in your gardens. Who is stopping you? I went to Chandni Chowk yesterday, Anand. It was fun. Every auto driver, every rickshaw puller, all had the Tiranga on them. They don't need to do that, but it's the love for the country. It's the passion. And it can be for 1 day a year. It can be for 365 days a year. That's you know, a person-to-person thing. But the love for the country is eternal. That's how it is.
Do they teach the same way they did in schools? When you are young and today, is there a difference in which nationalism is shown, taught, or patriotism is imbibed, especially tricolor? You know, do you see schools teaching kids today about other nations' flags, but not about our own tricolor?
Yeah, many
Does that
times.
happen?
See, we have seen a lot of kids who speak about American elections, or they know more about America. I have seen such kids, you know, who study in very posh schools. But I think for the first time right now, we are having a sense of pride among students also. Many students are participating. And earlier, 15th August, 26th January was a one-day affair. You know, you just watch something on TV or you just have a single-day program. But never it has happened that everybody in a house is participating. Like he said, every rickshaw puller, every person, every corporate, everybody is actually celebrating this. Everybody is participating. I think this is a different energy which we are seeing. And of course, these kind of quiz and these things, we were not knowing all this. Now I can, when I was coming for this thing, I was myself
doing some
research about some questions. So probably this is something. So I think my son sent me 100 questions that you please study this and go for it.
She's almost going for UPSC next.
नहीं हमारे दोस्त अभी मेरे दोस्त मैसेज
I
कर रहे
think
हैं
in all the years I have.
नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन क्या है मैं फोन लेके बैठा हूँ मुझे अभी ट्राई करना है तुम्हारा नंबर they are actually responding to me on Instagram अरे Instagram you put out the questions you got to select the answer then मुझे आंसर देने से नहीं चलेगा anyway but let's ask this okay who do not have the privilege of displaying this is the next question who do not have the privilege of displaying flag on their cars A state ministers B high court judges C heads of Indian missions and D RBI governors so sarkari which is who we are thought about कि ये लोग सरकारी हैं who are these people out of A, B, C and D who does not have the privilege of displaying the flag on their cars? Mohammad Yunus is there from Bengaluru. Namaskara, Mohammad Yunus. Please tell me, do you know the answer?
The answer is wait.
State ministers, high court judges, heads of Indian missions, RBI governors. Google करके नहीं करना, सीधा आंसर बताओ. चेक नहीं करना ऐसा फोन पे.
RBI.
Oh, you're saying D, RBI. That is your answer. Somebody's prompting you. So, namaste to them also. Amit from Belgaum is with us. Amit, what's your answer?
RBI governor, I think it is.
RBI governor. Amit is from Belgaum saying RBI governor Nitish. Nitish from Hyderabad is also with us. Yes, Nitish?
It's D, RBI governor.
D, RBI. All our phone callers, everybody has got the answer right. Am I giving them enough time to search on the phone line? Phones don't do that. Answer 6 hai, aise cheating nahi karna. But you got it right. It is D, RBI governors. Now, let's go to the next question, the final question. When was the flag code amended for Har Ghar Tiranga? When was it amended? Sumitra?
July 2022.
July 2022, you're sure? July 2022, you're sure?
I'll agree with you.
Again, the studio guests have decided they will agree with each other.
The unity is strong.
Unity is strong. Yes, you're right. It was July 2022 when the flag code was amended. Now it can be made out of any or multiple types of cloth. So just to facilitate more than 20 crore flags across 20 crore households. That was the question. Now my final question. I'm running out of time. As usual, Zaka's back in the studio ready with brass tacks. So Zaka Jacob, Tushar Gupta and Sumitra Goenka. All three of you have a go at this one. In which state was the world record set by waving 78,220 tricolors? 78,220 tricolors were waved. A. Uttar Pradesh, B. Gujarat, C. Delhi, and D. Bihar. Zaka, I have a feeling, a look on his face, he knows the answer. So let me start with you, Sumitra. Which state is it?
I don't know.
But,
I'll go with Gujarat.
You say B. Gujarat.
Gujarat.
B. Gujarat. हाँ आप दोनों गलत हैं. So out of the remaining three, which is the answer?
I was also going to go with B. Gujarat.
You were also going to go with B. Gujarat. All right.
I guess I'll go with A. Uttar Pradesh.
No, the correct answer, ladies and gentlemen, is D. Bihar. Those pictures are from Bihar, ladies and gentlemen. The correct answer is Bihar. Thank you very much for participating. Great fun. Zaka, over to you for brass tacks. Bye for now.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. The Prime Minister today made his most direct attack on the opposition on A, the freebie culture, and B, what he called a perennial negative mindset. He said people who promise things like free petrol and free diesel and free electricity are actually robbing from future generations. He also compared the recent black shirt protest of the Congress party to that of black magic. It's clear, and the question we're asking tonight on Brass Tacks, on the talking point, is this: has the Prime Minister drawn the lines for Battleground 2024? Is it going to be the politics of freebies versus the politics of development? Is it going to be the politics of protest versus the politics of performance that is going to be the median line, the dividing line between the government and the opposition in the battle for 2024?
ये लोग भी अब काले जादू की तरफ मुड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं. कितना ही काला जादू कर ले, जनता का विश्वास अब उन पर दोबारा कभी नहीं बन पाएगा.
Prime Minister Modi at his combative best, obliterating the opposition on a range of issues. Days after Congress MPs and leaders wore black clothes to protest rising prices, Prime Minister Modi accused them of resorting to black magic.
अभी हमने 5 अगस्त को देखा है कि कैसे काले जादू को फैलाने का भरपूर प्रयास किया गया. ये लोग सोचते हैं कि काले कपड़े पहनकर उनकी निराशा हताशा का काल समाप्त हो जाएगा, लेकिन उन्हें पता नहीं है कि वो कितनी ही झाड़ फूंक कर ले, कितना ही काला जादू कर ले, अंधविश्वास कर ले, जनता का विश्वास अब उन पर दोबारा कभी नहीं बन पाएगा.
Prime Minister Modi also reacted to the raging debate over freebies, saying such tactics will prevent the country from becoming self-reliant.
अगर राजनीति में ही स्वार्थ होगा तो कोई भी आकर पेट्रोल डीजल भी मुफ्त देने की घोषणा कर सकता है. ऐसे कदम हमारे बच्चों से उनका हक छीनेंगे, देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनने से रोकेंगे.
The charge was countered by Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal, who has been accused of promoting freebie culture.
टैक्स पेयर के साथ धोखा इससे नहीं होता कि हम उनके बच्चों को अच्छी और फ्री शिक्षा देते हैं. टैक्स पेयर के साथ धोखा इससे नहीं होता कि हम देश के लोगों का फ्री में अच्छा इलाज कराते हैं. टैक्स पेयर के साथ धोखा तब होता है जब अपने दोस्तों के कर्जे माफ करते हैं.
Responding to the opposition's criticism over the centre's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, Prime Minister Modi said an attempt is being made to sully the occasion.
इस पवित्र अवसर को अपवित्र करने का प्रयास किया गया है. ऐसे लोगों की मानसिकता देश को भी समझना जरूरी है.
So has Prime Minister Modi succeeded in silencing politics of negativity?
All right, full panel joining us on the talking point this evening here on Brass Tacks. Sanju Verma, National Spokesperson of the BJP, Adil Singh Boparai, Spokesperson of the Congress Party, Dr. Shantanu Sen, Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament of the TMC, Jasmine Shah, Spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Mohandas Pai, Chairman of Aaron Capital Partners and former HR Head of Infosys, and Kailash Adhikari, Managing Director of Governance now, also joining us. Let me start with Sanju Verma. Has the Prime Minister drawn the battle lines for 2024? Is it going to be politics of freebies on the one side versus politics of performance, as the Prime Minister put it? And why should we believe that this is going to be the main fault line for 2024? Because after all, we have seen in numerous state elections, freebies have worked.
You know, Zaka, I want to make a couple of things very clear at the outset. There is a difference between a freebie and a subsidy. You know, when you give a subsidy to a target section of the population which is underprivileged, which is poor, which is needy, which is marginalized, you are giving them an economic incentive for long-term betterment. That is called a subsidy. Now, freebie is when you are giving a candy to actually influence the voter mindset, and that is precisely what Prime Minister Narendra Modi was hinting at. Ahead of Punjab election, you know, Kejriwal said 300 units of electricity free, rupees 1,000 to anyone who's, you know, 18 and above and is unemployed. So basically free electricity, free water, free public transport. My problem is this, and I speak for the Bharatiya Janata Party. My problem is this. Do you want to have a right mix of welfare politics and reform? Certainly, yes. With a 1.4 billion population, 140 crore people, there are people who are below the poverty line. They need hand-holding. You will have to have an element of subsidy. But to try and brazenly win elections, saying that पानी भी मुफ्त दूंगा, बिजली भी मुफ्त दूंगा, सड़कें भी मुफ्त में बनाऊंगा, रोजगार भी मुफ्त दूंगा.
Okay.
I think that is trying to influence the voter mindset, and I think the Supreme Court has taken cognizance of this. And 7 days back, the Supreme Court actually said that a panel needs to be formed to ensure that we do away with the freebie culture. And mind you, Zaka, 10 seconds.
Yeah, quickly, please, ma'am. Yeah, thank you.
The Aam Aadmi Party is actually going to the Supreme Court saying that please do away with the PIL, which has called for denouncement of the freebie culture. So that is the crux of what Aam Aadmi Party's politics is all about.
Okay, let me ask Jasmine Shah of the Aam Aadmi Party. In Punjab, where your party had promised free power up to 300 units, the total cost of providing free power to Punjab is 15,000 crores. The overall debt of the state of Punjab is 2.5 lakh crores. In one of the top 3 heavily indebted states in this country, why are you adding another burden of 15,000 crores, Jasmine Shah?
Zaka, first let me correct you. The data is absolutely wrong. The cost for free power is not 15,000 crores. It's around 3,000 crores in Punjab. Having said that, let me also say that, you know, hearing the BJP spokesperson and our Prime Minister Narendra Modi, it seems that they seem more and more silly and confused by the day as we talk about freebies and gratuities. Why do I say that? Just today, their own CM, Yogi Adityanath, announced free bus travel for women in Uttar Pradesh. A couple of months back, the Himachal Pradesh government under BJP announced free power in rural household. The Goa government of BJP has announced free water. So, you know, this is just almost like a response to something that they do not have. They seem hypocritical at one side. They know that at the end of the day, governments exist to use taxpayers' money, and even the poorest people pay taxes for the welfare of the people. Let the people decide what benefits they want. At the same side, you know, I will tell you what is the wastage of taxpayer money that the Prime Minister alluded to. In the last 5 years, as per the data placed in the last Parliament session, 10 lakh crores of NPAs have been written off. There are 10,300 willful defaulters in the last 5 years itself. Tell me how many of them have been put behind jail? Has even one person been put behind jail? That is the freebie culture we need to end.
Okay.
Taking people's money and spending it on friends of BJP, which is what we call as dostwar.
No, 1 second. I have
Using
6
people's
guests on this panel. I will go to each of them one by one, please.
On
Okay.
welfare of the people.
All right.
Is true democracy.
Let me.
That is the welfare model that we stand by.
Okay. Let me ask Mohandas Pai. every state, every political party is well within its right, at least as the law exists, as the Election Commission Model Code of Conduct exists as of today, they are well within their right to promise and even promise the moon if need be to electors. And if electors so choose, then they are free to vote for such and such a party. The question that people like Jasmine Shah of the AAP, Congress, other opposition parties are asking is, BJP itself has not done much to eliminate subsidies. There are still food subsidies. BJP says 800 million people were provided free food during the pandemic. That is a subsidy. Fertilizer subsidy is still very much intact in this country. So isn't it double speak when on the one hand you're railing against freebie culture and reverie culture, but at the same time the subsidy ecosystem is very much intact in India?
No, Zaka, let me correct the gentleman. He's lying on a national TV to say 10 lakh crores has been written off to everybody. It is called a technical write-off, where the banks write off in the books to take the tax benefit but keep it alive for recovery. And as per the latest data, out of the total NPS in the country of 15 lakh crores, about 6.5 lakh crores have been recovered, and the balance is under recovery. Ultimately, 3 to 4 lakh crores may not be recovered, maybe 4 to 5 lakh crores may not be recovered. But then banking is a risk business where you take where you collect deposits from everybody, pass on the cost of the bad debt to everybody, and much of the bad debt has been given to some 10, 15 corporates, the UPA era. I hope the gentleman stop this lying on national TV. And second, in Punjab, if I'm right, Zaka, you must look at data. The freebies for the power now, the 300 units is 3,000 crores or so. That is correct. But there's already been a freebie to farmers of something like 4 to 5,000 crores. And Punjab is in deep trouble. And the Aam Aadmi Party also said they'll give 1,000 rupees a month to all the women or something like that. And they are the extreme example of trying to buy the voter by saying, I'll give free power, free water, free this, free this, free this. I mean, as it is their grandfather's money. It is the taxpayers' money. And much of the tax in this country comes from the top 20, 30% of the population. And I don't see why so many people have to pay taxes for an anarchist party like them to give it away to people to win an election. That's why I think it's important for political leaders to mobilize public opinion. Now, you spoke about subsidies. The total subsidies in this country is about 7 lakh crores. All right? It's a lot of money, 7 lakh crores. There is subsidy on food. This year it could be 2 lakh crores. And subsidy on fertilizer, 2 lakh crores. Subsidy on interest, 50,000 crores in the union budget. 4.5 lakh crores possibly in union budget. And then the subsidy on power across the country, 1 lakh crore. Subsidy on water, there's 1 lakh crore. Then there's a job program which costs 1 lakh crore. There's food subsidy by the state, another 50,000 crore. You add up all the 7 lakh crores. Like Sanju Verma said, if you give it to people who deserve it, who are poor, like the DBT program or the food program, which is largely successful,
okay,
it helps them improve the quality of life. But if you give it to different sections of society who are relatively well off or don't deserve it, or don't make it contingent upon a particular time, then I think, you're just giving this freebie culture. Like the Aam Aadmi Party has done in Delhi. It promised in Goa, it lost. It promised in Punjab, and they won because of other reasons. Like that 1,000 rupees for every woman per month, right? You saw it in the manifesto, right?
Yeah.
What else? No, those are buying votes. I think we should mobilize public opinion to say that certain areas where benefits are given, subsidies for the poor.
Respond to that.
No, one second. I'm going turn by turn. So let me go to Dr. Shantanu Sen of the TMC. Dr. Sen, the question that's being asked is, what is the point if political parties are promising free rice, free color TV, free wet grinder, free washing machine? I mean, this is not just an outright bribe to the voter ahead of elections, but more importantly, this is exactly what freebie culture is. That you have made this into some kind of Robin Hood kind of arrangement where the state continues to be the Maibap, it continues to give these absolutely non-essential things, and that too to the people who are not the most deserving. And then the bill adds up. As Mohandas Pai said, the total subsidy bill for the union budget this year is 7.5 lakh crores. Somebody has to foot the bill. And in the case of India, it is the tax-paying population. Less than 10% of the population of India pays direct taxes. It is that population that is footing all of this bill. Dr. Shantanu Sen.
See, so far my belief goes, it goes by the manifesto of the party, it goes by the need of that particular state or that particular area where the election is taking place. It goes by the need of the people of that particular area. But to be very truthful to ourselves, you just cannot compare giving free rice with giving color TV. Because right to food is the basic right of a person, of an individual. Right to health, right to education, these are the basic rights of an individual of the country. But none of our country is having the right to a color TV or right to a washing machine. So in one go, you just cannot compare rice with color TV. See, in our state of, so far the state government, so far the central government is concerned, the actual fact is, they have given so much of promises before coming in the power in 2014, and almost all of those promises were found to be false, like giving 15 lakhs rupees per account, like giving 2 crores job per year, and so on and so more. But so far the state government of West Bengal is concerned, like our government, what it has promised before election, they had done even much more than what they have promised. And so far the free rice giving to the people is concerned, yes, our government is supplying free ration to each and every individual, unlike central government which has given to the people only during COVID pandemic.
Okay.
Our state government of West Bengal is providing free health for all. Our state government is providing free education for all, and these are the basic needs. If the population at large of one particular state is getting free food, free health, and free education, these are the basic indicators for the development of our particular state or one particular country is concerned. But on the contrary, what we are getting used to, the skyrocketing of essential commodities, price of essential commodities. The farmers are committing suicide. Prices of medicines are getting high. People are not getting proper access to their proper treatment. They are not getting proper food. The farmers are on road.
Okay, you've made that point. Let me go to Adil Boparai now. Adil Boparai, the second issue that the Prime Minister touched upon in his speech today was this perennial negative mindset, as exemplified according to him by the black shirt protests which the Congress party and other opposition parties took out last week. Now the question that's being asked is, for I think a good week to 10 days, the Congress party was asking in Parliament for a discussion on price rise. The government was saying the finance minister was indisposed, she was suffering from COVID, and then on the day she came and replied both in the Lok Sabha and in the Rajya Sabha, what did the Congress party do? They walked out. I mean, if you want to put the government on the mat, as is your right as an opposition party in a functioning democracy, then by all means you should do that inside Parliament. What is the point of having black shirt protests outside of Parliament, creating a law and order situation in a place there is 144, and not listening to the finance minister after having asked for an entire week and held up parliamentary proceedings for an entire week for the finance minister and a discussion on price rise?
Zaka, I hope you'll give me adequate time to respond. The BJP and their associates have earned a PhD in hypocrisy. And the civics and political science which I studied never taught me that you can't protest on the streets. Street protest is a legitimate form of democratic protest, and to show and to seek accountability from the government. Now, I wish Mr. Modi's teleprompter could tell us that the price of petrol has gone up from 73 to 97 rupees over the past 2 years. The price of diesel has gone up from 66 to 90 rupees. The price of LPG has gone up from 500 to 1000 rupees. The price of salt has gone up from 18 to 24 rupees. The price of dal has gone up from 90 to 110 rupees. The price of soya bean oil has gone up from 92 to 162 rupees. The price of sarson ka tel has gone up from 110 to 175 rupees. The price of tea has gone up from 212 to 282 rupees. When will Mr. Modi's teleprompter talk about the price rise? People like you and I are reeling under price rise. Maybe the likes of the Adanis and the Ambanis are not. Income inequality is widening. Unemployment is at a sky high. Will Mr. Modi talk about all this, or will he simply indulge in inanities? And why I say hypocrisy, it was the same BJP which was distributing rice, wheat, and salt packets on the eve of the UP elections with Mr. Modi's photograph. Was Mr. Mohandas Pai shouting from the rooftops at that point in time that why are you wasting public money? Why are you wasting taxpayers' money? No, because it doesn't suit the likes of Mr. Pai. The core issue today is price rise and unemployment. And I sincerely hope that the Prime Minister finds time and addresses these two challenges which his countrymen are grappling with.
One second, Mr. Pai, I'm coming back to you, but I want to get Kailash Adhikari also to make his opening comments. Then we'll open this debate up. Kailash Adhikari, the example that's being cited by the likes of an Arvind Kejriwal, other opposition leaders, is even countries, developed countries in the Western world like France, Germany, etc., provide for free education and free healthcare for their citizens. So if developed countries can do that, and in any case for a developing country like ours, when you want foreign investors to come and invest, when you want foreign companies to come here and start factories and start service centers and so on, you need a skilled workforce. So investing in healthcare and education for a skilled workforce is cannot be seen as in the same light as a freebie like a free wet grinder or a free color TV or the likes. Is there merit in that argument, Kailash?
Not at all, Zaka. Firstly, a developed country and a developing country, the economics is very different. I'm a double postgraduate in accounting and finance and economics from London School of Economics. So those are very, different parameters, Zaka. Firstly, in a developing economy, and that too with the size and the scale of population of our country, we are 20 times of United Kingdom. Firstly, let us remember that. And, the world and we being as neighbors are seeing the best example, Zaka, of our neighbor Sri Lanka with the kind of tax off that was announced during the 2 years of the pandemic and what that island country has now turned into. I mean, the country is on the verge of bankruptcy, even though the debt of that country is less than the debt of most of the Indian listed companies. So, beginning that, Zaka, it's very simple to understand that like an individual or like a company, how they manage their finances, although I'm not comparing a nation and an individual and a company, but a nation and a state also has to manage its finances. If there is income, there are expenses. We have to see at one point of time, since we are a developed economy, and the gentleman who spoke before me, and he was listing out how the prices of certain commodities have gone up. India at 1960 was different, India at 1980 was different, India in 2000 was different, and India in 2022 was different. The income, the purchasing power of individuals has also gone up over the period of years. If you're just listing out the rise in the prices of certain commodities, the income has also gone up. So we must understand that. Secondly, Zaka, rather than announcing freebies or ye muft le lo, wo muft le lo, aap kabil banao na. You should come out with schemes which provide the increase and the incremental income in the hands of the individuals so that they're able to afford it. Because at the end of the day, a state or a nation has to manage its finances well. Otherwise, there'll be a debt burden. Okay. Like in the case of Sri Lanka, like in the case of Pakistan. Why are we not learning from that?
Okay, let me go back to the political spokespersons. Sanju Verma, I'll start with you. The point that Adil Boparai made, the BJP made this thing about it, saying that we have served 800 million people free food through 2 years of the pandemic. There were pictures of sacks of rice and grain with Mr. Modi's photograph being distributed before the UP election. So isn't that a subsidy? Isn't that Revdi culture?
Zaka, a lot of allegations have been made, and, your question and some of the allegations, I'll just quickly, without wasting too much time, respond to each one of them pointedly. There's a difference between subsidy and a freebie. You have to have welfare economics and reforms. I have already mentioned that in my opening remarks. I will just tell the Aam Aadmi Party, taking a cue from what Mohandas Pai said, please educate yourself, learn the difference between write-off and waiver. A write-off of 10 lakh crore does not mean that the banks have given up their right to recover dues from the borrowers. It is simply a technical below-the-line adjustment. So do not try and portray a 10 crore write-off as a 10 crore waiver. And by the way, 10 lakh crore. By the way, the other very important point, I'm tired of listening to this debate on inflation. People need to educate themselves. World food prices are at their highest level since 1970. Soybean prices, rice, wheat, maize, corn has gone up by anywhere between 48 to 57%. This is not Sanju Verma saying. This is the food price index internationally, measured by the FCPI index. And despite food prices going up by as high rein in food inflation on an average at less than 7%. The other important thing, people said that, the most important talking point is unemployment. Yes, of course. But let me tell you one thing, Zaka. When people talk of unemployment, they fail to very conveniently mention, and the Congress party is known to indulge in half-truths. Let me tell them 19 lakh crore has been given to 35 crore entities via Mudra Yojana. It is the world's largest self-employment scheme, and 75,000 startups. Now there are 75. Zaka, can you please stop this man from cackling? I did not disturb him.
Adil, let's have a serious debate, please. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, please stop
What do
making
you
a fool of
expect me
yourself.
to do, Zaka?
Stop making a fool of yourself. Zaka,
Okay, Sanju, if you've concluded, can I now go on to?
I need.
Zaka, can I come in, please?
Yeah,
I need my
10
20
seconds more
seconds
because I have to go back. I have to go to Jasmine Shah. Yes.
Yes.
10 seconds
And the
more.
other very important point, Zaka, is that forget the Mudra Yojana. If you look at the EPFO data, every month 13 lakh subscribers are getting added. Zaka, this is not fair.
No. One second. You finish your point, ma'am. You don't get distracted by what others are saying. You finish your point. And
Shut up. Stop tackling.
Yeah.
You've lost elections. All you're good for is coming to TV debates and trying to throw a punch. Fine. Let him cackle. चलिए हंसना शुरू कीजिए. अपनी बेइज्जती खुद करवाने का बहुत शौक है. चलिए. Let him first start to the finish. Let him first do what he's doing. Let him be the clown that he is. I will speak after he stops behaving like a clown on national
okay,
television.
so one second. So let me take that opportunity. Let me ask Jasmine Shah. One second. Let me ask Jasmine Shah. Gujarat. One second, ma'am. I'll come back to you. We have another 15 minutes on the debate. Jasmine Shah, the Arvind Kejriwal, the Delhi Chief Minister, was in Gujarat today. Has been going to Gujarat over the last many weeks. In Gujarat, also, you have promised free power to the tune of 300 units every month. Again, in that state, if you have to give free power, every year the cost to the exchequer will be 8,700 crores. This again, many are saying, is an example of the Revdi culture.
It's very interesting, and that's why I started this debate, Zaka, by saying that BJP is so confused about this entire definition that until Aam Aadmi Party is giving something, it is Revdi. The moment Yogi Adityanath or some BJP state government starts announcing the same thing, it becomes a subsidy. So, at the end of the day, let the people of this country decide. The people of the country today have voted for Arvind Kejriwal and the welfare model of Arvind Kejriwal in Delhi and Punjab. They'll soon do so in Gujarat because they know that at the end of the day, giving a vote to a party that spends on the people rather than spends on their friends. I will respond to BJP spokesperson Mr. Mohandas Pai because he said that, this write-off and waiver and all that. Tell me corporate tax, that was cut. 1.5 lakh crore of Revdi was given to corporates. How many jobs have been created, sir, in the last 3 years since this corporate tax? All this kind of
data, my friend.
For Mr. Adani's group, the loans have been restructured to the extent of 15,000 crores. Interest has been waived off. So, ye sara cheez bhi write off hai, waiver hai. Please put your jargons into this. The people of the country know that at the end of the day, they want free and quality education. Do you know that today, as on today, the Assam government has hiked the fees of government school students in Assam? Where is your opposition to that? Do you want government school students to pay fees, or do you want the money to be going into the pockets of your friends? So that is the welfare model that needs to be debated.
Okay. Mohandas Pai respond, when the corporate tax was cut, I think from 25 or 26% to 22%, 1.5 lakh crores is the savings that corporates made. But where is that money? Has that money been plowed back to the people who most need it? Yes, Mr. Pai.
Zaka, the gentleman is again lying. Let me explain. One, when the corporate tax was cut to 25%, tax collection has gone up by 35%. Last year was a record tax collection last year, which was partly affected by COVID. Corporate tax is in excess of 7,20,000 or 7,30,000 crores. The tax collection Union government last year went up by 5 lakh crores above the budget estimate. And a large part of that was because of corporate tax cuts, where compliance went up and the government got more money. And I think it's important for these people who lie through their teeth to understand, because it's not being given to any single person. And, If he says that it's been given to one group, they're lying to a thief. They're lying to a thief. Will you please shut up? I'm speaking.
One at a time,
One at a time,
please. One at a time. Jasmine, please.
Keep quiet.
Mr.
And,
Paya, finish your point.
As far as jobs go,
Yeah.
Zaka, as far as jobs go, the gentleman should look at data. For the last 3.5 years, the EPFO organization, where every company with more than 20 employees have to pay EPFO, there is a contribution paid every month, give a monthly report about the total new joinees to the system, and they say every month now 9 lakh people are joining the system, out of which 4.5 lakh people are the age group of 20 to 25, and these are first jobs. Government creates all across the country 7 lakh jobs. Totally, we can track about 1 crore to 1.2 crore jobs in this country that's being created to the EPFO and to the ESI. And the data is there by gender, by age group, by industry, by state, even for the last 36 months.
Let Adil respond to that.
The data and talk about jobs and not go on
I think the SBI report.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Zaka, please let me finish.
Okay.
Zaka, let me finish.
Okay.
Zaka.
Yes.
Freebies are not about giving food subsidy, education subsidy, health subsidy. I think gentleman from TMC was the most reasonable. A welfare state has to make sure the poor people get food, poor people get education, poor people get health. This is about TVs. This is about giving 1,000 rupees to every woman in Punjab. This is about giving free power.
Okay.
Power should be given at subsidized rates and not free. Water should be given a subsidized rate. Even if they pay 20 rupees a month, it is fine because you can track the use of water. This culture of giving everything free, that is a freebie. Water and power, charge them a little bit like southern states are doing. I think the gentleman must understand it is not his grandfather's money that is giving away. It's the taxpayers' money, and taxpayers.
Let me ask Adil. Adil, I'm coming to you. Adil, the question is, EPFO numbers are there. I think the SBI report on EPFO over the last 2 years has tracked 70 to 75 lakh new subscribers who have joined the EPFO, which are jobs in the formal sector. The number of jobs created in the informal sector, which is not part of the EPFO database, would be much higher. So for you to say that joblessness is still high or record high, that doesn't keep pace with the EPFO figures.
Zaka, the previous speaker is delusional. I repeat, he is delusional. He is living in an alternate reality. Ask him to go 100 kilometers from Delhi to any part in Western Uttar Pradesh or Rajasthan and give this data. More than 3/4 of our country is in the informal sector. There is a widening chasm between the rich and the poor. A person who owns 20,000 rupees is not interested in listening to this mindless nonsense of so-called economists. He is concerned with how much money he has to pay for petrol, diesel, milk, tea, and oil. Today, all those items are at a sky high. Post the pandemic, joblessness has increased. I think the previous speaker is trying to be even more loyal than the king, because even the RBI chairman is bearish. Even he says that the inflation is at an unmanageable level. So you can continue to please the government, but the fact of the matter is that the common man is reeling today. Please see it from the point of view of somebody from the lower middle class who's earning 25,000 rupees a month. More than 15 to 17,000 goes into just his basic amenities. What is he going to feed his child? How is he going to send him to school? I think that's the problem. The BJP and their lackeys are living in a cozy environment where they're just not familiar with the reality. I think that's where the problem lies.
No, so the political, moving away from the economic to the political argument, and the question that I'm going to ask Dr. Sen of the TMC is that if price rise, unemployment, these were the real issues in breaking the back of the middle class and the lower middle class in this country, Dr. Shantanu Sen, why is it then that the BJP is winning election after election? In the recently concluded state assembly elections also, they won 4 out of 5.
On the contrary, I must tell you, in last few years, 19 allies of NDA, they have left BJP. The presence of BJP has significantly come down from 75% to around 40-42%. So for the vote share is concerned, if you calculate, yeah, BJP is winning, that's fair enough. because the process of winning we know. The way they are dismantling the stable government everywhere, the way they have been utilizing the central agencies particularly against the opposition leaders, the way they are trying to purchase votes and the way they are trying to purchase the leaders as well from different other opposition political parties. Now it has been crystal clear to the entire country. BJP, the final bell has started ringing. You can clearly read the wall writing. Just wait for 1.5 years. Let the parliament election take place in 2024, when all the oppositions will get united and they will be giving a big thrust to BJP. Then they will realize what is what, because entire country is burning. People are not having food. Highest employment is in last 45 years.
Sir, if I may, with your permission, the fact is that during 2 years of lockdown or 1.5 years of lockdown, I have not come across, at least it's not been reported in the mainstream media, of people dying because of starvation. People have died because of COVID, people have died because of lack of oxygen, but I have not come across an instance of people dying because of lack of food.
You just go to the hunger index.
Be that as it may.
One second. During COVID, you have seen dead bodies floating on the
Ma'am, 1 second. I'll come back to you. Have 30 seconds patience, ma'am. I'm coming back to you. Yeah, Dr. Shantanu Sen, finish your point. 30 seconds. Yes.
No,
I believe you remember you have seen dead bodies floating on the rivers during COVID. And so far the hunger index is concerned, just see the statistics, see the ranking of India in the hunger index.
Okay, you made that point. Okay, Sanju Verma now to respond. Yes.
Of food.
Okay, Sanju Verma to respond.
Zaka, first and foremost, let me make it very clear that despite 2 black swan events, we had a black swan event called the COVID pandemic in more than 100 years. We had the second black swan event called the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Despite that, India was the fastest growing economy last year at 8.7%, and the IMF says even this year at 7.4%, India will be the fastest growing economy. So I think the Congress, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Trinamool Congress spokespeople need to educate themselves. Today, under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, at more than 45 crore bank accounts, India has the world's largest financial inclusion scheme called the Jan Dhan Yojana. India has the world's largest health insurance scheme called Ayushman Bharat. Garib Kalyan Yojana, which was feeding more than 81 crore people every month during the COVID lockdown, is the world's largest food security program. We have built more than 11 crore toilets under Prime Minister Narendra Modi. It is the world's largest sanitation program. The Congress spokesperson was sitting and giving me a bhashan. Salt ka daam itna hua hai. You know, onion prices have gone up this much. Let me tell you, sanitation rate under Congress was 39%. Rural network coverage was just 54%. Banking coverage was just 51% under Congress. Electricity coverage was just 47%. Today, under Narendra Modi, sanitation coverage, rural electricity coverage, rural road coverage, banking coverage is close to 100%. And let me tell you.
But ma'am, will all of this make up for price rise, or will all of this make up for lack of jobs? That's the question opposition is asking. No, please answer the question. All of this is great. All of this is fine, but will it make up for price rise? Will it make up for lack of jobs? That's what the opposition is asking. Yeah.
I'm coming to that. In India, price rise has already peaked out, which is what the numbers of the last 2 months show. Core inflation has come down to 6%. And the most important thing is that with the RBI deciding to hike repo rate, excess liquidity is being sucked out. And I think by the next year, maybe first quarter or so, inflation should come down to 5% or thereabouts.
Okay.
Speaking of jobs, I just want to add a small thing to what Mr. Mohandas Pai said. Actually, Mr. Pai has been very conservative, and he's saying, 7 crore jobs have been added. There is another report which says that every month, as per EPF or Zaka, 13 lakh people are being registered, which means every year 1.56 crore, which means in the last 7 to 8 years, more than 12 crore people have entered the formal sector.
Okay.
The Congress is only talking rhetoric.
Okay, let Jasmine Shah respond to that. You've made your point, ma'am. I've given you uninterrupted time. Let Jasmine Shah now respond, please. Yes. Jasmine.
Zaka, what is happening is, the BJP spokespeople very neatly cherry picking numbers. You can cite EPFO data, but there's a reason why it's called EPFO data and not the unemployment data for the entire country that represents every sector. Because if you were to look at that, the data for June alone by CMI, which is one of the most rigorous surveys, shows that in just 1 month, 13 million jobs have been lost, majority of them in the rural areas. Does your EPFO data collect that? No. Second, tell me today, as we're entering into the 75th year, can we at least agree as a country that education and health must be the top priority? And like the Kejriwal government spends in Delhi, 25% of the budget is being spent in education, 15% in health. The average all over the country is 10 or 12%. Can BJP, can all other parties agree that आप बोलते रहते हैं कि education, health, but you are never willing to spend. You charge, fees even from government school students, but you have no qualms spending money on loan waivers, corporate tax cuts, forgiving the loans of your friends. So please, when you talk about education and health, please walk the talk. Please agree first of spending 25% of your budget in education,
Okay.
not charging a single student a fee.
I'll give the final word to Mr. Pai. Mr. Pai, 1 minute. I have to wrap up in 1 minute. Yeah, final word.
Again, the gentleman
Mr. Pai, yeah.
is lying because in Delhi is a special case. The cost of the police in Delhi is borne by all of us outside Delhi. The union government spend a lot of money on other programs, on infrastructure, everything Delhi government does not spend. So let us not say Delhi is a model, because Delhi is a special case where all of us spend money to keep the Delhiites in good humor. Punjab is the classical case. How much money in Punjab is spent on health and education? That is the classical case. If the AAP government is able to increase it to 40% like he says in Delhi, hats off to them. They should rule the whole country because they would have done a fantastic job. But Punjab is broke. They're not able to keep the promise of 1,000 rupees per woman. Anyway, that's a different issue.
Okay.
Now, Zaka, we should understand one important thing before we sign off. Subsidy to people who are poor for food, education, health is required. I don't think anybody should grudge. Freebies like TV, giving 1,000 rupees per woman, every woman in a state, these are all wrong, and these freebies should be stopped.
All
we
right.
must put money into infrastructure, job creation, into higher education, skill development, to make sure people get jobs and economic advancement.
All right.
Freebies should stop. Subsidies are okay.
I'm afraid I have to wrap up the debate on that note. I want to thank all our guests. We've had a 40-minute discussion. Ma'am, I'm completely out of time. Thank you very much. But I'm sure that this is the battle line that's been drawn politically also by the Prime Minister for 2024. It's the politics, or as he put it, the politics of freebies on the one hand versus the politics of performance on the other. We'll take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, we'll shift focus to the China-Taiwan situation. And China has ended its military drills around the Taiwan Straits, but it is still keeping the suspense up over a potential blockade or even an outright invasion of the island nation.
के साथ गिरफ्तार कर लिया।
Tyagi was booked for molestation after abusing a woman at a Noida housing complex in a now viral video.
श्रीकांत कुछ कहना है? हाँ, जी बताइए। ऐसे हो रहे थे? जी।
5 cars were recovered from Tyagi. All vehicles had number plate of special series.
40 days after Eknath Shinde was sworn in as Maharashtra Chief Minister, the cabinet has finally been expanded. 18 ministers took oath today. Among them were BJP State President Chandrakant Patil, Radhakrishna Vikhe Patil and Uday Samant. Shinde said that a second round of cabinet expansion is likely to be held in September. Kerala Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is planning to initiate action against the Vice-Chancellor of the Kannur University after the wife of the Chief Minister's private secretary was appointed as an associate professor in the university. Arif Mohammad Khan has sought an explanation from the Vice-Chancellor after a complaint stated that the UGC rules were flouted during this appointment. Amid rising threats from China along the line of actual control, India is stepping up vigil. Hindustan Aeronautics is working on an AI-driven multi-role drone. Now, these drones will be able to carry up to 40 kilograms of payload. It's used for transporting essential supplies. The maiden test flight will happen by the middle of next year. HAL will produce 60 such drone platforms in phase 1 of this program. Tensions between China and Taiwan are showing no signs whatsoever of diffusing.
China's Air Force and Navy continue military exercises close to Taiwan. China has sent military ships and planes across the midline that separates the two sides in the Taiwan Strait and launched missiles into waters surrounding the island. Multiple types of warship and aircraft participated in the drill, focusing on air control operations, in-flight refueling, air support for naval units and other training subjects. Taiwan's foreign minister said that China aims to control the East and South China Sea via the Taiwan Strait.
China may try to routinize its actions in an attempt to wreck the long-term status quo across the Taiwan Strait.
Taiwan on its part is getting battle ready, holding live-fire artillery drills. The training is being used to test combat readiness in response to Chinese aggression post Nancy Pelosi's visit.
Amid tensions between Taipei and Beijing, there are fears that Xi Jinping may be going the Vladimir Putin way. Russia's Z symbol was seen on Chinese military cars. These military vehicles were spotted in the Fujian province. In fact, the Chinese military activity has increased in Fujian, which is the southernmost province closest to the Taiwan Straits, as it were. The Russian military operations in Ukraine were symbolized by the Z symbol. In fact, Russian armored vehicles in Ukraine were all painted with the symbol Z. At least 8 people were killed and 6 others missing in South Korea as heavy rainfall inundated the greater Seoul area. The downpour submerged roads, flooded metro stations. It caused blackouts across the city. Some areas received the highest rainfall they've seen in 80 years. Former U.S. President Donald Trump claims that his Florida home in Mar-a-Lago was raided by the FBI. Trump said a large group of FBI agents were at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and had broken open a safe. The search was reportedly linked to an investigation into his handling of classified material while he was in office. 23-time Grand Slam winner Serena Williams has announced that she's planning to retire from tennis after the upcoming US Open. In an article in Vogue magazine, the 40-year-old has said that though she will try to win the US Open, it's time for her to move in a different direction. She said that she will evolve away from tennis and focus on other things that are important to her. Superstar Shah Rukh Khan lost his cool when a fan tried to forcefully stop him for a picture at the Mumbai airport. The actor was accompanied by his sons Aryan and Abram. While walking out of the airport, suddenly a fan tried to hold SRK's hand and take a selfie. A visibly angry SRK shook off his hand. Aryan was then seen calming his father down. The streets of Punjab's Firozpur witnessed a dramatic car chase straight out of Fast and Furious.
2 men in a white sedan refused to stop at a police barricade despite being flagged to, so the police decided to follow them in an SUV. The car first brushed a scooter on the side, causing the woman riding it to fall off. At a busy junction, the sedan got stuck behind another car. That's when a cop with a gun in his hand jumped out of the police car behind. The cop pointed the gun at the 2 men inside the car, but even then the driver barged his way through the car in front. The cop was determined to stop the 2 men, fired at their tires, puncturing them. But the car still kept going as he chased the vehicle on foot. The 2 men were finally arrested after driving another 10 kilometers. 10 grams of heroin was recovered from them.
A pedestrian was mowed down in Kolkata by a teen driver. Welcome back to Brass Tacks. A Mumbai bus driver lost control of his vehicle on a busy street. Watch what exactly unfolded.
The BEST bus first rammed into an auto and then a stationary tempo and a roadside shop in Goregaon. The auto was smashed, but the driver had a miraculous escape. Post the crash, shocked bystanders ran after the bus to try and rescue the passengers. The horrific accident happened after the brakes of the bus failed. 2 passengers of the bus and the auto driver were injured. Police have filed a case and the BEST is investigating the accident.
A day after dumping the BJP and allying with the RJD again, Nitish Kumar took oath as Bihar Chief Minister for a record 8th time today. Tejashwi Yadav was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. Just minutes after the ceremony, Nitish Kumar took a pot shot at Prime Minister Modi, asking if he is sure that he will return to power in 2024.
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो अपना सवाल।
A day before the release of his movie Lal Singh Chaddha, actor Amir Khan visited the Golden Temple today. Amir Khan also addressed calls by right-wing groups to boycott his movie based on some of his old comments. He said he apologizes if he hurt anyone's sentiments.
अगर मैंने किसी का दिल दुखाया है किसी चीज़ से तो मुझे उस बात का दुख है और मैं किसी का दिल नहीं दुखाना चाहता हूँ और आई थिंक बाकी अगर लोगों को जिनको फिल्म नहीं देखनी है तो मैं उस बात की इज्जत करूँगा क्या कर सकते हैं.
This is a shocking incident from Nalgonda in Telangana where a college student was repeatedly stabbed by a man who had been stalking her and harassing her for months. On Tuesday, the accused finally approached the student on the pretext of discussing something and then stabbed her in the face, as well as the hands, stomach and legs. Her condition is said to be stable and the man in question has been arrested. There were shocking scenes outside a pub in Gurugram. Here's why.
Bouncers were seen assaulting patrons outside Casa Danza Club in Millennium City. The bouncers mercilessly kicked, slapped and punched guests outside the pub. Even women were not spared from their abusive behavior. These shocking scenes played out after an argument broke out between the guests and a bouncer. The incident happened on the 7th of August, but still no action has been taken against the bouncers.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000 and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Ratar, who was murdered, Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, and television artist Amreen Bhatt was killed in today's encounter. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Himachal Pradesh and led to some hair-raising scenes.
In Chamba district, several roads were washed away due to incessant rains, but this group decided to risk their lives in order to cross the heavily damaged road. With rainwater falling like a waterfall, they pushed their motorbike over huge chunks of rocks and stones. The terrain was so tough that one person had to pull the front wheel of the bike to take it forward. They were right on the edge of a gorge. One false step and they could have fallen to their death. Together they lifted and pushed the bike and finally made it across the half-broken road.
Scientists have claimed that days on Earth are getting longer. Now, why exactly is that? The Earth's rotation around its axis has slowed down. In fact, the rotation of the axis is slowing down because of friction. 2.3 milliseconds have been added to the length of each day. The tidal changes have also increased. Therefore, the length of the day is also having an impact on how time is measured. It will also have an impact on technology like GPS. A former professor of Kolkata St. Xavier's University has moved the Calcutta High Court against the university authorities. This after she was allegedly forced to tender her resignation following complaints from a parent over some pictures of her wearing a swimsuit which were posted on her private Instagram. Justice Uday Umesh Lalit has been appointed as the 49th Chief Justice of India after President Draupadi Murmu signed his warrant of appointment. He will assume charge on the 27th of August, a day after the incumbent Chief Justice N.V. Ramana retires. Justice Lalit will have a brief tenure of less than 3 months. He will retire in November. Comedian Raju Srivastav suffered a cardiac arrest while working out in a gym in Delhi. The 58-year-old was working out on a treadmill when he had chest pain and he collapsed. He was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences where he was given CPR twice and revived. He's now said to be out of danger. A Samajwadi Party leader's car was hit by a truck in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri district.
The truck rammed into Devendra Singh Yadav's car on a relatively busy road and then dragged the vehicle for more than 500 meters before finally stopping. Bystanders ran after the truck and helped the passengers out of the car. The SP leader was in the car. He was returning home from the party office when the accident happened. His condition is believed to be stable. The errant truck driver has been arrested and an investigation is underway.
The centre has given the green light for biological E's Corbevax being administered as a precautionary dose. So those who've taken Covishield or Covaxin as their dose 1 or 2, they can take Corbevax as a booster 6 months after their second dose. This is the first time that the booster dose is different from the one that's been used for primary vaccination. Domestic airlines are free to decide what to charge passengers from the 31st of August. The government has done away with limits on airfares which were placed when the pandemic began in 2020. The move is expected to help the aviation sector recover from large losses. China's military says it completed tasks around Taiwan, but now plans regular patrols in response to Nancy Pelosi's visit there last week.
Beijing is signaling an end to days of war games, but at the same time, it's keeping up pressure on Taiwan. Fuming over US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island, China had extended its largest ever exercises around Taiwan beyond the 4 days originally scheduled. The drills included launching ballistic missiles, some of which flew over capital Taipei, and simulated sea and air attacks in surrounding skies and waters. PLA's Eastern Theatre Command said it had successfully completed various tasks around Taiwan and effectively tested the integrated combat capabilities of its troops. But China warned that its forces will keep an eye on changes in the situation in the Taiwan Strait and continue to train and prepare for combat.
Moscow's 40-year wait for a strategic bomber could finally end. The Pakda is expected to start test flights in 2024. The Pakda is a new nuclear-capable bomber. The Pakda is Russia's counter to the US B-21 Raider. The full production of this bomber remains uncertain. Western sanctions over Ukraine war are looming on Russia, and therefore it is difficult to maintain the supply chain required to produce the Pakda. Loud explosions have rocked a Russian military airbase in western Crimea. Plumes of smoke were seen rising up in the sky, and eyewitnesses said that at least 12 explosions took place. Ukrainian media claimed that it was a missile attack, but the Russian Defense Ministry says that it was not an attack, but a detonation of ammunition in which one person was killed. Former US President Donald Trump invoked the Fifth Amendment and refused to answer questions under oath today in the New York Attorney General's long-running civil investigation into his business dealings. This decision comes just days after the FBI searched his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida as part of an unrelated federal inquiry into whether he took classified records with him when he left the White House. A shocking video from Muzaffarabad in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir shows a truck full of liquefied petroleum gas falling down a steep valley. The truck driver tries to cross a narrow stretch on a mountain but loses balance in the process, and then the huge truck is seen falling into a ravine. That's a wrap. In a moment, Maria Shakil will be joining you live from Patna in a special edition of News Epicenter.
Nitish Kumar visibly has taken a high moral ground, saying that it was the BJP's action or the larger conspiracy to break the JDU that forced him to take this call. Tejasvi Yadav will be a different Tejasvi of 2015. He had emerged clearly now of his father's shadow in 2020 assembly election. Hello everyone, I'm coming to you live from Epicenter, Patna. In just 24 hours, the Chief Minister is the same, that is Nitish Kumar. His deputy has changed. Earlier, he had two deputies, both from the BJP. Now it is RJD's Tejasvi Yadav who has been sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. The Mahagathbandhan of Bihar has been signed and sealed, and Nitish Tejasvi era has begun for the second time. Right here at the governor's house is where the swearing-in ceremony was, and Nitish Kumar is at his residence, which is 1 Animar. He is now at the helm of a 7-party alliance with the support of over 160 MLAs, but the architect of Mahagathbandhan is the young leader Tejasvi Yadav, who has returned as the Deputy Chief Minister. Nitish Kumar sent a message to the BJP ahead of the 2024 elections, saying those who came to power in 2014 should be worried about the 2024 elections. The switch in Bihar has thrown up many questions when it comes to the dynamic political landscape of Bihar, the one where caste is the only and dominant factor. Is Nitish Kumar at the helm of an energized opposition coalition? Is Tejasvi Yadav charting his path to the Chief Minister's chair? Or is this simply a switch by a Chief Minister fighting to save his political relevance? Also, what is the BJP's next plan of action in this crucial, critical state? Or, as far as doors of the BJP for Nitish Kumar is concerned, is that shut for the future? Before I give you a wrap of all that happened today, here's our big newsmaker, the man of the moment, Tejasvi Yadav. I spoke to him soon after the swearing-in ceremony. He had just entered his home and was surrounded by his supporters. Joining me now is the man of the moment, Tejasvi Yadav. Tejasvi Yadav of 2022, emerging in the same role as Deputy Chief Minister. How is this different from Tejasvi Yadav of 2015 as the Deputy Chief Minister of Nitish Kumar?
देखिए काफ़ी इवेंटफुल रहा 2015 से 22 काफ़ी चीज़ें सीखने को मिली, लेकिन आज की जो ज़रूरत थी और पूरे देश में जिस प्रकार से सामाजिक और सांप्रदायिक तनाव था, जिस हिसाब से भाजपा के लोग ना संविधान को मानने वाले, ना लोकतंत्र को मानने वाले, और उनका साफ एजेंडा था कि देश को कब्जा लो। सारे जितने भी संवैधानिक यानी कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस थे, सब पर दबाव है किसी को ढंग से काम नहीं किया जा रहा, एक तानाशाह माहौल बनाया गया है। इसलिए हम सब लोगों से यही कहना चाहते हैं कि ये जो आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने जो निर्णय लिया वो काफी निडर निर्णय लिया, और हम इतना जरूर कह सकते हैं कि यही आज की जरूरत थी। बिहार की तो जरूरत थी ही, लेकिन ये देश की जरूरत है। और एक मैसेज पूरे देश में गया, ऑपोजिशन में गया कि लड़ाई लड़ना है तो बिहार से सीखो।
लेकिन तेजस्वी, 2020 में आपने नारा लगाया था नीतीश कुमार थके हुए हैं, वो थके हुए नीतीश कुमार के साथ आप 2022 में साथ हो गए।
देखिए, हम लोगों ने आरोप भी लगाए एक दूसरे पर, सवाल भी उठाए हैं, लेकिन हम लोग समाजवादी लोग हैं और हमारी जो पुरखों की जो विरासत है, समाजवादी जो विरासत है, उसको कोई और नहीं हथिया सकता। तो ये लड़ाई सब पास थी। अब हमको एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला है आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री जी के साथ काम करने का, और जिसकी लड़ाई हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं, नौजवानों को बेरोजगारी को लेकर के, इस चीज को लेकर के हमारी चर्चा हुई है। और भाजपा ने नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ क्या क्या नहीं किया, आप बताइए। फंड नहीं देते थे, पटना यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा नीतीश कुमार जी ने तो मांगा, उसको जो है सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी का दर्जा आज तक नहीं दिया। क्यों नहीं मिला? स्पेशल पैकेज नहीं मिला। आपको हर चीज में कटौती, पिछड़ा राज्य है तो आपको जितने भी सेंट्रल स्कीम्स हैं उसमें सहूलियत देनी चाहिए थी, स्पेशल स्टेटस बिहार को देना चाहिए था, लेकिन कोई काम नहीं।
वादा आपने किया है 10 लाख नौकरी का 2020 में।
20 का जो वादा था, अब परिस्थिति जो है अलग है, लेकिन एक महीने बाद आप देखिएगा बिहार ऐसा राज्य होगा जो नीतीश कुमार जी के नेतृत्व में, और हम लोग मिल करके इतनी नौकरियां निकालेंगे, रोजगार देंगे कि शायद ही किसी भी देश के राज्य में ऐसा नहीं हुआ होगा।
2017 में आपने बोला था विश्वासघात किया है नीतीश कुमार ने, आप विश्वास कर पाएंगे उनसे?
ये देखिए, हमने तो पहले ही इस बात का जवाब दे दिया है। हम लोगों ने आरोप लगाए, हम पे भी लगे, लेकिन हम लोग समाजवादी लोग हैं। आज भाजपा जेपी नड्डा आके कहते हैं कि क्षेत्रीय दलों को खत्म करो। आज जेपी नड्डा कहते हैं समाप्त कर दो क्षेत्रीय दलों को, और हर राज्य में हमारा कब्जा होगा, बीजेपी की सरकार होगी। इसका मतलब है कि लोकतंत्र को खतरा है, डेमोक्रेसी को खतरा है। वो रीजनल पार्टी और अपोजिशन को खत्म करने की बात नहीं कर रहे, वो डेमोक्रेसी खत्म करने की बात कर रहे हैं। दिस इज माय ड्यूटी, हमारी ड्यूटी है, चाहे नीतीश कुमार जी की, हमारी, कि ऐसे आरएसएस के एजेंडा को इस देश में लागू ना होने दे। इसलिए मैंने कहा पूरे देश में ये मैसेज गया है, और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि नीतीश कुमार जी, आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी, नौजवानों के दुख दर्द को मिटाएंगे और देश को एक नया रास्ता दिखाएंगे, एक नया विकल्प।
तो देश की बात जब आप कर रहे हैं, देश का रास्ता दिखाएंगे, तो क्या ये मान ले 2025 का नेतृत्व तेजस्वी यादव कर रहे हैं और 2024 से पहले नीतीश कुमार दिल्ली जाएंगे?
हम लोग मजबूती के साथ नीतीश कुमार जी के साथ खड़े हैं। हम लोगों को काम करना है, चाहे किसी भी रूप में, चाहे पद हो या ना हो। ना नीतीश कुमार जी को ख्वाहिश है कोई बड़ी या पद का लालच, ना हमको, लेकिन अपॉर्चुनिटी हम लोगों को मिला है, चाहे हम ऑपोजिशन में रहे या सरकार में रहे, हम लोगों को जनता के प्रति काम करना है। और नीतीश कुमार जी से ज्यादा अनुभवी शायद ही इस देश में कोई मुख्यमंत्री हो सकता है, तो उनका जो अनुभव है उससे तो हम लोगों को सीखने का भी
आखिरी सवाल तेजस्वी, 2017 में नीतीश कुमार ने जो आरोप लगाया था आप पर कि करप्शन का चार्जेस है, वो सब टेंट है, वो सब आप भूल गए?
तो देश में देख नहीं रही है क्या हो रहा है, महाराष्ट्र में क्या हो रहा है। अरे बीजेपी का एक ही काम है, जो डरता है उसको डराओ और जो बिकता है उसको खरीदो। लेकिन हमने पहले भी कहा था कि बिहार के लोग बिकाऊ नहीं, बिहार के लोग टिकाऊ हैं और अपने स्वाभिमान से कोई कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं करेंगे।
The Mahagathbandhan returns to Bihar. Nitish Kumar took oath as Chief Minister for a record 8th time. And Tejasvi Yadav is back as his deputy. Post the swearing-in ceremony, Nitish Kumar further fueled speculation about his political future with this open challenge to Prime Minister Modi.
हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे.
It's been a dramatic 72 hours in Bihar, to say the least. Nitish Kumar suddenly ended his alliance with the BJP and formed the government with Tejasvi Yadav's RJD and 6 other parties.
यही आज की जरूरत थी. बिहार की तो जरूरत थी ही, लेकिन ये देश की जरूरत है. और एक मैसेज पूरे देश में गया, ऑपोजिशन में गया कि लड़ाई लड़ना है तो बिहार से सीखो.
The BJP held a massive protest in Patna, accusing Nitish Kumar of betraying the people's mandate.
De facto चीफ मिनिस्टर तो तेजस्वी यादव है. नीतीश जी तो केवल जिसको ट्यूटुलर हेड कहते हैं वो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री होंगे. ये सरकार 2025 पूरा नहीं करेगी.
Nitish Kumar is no stranger to switching alliance partners. Till 2013, he had allied with the BJP. But when it became clear that Narendra Modi would be the NDA's prime ministerial face, he walked out of the alliance and later went on to form the government with the RJD and Congress in 2015. Then in 2017, he accused Tejasvi Yadav and his brother Tej Pratap of corruption and quit the alliance and returned to the NDA.
मैं इस चेंज को बिहार में 10 साल पहले जो राजनीतिक अस्थिरता का दौर शुरू हुआ है 2012-13 से, उसी दिशा में एक नए कड़ी के तौर पर देखता हूं.
Now with Lok Sabha elections less than 2 years away, has Nitish Kumar revived the Grand Alliance to further his prime ministerial ambitions? If this alliance does well, Nitish could emerge as the nucleus of the opposition. But will he be accepted as the face of the opposition when other regional players like Mamata Banerjee and K. Chandrasekhar Rao are nursing their own hopes to be Prime Minister?
So Nitish Kumar is almost made his prime ministerial ambitions known. In no uncertain terms, he's saying that he will make all efforts to strengthen the opposition, to take on the BJP. He did not name Prime Minister Narendra Modi, but he did say that he may have won in 2014, but he should be worried about 2024. What does it mean for Bihar and also for the opposition politics all over India? Let me bring in my guests now. Binod Sharma is Bihar BJP spokesperson, Dr. Anshul Avijit representing the Congress, Lav Kumar of the JDU, Dr. Naval Kishore, RJD spokesperson, Sanjay Kumar, professor of CSDS. Let me begin with you, Sanjay Kumar. Nitish Kumar, known as man of few words, was not really cryptic today. He was open and pretty direct as far as his road or future course is concerned.
Maria, you're right. Nitish Kumar did say in no clear terms that, the people who came to power in 2014 should not be confident of coming back to power in 2024. I think there is a clear signal he is giving that though he may have taken oath as the Chief Minister of Bihar for the 8th time, but that's not his prime objective, that's not the prime target. His prime target is going to be to oppose BJP at the national level, to oppose Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2024. So he has made it very, very clear that that's going to be his, that's going to be his final target. Let's see how that unfolds, how he is able to bring the opposition parties together, how he is able to manage the coordination between opposition parties. That's going to be a difficult task, but let's see how things unfold in the next couple of months till 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
All right, Dr. Anshul Avijit, the churning in the opposition is evident, but given the fact that all political parties, be it the Aam Aadmi Party or TMC, all of them in many words over the course of 1 year, we have seen that they have almost said that they do not have confidence in the Congress party. What does this prime ministerial ambition announcement of Nitish Kumar really mean?
First of all, let's rejoice in the moment. What has happened at the moment, what will happen in the future, I do not know. What has happened right now is a particular unity has been struck, which is an anti-BJP unity. I mean, it's quite remarkable that it has happened in Bihar. Bihar has always been presented as a somewhat of a bulwark of communalism in the 1990s, and that, in some ways, that tradition continues. It's never had a BJP chief minister in that sense. So this particular unity has been struck at the moment. I am happy, I'm absolutely delighted that the BJP is ousted from power. That is our primary objective, that in any of the states, the BJP, which has been so malefic and harmful to the progress of this country, is ousted from power. There's also this, this presumption that the opposition is also disaggregated, that is always self-destructive. One is always laboring under this
Anshul
presumption.
Abhijit, my question to you is should you be celebrating or really ensuring that this alliance actually functions? Because we have seen what happened in Maharashtra. You were celebrating and the ground beneath Uddhav Thackeray's feet shifted, with Eknath Shinde, almost running away with his own political party. So, I mean, let's be clear, for all the words that you may say about rejoicing, these are very, very fancy words. But the fact is that this has to be a functional alliance, an alliance which is full of contradictions, just as the alliance between BJP and JDU was. Nitish Kumar has to ensure that this alliance between him and the Mahagathbandhan parties actually functions, So that is a tall ask, given the kind of trust deficit which is there. Tejasvi Yadav, of course, saying very confidently that he has almost buried 2017. He's decided to move ahead and march forward. But that's a message coming from Tejasvi. Lav Kumar ji, मुझे ये बताएं आप कि नीतीश कुमार ने बहुत ही कन्वीनियंटली ये बोल दिया कि कंस्पिरेसी थी। भाजपा आज दिन भर विश्वासघात दिवस मना रही थी और उनका साफ तौर पे ये कहना है कि इधर चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते हैं कि उनको इंसिस्ट किया गया, प्रेशर दिया गया, तभी वो मुख्यमंत्री बने। लेकिन अगर इतना प्रेशर था तो ये आज तो फिर उनका नंबर कम है, 43 है, नंबर तो नहीं बढ़ गया। क्या तेजस्वी यादव ने भी प्रेशर डाला है कि आप मुख्यमंत्री कंटिन्यू करिए?
देखिए, सवाल इसका नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा गठबंधन धर्म हमारे से ज्यादा किसी ने पालन नहीं किया। थोड़ा संयम से सुन लीजिएगा। 2005 में जब हमारी सरकार बनी थी, उसके पहले 2001 में 3-4 दिनों के लिए सरकार बनी थी, 5 में जब सरकार बनी थी, हमारे एमएलए की संख्या 84 थी, इनके एमएलए की संख्या 54 थी। एक भी आप उठाकर देख लीजिए, समता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता, जेडीयू का कार्यकर्ता, किसी ने भी ये सवाल नहीं उठाया कि हम बड़े भाई हैं, आप छोटे भाई हैं, तो उनको ह्यूमिलिएट करने का। हमने उसी इज्जत के साथ डिप्टी सीएम बनाया और उसी इज्जत के साथ उनको तवज्जो दी। 2010 में हमारी अकेले की सीटें 118 थी, बाकी निर्दलीय को लेकर हम आराम से अपनी सरकार बना सकते थे, जैसा कि बीजेपी हर कई राज्यों में करती आई है। महाराष्ट्र के उदाहरण था, पिछले चुनाव में आप देखी थी। हमने ऐसा नहीं किया, पूरे इज्जत के साथ महागठबंधन ये बीजेपी एनडीए अलायंस के साथ में रहा और पूरे ही सम्मान के साथ बीजेपी के साथ हमारा समझौता चलते रहा। और 13 में हम इनसे जिस इशू पे अलग हुए, 14 के चुनाव हुआ। आप देखिए नीतीश कुमार जी जहाँ रहते हैं,
ये पूरा जो आप हिस्ट्री दोहरा रहे हैं वो हिस्ट्री के बारे में मुझे भी पता है। मैं बिहार की राजनीति बहुत ही क्लोजली कवर करती हूँ, तो मैंने आपकी जितने मोरल हाई ग्राउंड नीतीश कुमार ने लिया है और यू टर्न्स लिया है वो भी मुझे सब पता है। मेरा सवाल का आपने जवाब नहीं दिया। मेरा सवाल वही है कि अगर 2020 में नीतीश कुमार पे प्रेशर डाल करके उनको मुख्यमंत्री बनाया भाजपा ने, तो क्या तेजस्वी ने भी प्रेशर डाल करके उनको आज मुख्यमंत्री बनाया है? क्योंकि आज फिर उनकी स्थिति वही है जो 2020 में थी नंबर के मुताबिक।
नहीं, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बहुत बढ़िया क्वेश्चन है आपका। हम इसी पे आ रहे थे, आप ही के जब क्वेश्चन पे आ रहे थे कि 20 आते आते हमारे साथ क्या किया गया गठबंधन में। अपने उम्मीदवारों को, अपने एक्स एमएलए को हमारे जहां से हम लड़ रहे थे सीटों पे लड़ाया गया, किसी एक दल से, जिस दल में भेजकर लड़ाया गया, जिस मॉडल की जिक्र हम लोग कर चुके हैं, चिराग मॉडल की जिक्र, और हमारी सीटें घटाई गई। उसके बाद आदरणीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने मुख्यमंत्री का पद लेना स्वीकार नहीं ही कर रहे थे, लेकिन बहुत आग्रह के बाद स्वीकार किया गया। उसके बाद क्या किया गया? हर समय बड़े भाई हैं, बड़े
क्यों
भाई हैं,
आपने दबाव डाला? अगर नीतीश कुमार तैयार नहीं थे, विनोद शर्मा जी, अब मुझे ये बताइए, भाजपा ने क्यों दबाव डाला? अगर नीतीश कुमार तैयार ही नहीं थे तो आप क्यों आप चाहते थे कि वो मुख्यमंत्री बने?
भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो करती है वो करती है। हमारे आदरणीय
मुझे बात पूरी कर, दूसरे सवाल का भी जवाब मैं दे देता हूँ आपको।
हमारी सरकार बनेगी तो
आपका, लेकिन
और उसके तहत कम सीट आने पर भी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा कि नीतीश जी होंगे और दबाव था।
ओके, लेट्स लिसन टू फ्रॉम विनोद शर्मा।
बयानबाजी कर रहे हैं कि बहुत
लव कुमार जी, you have spoken, you have made your point. Let's listen in from the BJP now. Yes, go ahead. विनोद शर्मा, go ahead.
दूसरी बात है कि हम बधाई देते हैं कि 8वीं बार मुख्यमंत्री बने हैं और गिनीज बुक में नाम लिखाया पलटीमारी में। जो हमारे तेजस्वी जी ने उपाधि दी थी पलटू चाचा, वो साबित कर दिए कि गिनीज बुक में नाम लिखाने लायक है। और निश्चित रूप से अभी बातें बना रहे हैं, इनके पास कोई जवाब नहीं है बिहार की जनता के लिए। ये बहाने ढूंढ रहे हैं। ये लंबे समय से प्लानिंग कर रहे थे, इनकी महत्वाकांक्षा जगी थी। ये कुछ लोगों के कहने पर सपने देखने लगे कि मैं भी प्रधानमंत्री हो सकता हूँ, अच्छी बात है, सपना देखिए, लेकिन अपनी जमीन देखिए। आप 2017 में लोकसभा का चुनाव लड़े थे, 2 सीट आई थी मात्र। कभी भी नीतीश जी बिहार में अपने दम पर सरकार नहीं बनाए। भाजपा के कंधे पर पहली बार 2005 में बने, आदरणीय स्वर्गीय वाजपेयी जी ने बनाया और लालू जी ने बीच में बनाया।
डॉक्टर नवल किशोर जी, इस बार माना जाए कि ही इज now piggy riding Tejaswi Yadav's popularity. Let's be clear, with 114 MLAs that Tejaswi is bringing on this table of negotiation of Mahagathbandhan, he may have agreed to Nitish Kumar being the face, but let's not forget he has the numbers. So RJD एक strong position से इस सरकार में है।
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो आप ये मान के चलिए कि जो ये निर्णय है और जिस निर्णय के बदौलत माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी और आदरणीय तेजस्वी जी साथ आए हैं, ये अनुभव और उम्मीद का एक बेहतरीन संयोग है। आप इसको इस नज़रिए से देखिए कि पूरे बिहार में इसकी ही चर्चा नहीं है, पूरे देश में चर्चा है। एंड दिस इज नॉट सिंपल चेंज ऑफ गवर्नमेंट which has taken place in Bihar. It has changed the course of politics. It has potential to change the course of politics in the country, and it has become talking point. आप उन चीज़ों को सबको छोड़ दीजिए। आप देखिए कि पूरा देश इस सवाल से परेशान था कि जो सरकार अपने आप को पूरे देश का पॉपुलर सरकार कहती है, पूरे विश्व का विशाल राजनीतिक दल कहती है, वह अपने ही सहयोगियों को या विपक्षी दलों को समाप्त करने का कसम खाई है। वो पता नहीं कहां से ट्रेनिंग लेकर आई है, नागपुर से ट्रेनिंग लेकर आई है कि कोई भी विपक्षी दल इस देश में नहीं रहना चाहिए, वो चाहे उनके साथ हो या उनके विपक्ष में हो। इस तरह की भावना के साथ जब भाजपा काम कर रही थी तो पूरे देश में यह सवाल का जवाब ढूंढा जा रहा था। बिहार में नीतीश कुमार जी का आना, तेजस्वी जी के साथ या महागठबंधन के मुखिया के रूप में मुख्यमंत्री का शपथ लेना, उस बात का जवाब है। और इसी संदर्भ में उन्होंने कहा कि जो लोग 2014 में आए।
And why did JP Nadda say what he did in Bihar? That is the charge that has come from Tejaswi Yadav in that interview that he gave to me, and that has been said by Nitish Kumar and other JDU leaders as well, that when the BJP president visited Bihar, he almost said that the era of regional parties is over. What did he actually mean in that statement that was made?
देखिए, नड्डा साहब के पूरे बयान को देखिए। उन्होंने कहा था कि जो नीति और सिद्धांत के साथ कोई भी पार्टी हो, रीजनल हो चाहे नेशनल हो, अगर अपने नीति और सिद्धांत के साथ काम नहीं करेगी तो पूरी तरह से समाप्त हो जाएगी। उनका कहना यह था, लेकिन उसका गलत अर्थ लगाया गया। कभी उन्होंने नहीं कहा कि सारी पार्टियां समाप्त हो जाएगी।
देश को धोखा देने का काम करती है, युवाओं को धोखा देने का काम करती है, बेरोजगारी का नायक है, कोविड में सबको धोखा दिया। कौन सा नीति है? वो कहती है कि नौकरी देंगे लोगों को, बेरोजगार करती है।
जवाब नहीं दे पाए थे कि भ्रष्टाचार में इतने संपत्तियों के मालिक तेजस्वी जी कैसे हो गए, नीतीश कुमार जी का प्रश्न था। और उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा कि हमारे आत्मा नहीं स्वीकार कर रही इनके साथ काम करना, इसलिए मैं अलग हो रहा हूं।
कर दिया, इसका जवाब कौन देगा?
नीतीश जी को बताना चाहिए बिहार
पूरा नौजवानों को बेरोजगार कर दिया, इसका जवाब कौन देगा?
सारे रोजगार में
जवाब कौन देगा?
केवल रोजगार का
मतलब रोजगार देने का वायदा करके 19 महीने में 19 नौकरी नहीं दी है, उसका जवाब कौन देगा?
36 मिल लगा है,
उसका जवाब कौन देगा? अरे झूठ और दुष्प्रचार के नायक,
अच्छा नहीं लगा। नीतीश जी
आपको अब अपने अंत का समय आ गया है,
उनका नाम हो रहा है, इसलिए बहाना ढूंढकर बाहर गए।
के पास न नियत है न नीति है, दोनों खोटी है। ना नीति है और ना नियत है। भाजपा के पास एक ही है कि पूरे देश के नौजवानों को बर्बाद करना, बेरोजगार करना, अर्थव्यवस्था को समाप्त करना, यही उसका काम है। पूरा हिंदू मुसलमान पूरे देश में करना, यही उसका काम है। पूरा सामाजिक न्याय को बर्बाद करना, आरक्षण को बर्बाद करना,
सामाजिक न्याय के ही प्रतीक हैं आदरणीय नरेंद्र मोदी,
यही उसकी नीति है।
Let me get a quick word from Love Kumar. And then I'm being told that BJP leader Sushil Modi is going to join me in just a bit. Love Kumar जी, आपने सुना जो भाजपा ने आप पे आरोप लगाया है, उसका क्या जवाब देंगे?
नहीं, उनकी बौखलाहट स्वाभाविक है। अभी तक वो एक छत्र पूरे देश में देख रहे थे कि हमारे कद के बराबर कोई लीडर खड़ा नहीं हो रहा है। नीतीश कुमार एक ऐसे चेहरा है जो पूरे देश को स्वीकार्य है। अभी आप तेजस्वी जी का स्टेटमेंट आप सुन रहे थे, पूरे देश को दिशा देंगे, ये छोटी बात नहीं है। और नीतीश कुमार जी से बड़ा पॉलिटिशियन शायद ही कोई इस देश में होगा। जितनी राजनीतिक समझ नीतीश कुमार जी के पास है, उतनी राजनीतिक समझ इस देश में किसी पॉलिटिशियन के पास नहीं है। अगर उन्होंने कहा है कि 24 के बाद वो नहीं रहेंगे, तो निश्चित मानिए 24 के बाद नरेंद्र मोदी जी का सूरज अस्त हो जाएगा।
राजनीतिक समझ और राजनीतिक अनुभव में फर्क होता है।
दोनों
आप ये बोल सकते हैं कि वो लॉन्गेस्ट सर्विंग चीफ मिनिस्टर है ऑफ हिंदी बेल्ट, लेकिन ये कौन सा स्टेटमेंट है, ये कौन सा बयान है?
कौन सा बयान? अरे राजनीतिक में नीतीश कुमार जी के
बोला लव कुमार जी,
नहीं, नीतीश कुमार जी के कद के बराबर आप बताइए ना कौन सा लीडर है?
लव कुमार जी जो नीतीश कुमार को जितने साल से ट्रैक कर रहा है, वो सब लोग जानते हैं, वो सब लोग जानते हैं कि नीतीश कुमार कल क्या करेंगे, उनका कल क्या मूव होगा, उसमें कोई सर्टेनिटी नहीं है। तो 2024 को कैसे मान लें कि जो 2024 में होगा वो अभी हम लोग आप लोग तय कर चुके हैं।
जो ऑपरेशन लोटस चल रहा था, तो बड़ा चाणक्य बता रहे थे सभी चैनल वाले कि बहुत अमित शाह इतने बड़े चाणक्य हैं। कर्नाटका में ले गए, मध्य प्रदेश में ले गए, अभी नया सिंधे खड़ा करके महाराष्ट्र में ले गए। एक इंजीनियर थोड़ा ऑपरेशन कर दिया तो दर्द ज्यादा होने लगा। जब असली चाणक्य से जब मुलाकात हो गई तो सब चाणक्यगिरी भूल गई। और आपने चाणक्य की भूमि से, चाणक्य ने जहां से नालंदा से चाणक्य ने शुरुआत करी थी।
असली चाणक्य कौन है, आप ये बताइए।
असली चाणक्य नीतीश
आप बोलते हैं नीतीश कुमार अब राजनीति के चाणक्य हैं।
राजनीति के चाणक्य हैं।
विनोद शर्मा जी, नीतीश कुमार चाणक्य हैं।
30 सेकंड दीजिए, 30 सेकंड दीजिए। जब तक हम इनके
साए हो गए हैं,
हाँ बोलिए बोलिए।
इनका साया मेरे साथ था तो 122 से 25 तक ही पहुंचे थे। जैसे ही इनका साया आया, देख लीजिए 164 एमएलए का समर्थन नीतीश कुमार के व्यक्तित्व को दर्शाता है। ये अकेले ही रह गए, इनके साथ कोई नहीं रहा।
भाजपा ने इतना समाज
क्षेत्र में अकेले आए थे।
नहीं करेगी।
विनोद जी हमारे ही कंधे पर
Just hold on to your thoughts, all of you. We are being joined by Sushil Modi now, senior BJP leader and member of parliament, someone who has worked very closely with Nitish Kumar. And is he disappointed with all the events that have happened in the last 48 hours? Mr. Modi, really appreciate your time. नीतीश कुमार को, क्योंकि आप उनके साथ बहुत ही क्लोजली काम किए हैं मोदी जी, तो आपका एक संबंध भी रहा है और बहुत ही कंफर्टेबल इक्वेशन भी रहा है। तो आप क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे थे कि नीतीश कुमार एक दिन अलायंस छोड़ करके चले जाएंगे और तेजस्वी के साथ नई सरकार बना लेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, मुझे सपने में भी ये भरोसा नहीं था। और मैंने लास्ट वीक एक चैनल को कहा था कि फिर मुर्गी बेल तले। एक हिंदी में कहावत है कि बेल के पेड़ के नीचे मुर्गी जाकर बैठ के बेल गिरा, उसका सर फट गया, तो दोबारा कभी मुर्गी बेल के पेड़ के नीचे नहीं गई। तो मैंने कहा कि नीतीश कुमार का जो एक्सपीरियंस है आरजेडी के साथ, तो मुझे सपने में भी इस बात का भरोसा नहीं था कि नीतीश कुमार आरजेडी के साथ जा सकते हैं। 2 दिन पहले भी अमित शाह जी ने जब उनको टेलीफोन किया तो भी नीतीश जी ने कहा कि ऑल इज वेल, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। तो उन्होंने पूछा कि ललन जी का बयान आ रहा है टीवी पर, तो कहा कि जैसे आपकी पार्टी में गिरिराज सिंह है, वैसे ही मेरी पार्टी में ललन सिंह है, इन सब के बयानों पर ध्यान मत दीजिए। सो दिस वाज नीतीश कुमार व्हाट ही अटेड टू अमित शाह ओनली 2 days बैक, एंड ही सेड दैट देयर इज नो कंप्लेंट, देयर इज नो प्रॉब्लम। देखिए 2013 में जब नीतीश कुमार गए छोड़कर, तो उन्होंने धोखा नहीं दिया। उस समय उन्होंने बता दिया था हम लोगों को। उन्होंने जाकर नितिन गडकरी को, राजनाथ सिंह को 2 महीना पहले अरुण जेटली को मुझे बता दिया था कि अगर नरेंद्र मोदी आएंगे तो मैं साथ में नहीं रहूँगा। तो 2013 की स्थिति अलग थी, लेकिन इस बार तो आपने आरजेडी को छोड़कर आए और साथ में 19 महीने तक सरकार चलाए, और अब कह रहे हैं कि चिराग पासवान की साजिश थी हमको कमज़ोर करने की, तो 19 महीने बाद समझ में आया, 19 महीना हो गया। तो आपको तो उनके विधायकों को क्या 2 दिन बाद 10 दिन बाद ये नहीं मालूम था कि क्या हुआ नहीं हुआ? तो ये सब देखिए, गठबंधन जब तोड़ना था तो कोई ब्लेम चाहिए, कोई स्केपगोट चाहिए, कोई बलि का बकरा चाहिए। तो कभी चिराग पासवान को, कभी आरसीपी सिंह को। अरे बेचारे आरसीपी सिंह सीधे साधे आदमी हैं, ब्यूरोक्रेट हैं, वो कहाँ तोड़ सकते हैं जनता दल यू को? ये क्या हम लोग को नहीं, और क्यों तोड़ते जनता दल यू को? भी हमारी सरकार बन रही थी क्या? हमको 46 एमएलए चाहिए तब हमारी सरकार बनती, उनके तो टोटल एमएलए ही 45 है। तो इसलिए ये सब बेबुनियाद, जिसको कहते हैं कि एकदम वाइट लाई, सफेद झूठ है, सरासर झूठ है, जिसको प्रचारित किया जा रहा है जनता दल यू की ओर से।
लेकिन सुशील मोदी जी, नीतीश कुमार ये कह रहे हैं कि भाजपा जेडीयू को वीकन कर रही थी, कि उसको तोड़ने की कोशिश कर रही थी, कोई एक बहुत ही साजिश चल रही थी उनके जो उनकी पार्टी है जदयू, उसके खिलाफ, और वो नहीं चाहते थे कि जिस तरह से चिराग पासवान ने उनको डैमेज किया था 2020 के चुनाव में, उसी तरह से आरसीपी सिंह एक नया चिराग पासवान बन जाएं, और यही उनको इंफॉर्मेशन था कि बीजेपी कोशिश कर रही है इस तरह का कोई कंस्पिरेसी।
लेकिन फिर कह रहा हूं कि जब उनको तोड़ना था तो उनको एक बलि का बकरा मिल गया आरसीपी सिंह में। वो कह रहे हैं कि बिना पूछे बना दिया। अमित शाह जी ने एक बार नहीं 2-2 बार बात किया नीतीश कुमार से, और उनकी पार्टी में कोई व्यक्ति बिना उनके अनुमति के मंत्री बन सकता है केंद्र में, और 19 महीने तक रह सकता है, या जो भी 1 साल 1.5 साल वो रहे। अगर बिना अनुमति के बना तो उसी समय विड्रॉ कर लेते, उसी समय हटा देते। जब उनका समय पूरा हो गया तो कह रहे कि मेरे बिना पूछे बना दिया। तो हिम्मत है तो नीतीश कुमार माइक पर आए, टीवी के सामने आकर कहें कि मुझसे बिना पूछे बना दिया गया। देखिए, बीजेपी भी अलायंस की पॉलिटिक्स करना जानती है, और तब आज इतने साल तक हम केंद्र की सत्ता में हैं। तो मालूम है कि जनता दल यू मतलब नीतीश कुमार, आरजेडी मतलब लालू प्रसाद यादव, बीएसपी मतलब मायावती। तो अगर उनकी पार्टी से किसी को अगर बनाना था तो बिना उनके पूछे हम कभी बना नहीं सकते थे, और जब उनकी सहमति हो गई तब उन आरसीपी सिंह को केंद्र में मंत्री बनाया गया। और इतना ही नहीं, 2019 में जब सरकार बनी केंद्र में नरेंद्र मोदी जी की, तब शिवसेना के 19 एमपीज थे, इनके 16 थे। बीजेपी ने तय किया कि हर सहयोगी दल का 1-1 मंत्री बनेगा, और इनसे कहा गया कि एक नाम दीजिए। तो इन्होंने कहा कि मेरे लिए एक नाम देना मुश्किल है, हमारी पार्टी में सहमति नहीं है, आप भी छोड़ दीजिए, बाद में देखा जाएगा। तो ये सारी चीज़ उनकी सहमति से हो रही है। हम लोगों ने उनको प्लेकेट करने का, खुश करने का कौन सा प्रयास नहीं किया। 2 दफा धर्मेंद्र प्रधान आए, सीधे जाकर मिले, पीएम लगातार उनके संपर्क में रहते थे। अमित शाह जी, नड्डा जी हमेशा टेलीफोन करते रहते थे। तो देखिए, इतना बेहतर रिश्ता था, बेहतर संबंध था। और जो आरजेडी जैसी पार्टी जिसके खिलाफ जिंदगी भर लड़ते रहे नीतीश कुमार, आज उसके साथ समझौता कर लिया। और वो कह रहे हैं कि उस समय तोड़ा तो कहा कि तेजस्वी पर करप्शन का मामला है, वो सफाई नहीं दे रहे, तीसरे महीने तोड़ दिया। अब तो चार्जशीटेड हैं वो, उन पर ट्रायल शुरू हो गया है, कभी भी वो जेल जा सकते हैं अगर फैसला आ गया उनके खिलाफ में। आप उनके साथ समझौता कर रहे हैं। और ये जो तेजस्वी और बाकी का मामला, ये तो ललन सिंह ने दिया। ये सारा पेपर किसने दिया? ये ललन सिंह ने 2007 में, और शरद यादव ने मनमोहन सिंह को सारे कागजात दिए, उस पर कार्रवाई हो रही है, और आज चुप्पी साधे हुए हैं।
मोदी जी, नीतीश कुमार ये भी कह रहे हैं कि अगर आप इस अलायंस में रहते, जिस तरह की आपकी भूमिका थी पहले, तो शायद ये जो हुआ वो शायद नहीं होता, क्योंकि उनका जो डिस्कम्फर्ट था, रेस्टलेसनेस था with his deputies was evident, and if anything, the speaker of the Bihar assembly was openly taking on the chief minister. वो जिस तरह की भाषा का वो प्रयोग कर रहे थे, जिस तरह से ओपनली चीफ मिनिस्टर के रोल को क्रिटिसाइज कर रहे थे, वो एविडेंट था कि वो भाजपा सैंक्शन किया है कि उस तरह से नीतीश कुमार को बेइज्जत किया जाए असेंबली में।
देखिए, मैं इस पर कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करूँगा। मैं इतना ही कहूँगा कि जब अरुण जेटली थे, उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, मेरे अच्छे संबंध थे, हम लोगों ने 13 साल तक मिलजुल कर सरकार चलाया। लेकिन मेरे हटने के बाद भी बीजेपी ने उस वैक्यूम को भरने का पूरा प्रयास किया। हम लोग, हमारी पार्टी के लोगों का पूरा कम्युनिकेशन था उनके साथ जो है। इसलिए धर्मेंद्र प्रधान आए, पीएम, सारे लोग उनके संपर्क में थे। अब ठीक है, हो सकता है कि उस वेवलेंथ का संबंध न रहा हो लेकिन देखिए परिस्थितियां बदलती रहती हैं और इसलिए अगर कोई गैप था तो उनको पीएम को बताना चाहिए था, एचएम को बताना चाहिए था, लेकिन कभी भी उन्होंने कोई कंप्लेन नहीं किया। और जब हम लोग को लगा कि कोई टेंशन है तो हमारे लोगों ने मिलकर उसका समाधान करने का पूरा प्रयास किया।
आप किस टेंशन की बात कर रहे हैं? क्योंकि नीतीश कुमार साफ तौर पे कह रहे हैं कि जो कंस्पिरेसी है वो 2020 के चुनाव में भी दिख रही थी, क्योंकि चिराग पासवान ओपनली अपने आप को प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी के हनुमान बोल रहे थे और उन्होंने वही एलजेपी ने वही सब सीट्स पे कॉन्टेस्ट किया था जो जेडीयू लड़ रही थी। तो जेडीयू का वोट काटने का प्रयास था और ये पूरा लार्जर कंस्पिरेसी की तरफ नीतीश कुमार हिंट कर रहे हैं, जो 2020 की वो बात करते हैं।
देखिए बीजेपी ने उसी समय एक बार नहीं दर्जनों बार स्पष्ट किया है और मैं तो एक दर्जन कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसीज में गया चिराग पासवान के उम्मीदवार के खिलाफ में वोट मांगने के लिए जदयू के पक्ष में, खुद पीएम गए, ऐसा नहीं कि पीएम नहीं गए या अमित शाह नहीं गए। तो देखिए जब हार गए, और देखिए हारने का कारण चिराग पासवान नहीं है, हारने का कारण कि आपकी लोकप्रियता कम हो गई। क्या लोकतंत्र में कोई उम्मीदवार खड़ा नहीं हो सकता है? कोई भी खड़ा हो सकता है, कोई लोकतंत्र में रोक नहीं सकता किसी को खड़ा होने से। अगर हार गए तो आप उनको ब्लेम कर रहे हैं चिराग पासवान के कारण। आप इस बात को झांकने के लिए तैयार नहीं है कि आपकी लोकप्रियता कम हो गई। फिर 15 साल हो गया, एंटी इनकम्बेंसी लगातार बढ़ती जा रही है, ग्राफ नीचे जा रहा है, इस बात को वो स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। इसलिए देखिए मेरे बहुत अच्छे रिश्ते रहे, आज भी मैं उनका सम्मान करता हूँ, लेकिन मुझे बहुत दुख हुआ कि नीतीश कुमार ने जिस तरह से गठबंधन तोड़ दिया और तारकिशोर जी, रेणु देवी, ये तो और ज़्यादा उनकी हर बात को मानते थे, हर बात को स्वीकार करते थे। कोई बता दे कि किसी मंत्री ने आज तक उनकी किसी बात को इनकार किया हो, किसी बात को उठाया हो। मुझसे ज़्यादा इज्जत करते थे लोग जो हैं। इसलिए देखिए उनको लगता था कि नेशनल पॉलिटिक्स में अगर मुझे जाना तो बीजेपी में कोई स्कोप नहीं है। और एक समय में जब वाइस प्रेसिडेंट की बात चल रही थी, मैं नाम नहीं लूँगा, उनके एक दो वरिष्ठ मंत्री, उन लोगों ने बीजेपी के लोगों से संपर्क किया और कहा अगर बेहतर होता कि नीतीश जी को वाइस प्रेसिडेंट बना दिया गया होता। तो लोगों ने फिर बातचीत करके बताया कि ये बनाना संभव नहीं है। तो लगता है कि शायद उनके मन में रहा होगा कि मैं मुख्यमंत्री हो गया, अब कुछ आगे में जाऊं, बीजेपी में कोई स्कोप नहीं है, तो शायद वो रास्ता अपना और यूपी में ढूंढ रहे हैं या अपना रास्ता कांग्रेस में या किसी और माध्यम से ढूंढ रहे होंगे। लेकिन ये सब आरोप लगाना कि चिराग पासवान या फिर आरसीपी सिंह या उनको तोड़ने की बात, और दूसरी बात कि उनको तोड़ भी देते तो सरकार हमारी कहाँ बन रही थी।
लेकिन सुशील मोदी जी, आपको नहीं लगता ये भाजपा की पॉलिटिक्स पे भी रिफ्लेक्शन है? क्योंकि जो आपके अलायंस पार्टनर्स थे, जो पुराने आपके साथ राजनीति में आपके साथ काफी सालों से थे, जैसे अकालीज हुए या फिर शिवसेना हुई, उन लोग सब ने आपका साथ छोड़ दिया। आज नीतीश कुमार आपके साथ खड़े नहीं हैं। और वो हम लोगों ने एकनाथ शिंदे का भी देखा कि किस तरह से ये भी कहा जा रहा है कि एकनाथ शिंदे ने जो ग्रुप बनाया है वो शिवसेना को खत्म करने के लिए है। तो ये पूरा कंस्पिरेसी भाजपा का प्लान है अपने अलाइज को भी खत्म करने के लिए, जो पुराने अलाइज थे, जो पुराने उनके साथ थे।
ऐसा नहीं है। देखिए अटल जी के समय में 27 से ज्यादा दल थे और देखिए हर दल की अलग अलग स्थिति है। आप तुलना क्यों, शिवसेना क्यों गई? शिवसेना ने तो हमको धोखा दिया और कहा कि हमको वायदा किया गया था मुख्यमंत्री के पद का, जबकि कोई वायदा नहीं किया गया था। अकाली दल इसलिए गया, वो फॉर्म लॉ के कारण गए लोग। तो देखिए जाने के कारण अलग अलग है, एक दूसरे की तुलना नहीं की जा सकती है। और बीजेपी ने हमेशा अपने सहयोगी दलों का को पूरा सम्मान दिया। अभी यूपी का चुनाव हुआ, हम लोगों ने वहाँ पर जो हमारे से अपना दल था और जो दल थे उनको पर्याप्त सीटें दी, उनको पूरा सम्मान दिया है। और बीजेपी ने कभी भी नीतीश कुमार को सम्मान देने में कभी कोई कमी नहीं की है। आज भी मेरे मन में उनके प्रति सम्मान है। और ये जो पलटू राम और बाकी ये शब्द प्रयोग हम लोगों ने नहीं किया, तो लालू जी ने किया, कभी बीजेपी ने नहीं कहा। ये तो लालू यादव ने उनके लिए शब्द प्रयोग किया है। लेकिन देखिए कुल मिलाकर बिहार की जनता दुखी है, और खास करके जो अति पिछड़ा समाज है जो बिहार का 30% से ज़्यादा समाज है, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी को वो अपना नेता मानता है। और कल जब लोकसभा का चुनाव होगा तो लाख नाक रगड़ लें लालू यादव और नीतीश कुमार, बिहार के अति पिछड़ा का एक एक वोट नरेंद्र मोदी की गोदी में जाएगा। और इसलिए ये जो जनादेश का जो अपमान किया है, ये केवल बिहार की जनता का अपमान है, नरेंद्र मोदी का अपमान है और अति पिछड़ों का अपमान है।
Last question to you. Since Nitish Kumar has made his national ambitions public now. What do you really read of his statement, जिसमें उन्होंने कहा है कि 2014 में वो जरूर बन गए होंगे लेकिन 2024 मुश्किल रहेगा. वो ऑब्वियसली उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का नाम नहीं लिया, तो लेकिन हिंट उन्हीं की तरफ किया है.
देखिए, प्रयास करने में क्या ममता बनर्जी भी लगी हैं, केसीआर भी लगे हैं, ये भी लग जाएं, देखें कितने लोगों को जोड़ पाते हैं. ये बिहार में 7 दलों की सरकार को चला लें. मुझे तो नहीं लगता है कि नीतीश कुमार 2025 पार कर पाएंगे, वहां तक पहुंच पाएंगे. मुझे तो पूरा संदेह कि सरकार उसके पहले ही गिर जाएगी.
All right, Sushil Modi, really appreciate your time, but that is the big news point in that interview with Sushil Modi, where he has said that a leader of JDU close to Nitish Kumar had met him with a proposal that Nitish Kumar should be made the vice president. And because he was not made that, and was that a reason why Nitish Kumar walked out of this alliance of the BJP? He also said that Home Minister Amit Shah spoke to him twice after that statement of Lalan Singh, but Nitish Kumar dismissed that by saying, जैसे आपकी पार्टी में गिरिराज सिंह है, वो वैसे ही यहाँ पर ललन सिंह है, इस तरह के बयान को ज्यादा मत समझिए. Why did Nitish Kumar not tell the truth to his former ally, the BJP? लव कुमार जी, जब 2013 में नीतीश कुमार ने छोड़ा था, उन्होंने बहुत ही क्लियरली बोला था वजह क्या है. इस बार मिसलीड करने की क्या जरूरत थी? अगर नाराजगी थी तो साफ तौर पे बोल देते कि अब रिश्ता नहीं रहेगा आगे.
देखिए, खुद की गलती है बताते नहीं. आप ये बात पूरे कायदे से समझ लीजिए. माननीय मोदी जी का मैं बहुत सम्मान करता हूं. सुशील मोदी जी बहुत अच्छे नेता है और बहुत अच्छी बात कह रहे हैं. सुशील मोदी जी ने ही क्या कहा था? सुशील मोदी जी खुद ही पीएम मटेरियल बताए थे नीतीश कुमार जी को. आज में कोई नई बात नहीं है. और सुशील मोदी जी कितने खुश है ये आप भी जानती हैं. सुशील मोदी जी का पुनर्वास खत्म हो जाए, ये बहुत बड़ी बात होगी. और जिस तरह से फ्रंट लाइन पे आए हैं, हम बहुत चाहेंगे कि बिहार में फिर से उनकी वापसी हो जाए, पुनर्वास हो जाए. बहुत अच्छे व्यक्ति हैं. और नीतीश कुमार जी कभी कुछ छिपाते नहीं है. आपके साथ असहज महसूस कर रहे थे, एक एक जन को पता था, सबको मालूम था. ये खुद ही कह रहे थे कि आपकी कंस्पिरेसी को हम जान रहे हैं. तो फिर कैसे ये इनको नहीं लग रहा कि हम बाहर नहीं होंगे? ये तो एक तरफा बात कर रहे थे
जी. और अगर वो 2020 में चीफ मिनिस्टर नहीं बनना चाहते थे तो 19 महीने क्यों चीफ मिनिस्टर रहे?
जबरदस्ती इन लोगों ने चीफ मिनिस्टर बना. नीतीश कुमार ऐसे नहीं है कि बिना सोचे समझे फैसला लेते हैं, लेकिन जब इन्होंने अति कर दिया.
अगर जबरदस्ती की नहीं, सवाल है कि अगर जबरदस्ती करके बनाया तो आप 1 महीना रहेंगे, 2 महीना रहेंगे, 19 महीने आप उनके साथ थे.
नहीं, समय का हम लोग बहुत
ये किस तरह की जबरदस्ती है?
इंतजार कर रहे थे कि ये सुधर जाए. पर ये तो कोई हद होती है ना. किसी को अपमानित करने की हद होती है. एक छोटे से छोटे कार्यकर्ता नेता इनके जिस तरह का बयान दे रहे थे, आप खुद ही नाराजी सुन रही होंगी. हम वही तो कह रहे थे कि हम इनसे बड़े दल में रहे हैं. पहली बार हमसे ज्यादा सीटें जीत कर आए हैं, वो भी षड्यंत्र के साथ. षड्यंत्र करके बीजेपी हमसे बड़ा दल बनी है.
Dr. Kishore, the point being made by Sushil Modi here is that Nitish Kumar wanted to become the vice president only because he was not made the vice president. The BJP did not consider, nominating him. That is the reason why he got angry and upset and he walked out of this alliance. Besides the point being made by the JDU, this is a completely new theory that is now coming out in the public domain by Sushil Modi.
देखिए, सुशील कुमार मोदी को लोग जानते हैं कि पूरे बिहार में और देश में भ्रम फैलाने के लिए जाने जाते हैं. इनकी सत्यता की क्या है? अगर यही बात थी तो ओपन फोरम पे ये डिस्कस होना चाहिए था. ये आज इस बात को कहना और एक नया थियरी देना, ये तो लोगों को फिर से गुमराह करने की बात है. देखिए, सच बात ये है कि पूरे देश में एक सूचना मिल रही थी इनके अपने राजनीति से कि ये विपक्ष को तो विपक्ष है, अपने साथ में जो लोग हैं उनको भी बर्बाद करने में नहीं चुकेंगे. इनको कौन नहीं जानता है कि चिराग पासवान को इस्तेमाल करके उसको ख़त्म कर दिया गया, वीआईपी को समाप्त कर दिया गया, कौन नहीं जानता है. और इनके जो भी सहयोगी दल रहे हैं, चाहे अकाली दल हो, चाहे टीडीपी हो, चाहे शिवसेना हो, चाहे अभी जदयू, किसको ये बर्बाद करने का प्रयास नहीं किए हैं. तो ये बात ये नहीं है. द रियल रीज़न इज दैट the intent of BJP to finish the regional party, which according to Lalu Yadav at some point of time is regional party is only original party in this country which reflect the emotions of the people at state level. उसको समाप्त करने की अगर आप मंशा रखते हैं तो जो भी समाजवादी लोग हैं जिसमें नीतीश कुमार अग्रणी पंक्ति में आते हैं वैसे लोग तो सजग होकर उसका जवाब देंगे और वही जवाब देने का जो उनका संकल्प है वहां से वापस आने पर या बाहर निकलने पर बाध्य किया है। यह साधारण बात नहीं है कि जिस समय बीजेपी पूरे देश में लोगों को समाप्त करने का, दल को समाप्त करने का, नेतृत्व को समाप्त करने की ठान ली है, उस समय नीतीश कुमार ने एक ऐसा निर्णय लिया है जिसका देशव्यापी असर पड़ेगा और उन्होंने सही बोला है कि 2014 में आने वाले को सावधान होना चाहिए और मानना चाहिए कि 2024 उसके लिए आसान नहीं होगा। यह एक मूव है जो बिहार से शुरू हुआ है और बिहार एक ऐसा प्रदेश है कि पूरे देश को राजनीति को बदलने का वो मादा रखता है और उसने करके दिखाया है इतिहास में। इसको भूलना नहीं चाहिए नरेंद्र मोदी को।
I have just enough time for Sanjay Kumar. Sanjay Kumar, that vice president theory that is being now floated by the BJP, would you say that this is more of a damage control because of the kind of allegations that are being leveled against them by JDU?
I don't think it is a damage control exercise by Sushil Modi. We don't know. I have no clue about what is the level of truth in this statement, but I also don't rule out this possibility because there were some gossips about how BJP might march forward in Bihar's politics. Maybe consider Nitish Kumar as the vice president, and then BJP can have his own man as the chief minister of Bihar. There may be something in this statement, but I don't completely rule out that this is a statement, this is a story which has been cooked overnight just to do the damage control.
Okay, Sanjay Kumar, I want to understand from you, Tejasvi Yadav rather interestingly said that we are part of the socialist movement, and that is the reason why I have forgotten and forgiven what happened before 2017 or the entire that end of alliance of 2017. What does it actually mean? Can Bihar see an alliance of that nature, or has Bihar really moved ahead?
No, it means nothing. It's I think what are the two messages from whatever has happened in Bihar in the last couple of days? One, there are no permanent enemies and no permanent friend in Indian politics, which we have seen this happening in the last couple of days. We have seen this happening during last couple of years. Second, ideology has very little role to play in India's politics. When Nitish Kumar formed the government with BJP, was he on the right side of his ideology? Or now when Nitish Kumar has formed the government with Tejasvi Yadav, is he now on the right side of his ideology? We don't know. So ideology has very little role to play. So Tejasvi Yadav saying that no, we have come together because we belong to the socialist family, I think it's absolutely wrong. That's not the reason why both of them are together. I think it's anti-Modi, pro-Modi. That is the politics of the present day time, and that is the politics which we are going to see up till 2024. All those people who are willing to oppose Narendra Modi as the Prime Minister, they are likely to come together not on ideological reasons, but just because they don't want BJP to be forming the next government in 2024.
I think that's very well put when you say that this is just about pro-Modi and anti-Modi bloc with Prime Minister Narendra Modi remaining the centerpiece. Yes, please go ahead. Finish your point. Yes, go ahead. Yeah.
No, there are permanent enemies. BJP has been our permanent enemy because there are ideologically polar opposites. There is no question of ever having a truck. So, I mean, of course, this sounds nice, no permanent enemies, no permanent friends.
No, so you
but
can,
it is not
you can though have alliance with allies of the BJP, but you will not deal with the BJP. So you formed an alliance with the Uddhav Thackeray, that was fine. So you are forming an alliance and you will run the government with an ally of the BJP, that is JDU, but BJP is not acceptable. So how is this an ideological decision rather than just pure politics of being pro-Modi and anti-Modi? That is just what it is right now. Yes,
this is
final words
clearly
to you, Dr. Naval
ideological.
Kishore, because yes, Dr. Naval Kishore. Yes, I have just enough time for you. Yeah, 30 seconds.
Yes, देखिए अगर आप आइडियोलॉजी की बात करते हैं और नीतीश कुमार की बात करते हैं, ये आप क्यों भूल जाते हैं कि 1974 से लेकर 1994 तक और 2015 से लेकर 2017 तक लालू और नीतीश एक साथ थे? ये क्यों भूल जाते हैं? पूरे 74 के आंदोलन से लेकर और उसके बाद तक की राजनीति है, पूरा मंडल मूवमेंट का राजनीति है, उसको आप क्यों भूल जाते हैं? आइडियोलॉजिकल डिफरेंस है।
लेकिन नवल किशोर जी, आप कैसे भूल जाते हैं? आप कैसे भूल जाते हैं? नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं,
एक मिनट
बिल्कुल नहीं। आप कैसे भूल जाते हैं कि 2005 से नीतीश कुमार जब सत्ता में थे तो वो सत्ता में भाजपा के साथ थे?
नहीं, आप ये कैसे भूल जाते हैं कि पिछले 3 दशक में बिहार में जो राजनीति हुई है वो या तो प्रो लालू हुई है ना तो एंटी लालू हुई है। लालू हैज बीन द फलक्रम ऑफ द पॉलिटिक्स ऑफ बिहार। वहां पर नरेंद्र मोदी कहां आते हैं? नरेंद्र मोदी 2015 में आए, बहुत बड़े हार के साथ भेजे गए। 2017 में भी सेकेंड, 2020 में भी सेकेंड लार्जेस्ट पार्टी बने। कहां आप बिहार के राजनीति में प्रो मोदी और एंटी मोदी की बात करते हैं? दिस इज एब्सोल्युटली फॉल्स एनालिसिस। और जहां तक परमानेंट एनमी का है, मंडल के
that was for the larger national picture. All right, thank you so much, Sanjay Kumar, Dr. Naval Kishore, Love Kumar, Dr. Anshul Avijit, and Binod Sharma. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be a statement that was made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Remember, Prime Minister Narendra Modi today launched a direct attack against the opposition over freebie culture and negativity in politics. He said that those who promise free petrol and diesel are robbing future generations. He criticized the Congress party's black shirt protest, saying the people of India refuse to trust their black magic politics, and even accused the opposition of insulting the tricolour ahead of the 75 years of independence. There's a special report after a very short break. Stay with us.
A day after dumping the BJP and allying with the RJD again, Nitish Kumar took oath as Bihar Chief Minister for a record 8th time today. Tejashwi Yadav was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. Just minutes after the ceremony, Nitish Kumar took a pot shot at Prime Minister Modi, asking if he is sure that he will return to power in 2024.
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे वो अपना समझ।
A day before the release of his movie Lal Singh Chaddha, actor Amir Khan visited the Golden Temple today. Amir Khan also addressed calls by right-wing groups to boycott his movie based on some of his old comments. He said he apologizes if he hurt anyone's sentiments.
अगर मैंने किसी का दिल दुखाया है किसी चीज़ से तो मुझे उस बात का दुख है और मैं किसी का दिल नहीं दुखाना चाहता हूँ और आई थिंक बाकी अगर लोगों को जिनको फिल्म नहीं देखनी है तो मैं उस बात की इज्जत करूँगा क्या कर सकते हैं.
This is a shocking incident from Nalgonda in Telangana where a college student was repeatedly stabbed by a man who had been stalking her and harassing her for months. On Tuesday, the accused finally approached the student on the pretext of discussing something and then stabbed her in the face, as well as the hands, stomach and legs. Her condition is said to be stable and the man in question has been arrested. There were shocking scenes outside a pub in Gurugram. Here's why.
Bouncers were seen assaulting patrons outside Casa Danza Club in Millennium City. The bouncers mercilessly kicked, slapped and punched guests outside the pub. Even women were not spared from their abusive behavior. These shocking scenes played out after an argument broke out between the guests and a bouncer. The incident happened on the 7th of August, but still no action has been taken against the bouncers.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo, and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000, and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Ratar, who was murdered, Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, and television artist Amreen Bhatt was killed in today's encounter. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Himachal Pradesh and led to some hair-raising scenes.
In Chamba district, several roads were washed away due to incessant rains, but this group decided to risk their lives in order to cross the heavily damaged road. With rainwater falling like a waterfall, they pushed their motorbike over huge chunks of rocks and stones. The terrain was so tough that one person had to pull the front wheel of the bike to take it forward. They were right on the edge of a gorge. One false step and they could have fallen to their death. Together they lifted and pushed the bike and finally made it across the half-broken road.
Scientists have claimed that days on Earth are getting longer. Now, why exactly is that? The Earth's rotation around its axis has slowed down. In fact, the rotation of the axis is slowing down because of friction. 2.3 milliseconds have been added to the length of each day. The tidal changes have also increased. Therefore, the length of the day is also having an impact on how time is measured. It will also have an impact on technology like GPS. A former professor of Kolkata St. Xavier's University has moved the Calcutta High Court against the university authorities. This after she was allegedly forced to tender her resignation following complaints from a parent over some pictures of her wearing a swimsuit which were posted on her private Instagram. Justice Uday Umesh Lalit has been appointed as the 49th Chief Justice of India after President Draupadi Murmu signed his warrant of appointment. He will assume charge on the 27th of August, a day after the incumbent Chief Justice N.V. Ramana retires. Justice Lalit will have a brief tenure of less than 3 months. He will retire in November. Comedian Raju Srivastav suffered a cardiac arrest while working out in a gym in Delhi. The 58-year-old was working out on a treadmill when he had chest pain and he collapsed. He was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences where he was given CPR twice and revived. He's now said to be out of danger. A Samajwadi Party leader's car was hit by a truck in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri district.
The truck rammed into Devendra Singh Yadav's car on a relatively busy road and then dragged the vehicle for more than 500 meters before finally stopping. Bystanders ran after the truck and helped the passengers out of the car. The SP leader was in.
ये लोग भी अब काले जादू की तरफ मुड़ते नजर आ रहे हैं। कितना ही काला जादू कर ले, जनता का विश्वास अब उन पर दोबारा कभी नहीं बन पाएगा।
Prime Minister Modi at his combative best, obliterating the opposition on a range of issues. Days after Congress MPs and leaders wore black clothes to protest rising prices, Prime Minister Modi accused them of resorting to black magic.
अभी हमने 5 अगस्त को देखा है कि कैसे काले जादू को फैलाने का भरपूर प्रयास किया गया। ये लोग सोचते हैं कि काले कपड़े पहनकर उनकी निराशा हताशा का काल समाप्त हो जाएगा, लेकिन उन्हें पता नहीं है कि वो कितनी ही झाड़ फूंक कर ले, कितना ही काला जादू कर ले, अंधविश्वास कर ले, जनता का विश्वास अब उन पर दोबारा कभी नहीं बन पाएगा।
Prime Minister Modi also reacted to the raging debate over freebies, saying such tactics will prevent the country from becoming self-reliant.
अगर राजनीति में ही स्वार्थ होगा तो कोई भी आकर पेट्रोल डीजल भी मुफ्त देने की घोषणा कर सकता है। ऐसे कदम हमारे बच्चों से उनका हक छीनेंगे, देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनने से रोकेंगे।
The charge was countered by Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal, who has been accused of promoting freebie culture.
टैक्स पेयर के साथ धोखा इससे नहीं होता कि हम उनके बच्चों को अच्छी और फ्री शिक्षा देते हैं। टैक्स पेयर के साथ धोखा इससे नहीं होता कि हम देश के लोगों का फ्री में अच्छा इलाज कराते हैं। टैक्स पेयर के साथ धोखा तब होता है जब अपने दोस्तों के कर्जे माफ करते हैं।
Responding to the opposition's criticism over the centre's Har Ghar Tiranga campaign, Prime Minister Modi said an attempt is being made to sully the occasion.
इस पवित्र अवसर को अपवित्र करने का प्रयास किया गया है। ऐसे लोगों की मानसिकता देश को भी समझना जरूरी है।
So has Prime Minister Modi succeeded in silencing politics of negativity?
Hello and welcome to the late night edition with me, Ayushman Singh Jamwal, getting you some breaking news from the state of Kerala, where former Kerala Finance Minister and senior CPM leader Dr. Thomas Isaac has approached the Kerala High Court challenging the summons issued by the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate has issued summons to him in an investigation into alleged FEMA violations related to the Kerala Infrastructure Investment Fund when he was Finance Minister. In the petition, Isaac says that the summons have not mentioned what is the role of his office when he was Kerala Finance Minister, and what are the violations when it comes to the alleged crime, excuse me. He has called for a recall of the summons from the Enforcement Directorate. Isaac was asked by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before it on the 11th of August. That's the piece of breaking news that's coming in. So there's some ED heat on the former Kerala Finance Minister Thomas Isaac. Those visuals on your screen. I'm joined by Nitish Kumar on the broadcast to get the latest amid this tussle that's taking place within Kerala, especially the CPM, where the ED has launched this offensive against Thomas Isaac, namely when it comes to the Kerala Investment Board scam, where they allege there have been FEMA violations. Neetu, give us the details of Thomas Isaac's argument when it comes to when it comes to his demand that these ED summons should be recalled.
See, two things. First, Thomas Isaac has written to the Enforcement Directorate asking that what is exactly is that they are accusing him of, or what do they think is his crime. He has asked to give an explanation. He's asked what is the offence that has committed. That is what he has asked the Enforcement Directorate, and he said that the RBI, the regulating authority, the RBI does not have a problem with the masala bonds that has been issued as part of the KIFBI, and why is ED having a problem with it, and they are quoting it as a FEMA violation and not a PMLA case. So in a FEMA violation, the RBI doesn't have any problem with that. So why is the Enforcement Directorate doing that? Now, while challenging this in High Court, he has raised the same issue, and he said that they are going on a fishing expedition. They doesn't have any concrete anything against him, because his role, what is the role that he played, or what is the issue that is not being clearly mentioned is what ISEC is saying. Now, KIFBI is basically a investment fund board that has been by the Kerala government, and it works in attracting funds, and it in many of the infrastructure projects that took off in the past years through the KIFBI funding. So what the government is dealing with this both politically as well as legally, they are sure. Right from the beginning, has been saying that he will look into all legal options before going before the ED, because they are saying that this is a political gimmick against the left government and the activities that they have done, because KIFBI has funded majority of infrastructure projects in the state in the last term.
Right, Neetu, stay with us. We're getting some more breaking news coming in from Kerala, where this is in connection to the Manorama murder case. Now, Adam Ali, a native of West Bengal, has been arrested for the murder of Manorama, a retired government employee in Trivandrum. Now, CNN News 18 has access CCTV visuals showing the accused throwing her body in the neighborhood well. The accused, along with some other migrant laborers, was staying in a house next to Manorama for the past 6 weeks. He was arrested by the Railway Police Force in Chennai. Neetu continues to be with us on the broadcast. Neetu, are more arrests expected in this case? And was this a case of robbery which led to this murder?
See, as of now, what the police believe is that only Adam Ali was involved in this, and they believe that this is a murder for gain, because it's a gold chain that this retired government employee was wearing is missing. So they feel that it was suddenly this has happened. They were staying, these migrant laborers were staying in a house nearby to hers, where the construction was going on. For the past 6 weeks, they have been staying there. So on that particular day, Manorama was alone in her house, and that's when this happened. And after this, in the same day, Adam Ali left from that house, saying that he has some issues, and he immediately left. So that is what has led to the police doubting him initially. Then they have secured the CCTV visuals where they could see this happening, and he was arrested by the RPF in Chennai while he was trying to flee from Kerala.
Right. Thank you, Neetu, for joining us on the broadcast. Those visuals on your screen where it seems he tried to dispose of the body in the neighborhood well. We'll continue to track all the developments which are coming in from Kerala, shifting focus to the political thriller that has taken place in Bihar. Now, Nitish Kumar's switch has been signed and sealed as he took the oath of the Chief Minister's office for the 8th time. He is now at the helm of a 7-party alliance with the support of over 160 MLAs. But the architect of the Mahagathbandhan is the young RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav, who has returned to the post of Deputy Chief Minister. Now, Nitish Kumar sent a message to the BJP ahead of the 2024 elections, saying those who came to power in 2014 should be worried about the next Lok Sabha polls. The switch in Bihar has thrown up many questions when it comes to the dynamic political landscape of the state. Is Nitish Kumar at the helm of an energized opposition coalition now? Is Tejasvi Yadav only charting his path to the Chief Minister's chair, or is this simply a switch by a Chief Minister fighting to save his political relevance? Also, what is the BJP's next plan of action in the critical state? Have all doors now been closed to Nitish Kumar?
The Mahagathbandhan returns to Bihar. Nitish Kumar took oath as Chief Minister for a record 8th time. And Tejasvi Yadav is back as his deputy. Post the swearing-in ceremony, Nitish Kumar further fueled speculation about his political future with this open challenge to Prime Minister Modi.
हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे.
It's been a dramatic 72 hours in Bihar, to say the least. Nitish Kumar suddenly ended his alliance with the BJP and formed the government with Tejasvi Yadav's RJD and 6 other parties.
यही आज की जरूरत है. बिहार की तो जरूरत थी ही, लेकिन ये देश की जरूरत है. और एक मैसेज पूरे देश में गया, ऑपोजिशन में गया कि लड़ाई लड़ना है तो बिहार से सीखो.
The BJP held a massive protest in Patna, accusing Nitish Kumar of betraying the people's mandate.
De facto Chief Minister तो तेजस्वी यादव है, नीतीश जी तो केवल जिसको टिटुलर हेड कहते हैं वो दिखावे के मुख्यमंत्री होंगे। ये सरकार 2025 पूरा नहीं करेगी।
Nitish Kumar is no stranger to switching alliance partners. Till 2013, he had allied with the BJP. But when it became clear that Narendra Modi would be the NDA's prime ministerial face, he walked out of the alliance and later went on to form the government with the RJD and Congress in 2015. Then in 2017, he accused Tejasvi Yadav and his brother Tej Pratap of corruption and quit the alliance and returned to the NDA.
मैं इस चेंज को बिहार में 10 साल पहले जो राजनीतिक अस्थिरता का दौर शुरू हुआ है 2012-13 से, उसी दिशा में एक नए कड़ी के तौर पर देखता हूं।
Now with Lok Sabha elections less than 2 years away, has Nitish Kumar revived the Grand Alliance to further his prime ministerial ambitions? If this alliance does well, Nitish could emerge as the nucleus of the opposition. But will he be accepted as the face of the opposition when other regional players like Mamata Banerjee and K. Chandrasekhar Rao are nursing their own hopes to be Prime Minister?
More breaking news coming in on the COVID front. The COVID alarm continues in the national capital, ladies and gentlemen. 2,146 cases have been reported in just the last 24 hours, along with 8 fatalities. The positivity rate currently stands at 17.83% in the national capital. It is only going up. I'm joined by Rupashri Nanda on the broadcast. Rupashri, an alarming surge when it comes to the positivity rate, the cases, and especially the fatalities. What is the likelihood of the mask mandates returning to Delhi?
We will have to wait and watch if the government actually takes a decision on that. One of the things to look out for is whether the mandatory meeting that happens between the Chief Minister of Delhi, Arvind Kejriwal, and Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Mr. Vinay Saxena, actually take a call on this, or whether the Lieutenant Governor himself, who is the chairperson of the DDMA, actually calls for a meeting on this to take a decision on this. But the Chief Minister was asked about this COVID surge yesterday, and he had said that the government is prepared and there is nothing to worry as of now. But it is a matter of concern that for all the days in August, all the consecutive days in August, we have reported COVID deaths, and the number of deaths per day is also rising slightly, from 1 to 2 and now to 8 today. Apart from that, active cases have also crossed the 8,000 mark. So there is a cause for concern because of the consistent rise in both positivity rate and the number of fatalities.
Right. Thank you, Rupashri, for joining us on the broadcast. So the COVID alarm continues in the national capital, but currently the government is adopting a wait and watch policy when it comes to these rising COVID cases. We'll continue to track all the developments coming in on the COVID front, but let's get you some breaking news on the international front. These are details brought to us by our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. It seems the Taliban is back in the Swat Valley of Pakistan. Sources say around 400 to 500 militants have returned following some understanding during the ongoing talks between the Pakistan government and the Tehreek-e-Taliban in Kabul. Now, several fighters have been released by the government as well. Now, as per the agreement, the militants were supposed to return without arms. However, the Tehreek-e-Taliban in Pakistan are back with arms and have started extortion rackets and targeted killings. This is in the Swat Valley. Now, the military has already vacated the Swat Valley. The Pakistan military has already left the Swat Valley, and only the local police has been left to deal with the Tehreek-e-Taliban. Now, locals are also protesting, demanding action from the Pakistan government. I'm joined by Pathikrit Payne, security analyst on the broadcast, to decode this situation, that is the security situation that is emerging in Pakistan. Pathikrit, in what world could the Pakistan government think that they could have such an armistice deal with the Tehreek-e-Taliban?
Well, Ayushman, first of all, there has been a series of negotiations and so-called peace truce between Pakistan and the Tehreek-e-Taliban in the earlier days, also in the first decade of this millennium. Those things didn't work out. Every time it lasted for a few days and up till at most a few weeks or few months. Today the condition of Pakistan is such that in the earlier times they tried to fight Tehreek-e-Taliban in the Swat Valley and as part of the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa region, because they had the support of the coalition forces. Today, Pakistan's economy is in such a precarious condition that they have no capacity to actually wage another war against the Tehrik-e-Taliban. So the negotiations and what peace truce that they actually are talking about is a sort of a surrender that the Pakistanis have done. Initially, last year when Taliban came to power in Afghanistan, they had they had hoped, and that was a great big hope in Pakistan, that now they can control the Afghan Taliban, and through Afghan Taliban they can control Tehrik-e-Taliban Pakistan. It didn't work out that way. Of course, there has been some efforts in terms of Afghan Taliban mediated peace truce, but that has absolutely given no result. One of the biggest demand for Tehrik-e-Taliban has been to separate the Swat Valley, separate FATA region, federally administered tribal area, to demerge it from the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province into which it was merged in 2018. So if you look at what is happening now in case of Tehrik-e-Taliban returning, resorting to extortions and everything else, situation is such, this is basically a prelude to a full-scale war that they want to wage against Pakistan government. And I think the Afghan Taliban also is not in a position to do anything, because they know if they push Tehrik-e-Taliban too much to have a negotiation with Pakistan and lay down arms, then Tehrik-e-Taliban has made it very clear that they can join hands with ISKP, Islamic State of Khorasan region, and then they will be fighting against the Afghan Taliban as well. So in the bottom line is, today Pakistan is in no position to fight, and they are actually fighting the Frankenstein that they had created as part of the jihad laboratory and whatever they have created. Tehrik-e-Taliban is a creation of Pakistan itself. When the coalition forces started bombing the Afghan regions and bombing the same Talibanis who have been indoctrinated, trained, incubated and mentored by ISI of Pakistan. So today's situation, whatever is being talked about as a peace truce, is basically a surrender of Pakistan, so that there is no war. But I don't think peace will ever return. Tehrik-e-Taliban wants to. You can have an Islamic Emirate eventually in that FATA region, which will be independent almost.
Right. So the reign of terror continues in Pakistan. Thank you, Pathakrit, for joining us on the broadcast and decoding the situation in that country where the reign of terror continues, which, like many people say, is the hub of terrorism in the region. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court, in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Ratar, who was murdered, Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt, and television artist Amreen Bhatt was killed in today's encounter. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Himachal Pradesh and led to some hair-raising scenes.
In Chamba district, several roads were washed away due to incessant rains, but this group decided to risk their lives in order to cross the heavily damaged road. With rainwater falling like a waterfall, they pushed their motorbike over huge chunks of rocks and stones. The terrain was so tough that one person had to pull the front wheel of the bike to take it forward. They were right on the edge of a gorge. One false step and they could have fallen to their death. Together they lifted and pushed the bike and finally made it across the half-broken road.
Scientists have claimed that days on Earth are getting longer. Now, why exactly is that? The Earth's rotation around its axis has slowed down. In fact, the rotation of the axis is slowing down because of friction. 2.3 milliseconds have been added to the length of each day. The tidal changes have also increased. Therefore, the length of the day is also having an impact on how time is measured. It will also have an impact on technology like GPS. A former professor of Kolkata St. Xavier's University has moved the Calcutta High Court against the university authorities. This after she was allegedly forced to tender her resignation following complaints from a parent over some pictures of her wearing a swimsuit which were posted on her private Instagram. Justice Uday Umesh Lalit has been appointed as the 49th Chief Justice of India after President Draupadi Murmu signed his warrant of appointment. He will assume charge on the 27th of August, a day after the incumbent Chief Justice N.V. Ramana retires. Justice Lalit will have a brief tenure of less than 3 months. He will retire in November. Comedian Raju Srivastav suffered a cardiac arrest while working out in a gym in Delhi. The 58-year-old was working out on a treadmill when he had chest pain and he collapsed. He was rushed to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences where he was given CPR twice and revived. He's now said to be out of danger. A Samajwadi Party leader's car was hit by a truck in Uttar Pradesh's Mainpuri district.
The truck rammed into Devendra Singh Yadav's car on a relatively busy road and then dragged the vehicle for more than 500 meters before finally stopping. Bystanders ran after the truck and helped the passengers out of the car. The SP leader was in the car. He was returning home from the party office when the accident happened. His condition is believed to be stable. The errant truck driver has been arrested and an investigation is underway.
The centre has given the green light for biological ease Corbevax being administered as a precautionary dose. So those who've taken Covishield or Covaxin as their dose 1 or 2, they can take Corbevax as a booster 6 months after their second dose. This is the first time that the booster dose is different from the one that's been used for primary vaccination. Domestic airlines are free to decide what to charge passengers from the 31st of August. The government has done away with limits on airfares which were placed when the pandemic began in 2020. The move is expected to help the aviation sector recover from large losses. China's military says it completed tasks around Taiwan, but now plans regular patrols in response to Nancy Pelosi's visit there last week.
Beijing is signaling an end to days of war games, but at the same time, it's keeping up pressure on Taiwan. Fuming over US House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island, China had extended its largest ever exercises around Taiwan beyond the 4 days originally scheduled. The drills included launching ballistic missiles, some of which flew over capital Taipei, and simulated sea and air attacks in surrounding skies and waters. PLA's Eastern Theatre Command said it had successfully completed various tasks around Taiwan and effectively tested the integrated combat capabilities of its troops. But China warned that its forces will keep an eye on changes in the situation in the Taiwan Strait and continue to train and prepare for combat.
Moscow's 40-year wait for a strategic bomber could finally end. The Pakda is expected to start test.
And welcome back. Bollywood's Mr. Perfectionist has returned to the big screen after a gap of 4 years. Last seen in Thugs of Hindustan, Amir Khan is back with a bang, but it has been marred with controversy. His film Lal Singh Chadda is the Indian adaptation of the Hollywood classic Forrest Gump that bagged 8 Academy Awards. His film has been trending on social media for the past few weeks, and not for good reasons. Internet trolls have called for a boycott of Amir's film due to his past comments, namely the intolerance remark and the PK controversy. The advance booking numbers have not been impressive, with 57,000 tickets across the country, which is just half of Kartik Aaryan's Bhool Bhulaiya 2, which managed an advance booking of more than 1 lakh tickets. But of course, the litmus test will be at the theatres once the first reel plays. Meanwhile, Amir Khan visited the Golden Temple seeking blessings ahead of the release.
मैंने किसी का दिल दुखाया है किसी चीज़ से तो मुझे उस बात का दुख है और मैं किसी का दिल नहीं दुखाना चाहता हूँ और आई थिंक बाकी अगर लोगों को जिनको फिल्म नहीं देखनी है तो मैं उस बात की इज्जत करूँगा क्या कर सकते हैं लेकिन मैं चाहूँगा कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोग फिल्म देखें हमने बड़े मेहनत से फिल्म बनाई है और सिर्फ मैं नहीं हूँ फिल्म जो बनती है वो सैकड़ों लोगों के मेहनत से बनती है, तो I hope people like it. Let's see.
So the film releases Thursday, which is tomorrow. That's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night and take care. To try and rescue the passengers. The horrific accident happened after the brakes of the bus failed. 2 passengers of the bus and the auto driver were injured. Police have filed a case and the BEST is investigating the accident.
A day after dumping the BJP and allying with the RJD again, Nitish Kumar took oath as Bihar Chief Minister for a record 8th time today. Tejashwi Yadav was sworn in as the Deputy Chief Minister. Just minutes after the ceremony, Nitish Kumar took a pot shot at Prime Minister Modi, asking if he is sure that he will return to power in 2024.
नहीं, हम किसी चीज के उम्मीदवार का हम कोई दावेदारी नहीं, लेकिन इतना तो जरूर कर दीजिए ना कि 14 में जो आए 24 तक के आगे रह पाएंगे कि नहीं रह पाएंगे, वो अपना सवाल।
A day before the release of his movie Lal Singh Chaddha, actor Amir Khan visited the Golden Temple today. Amir Khan also addressed calls by right-wing groups to boycott his movie based on some of his old comments. He said he apologizes if he hurt anyone's sentiments.
अगर मैंने किसी का दिल दुखाया है किसी चीज़ से, तो मुझे उस बात का दुख है और मैं किसी का दिल नहीं दुखाना चाहता हूँ। और आई थिंक बाकी अगर लोगों को जिनको फिल्म नहीं देखनी है, तो मैं उस बात की इज्जत करूँगा। क्या कर सकते हैं?
This is a shocking incident from Nalgonda in Telangana, where a college student was repeatedly stabbed by a man who had been stalking her and harassing her for months. On Tuesday, the accused finally approached the student on the pretext of discussing something and then stabbed her in the face, as well as the hands, stomach and legs. Her condition is said to be stable and the man in question has been arrested. There were shocking scenes outside a pub in Gurugram. Here's why.
Bouncers were seen assaulting patrons outside Casa Danza Club in Millennium City. The bouncers mercilessly kicked, slapped and punched guests outside the pub. Even women were not spared from their abusive behavior. These shocking scenes played out after an argument broke out between the guests and a bouncer. The incident happened on the 7th of August, but still no action has been taken against the bouncers.
Beijing has reacted to India seeking to ban smartphones from Chinese manufacturers, particularly those under 10,000 rupees. China has said that it's urging India to fulfill its commitment. China has cited mutually beneficial trade ties. India could likely ban smartphones, Chinese smartphones that is, which are under 12,000 rupees. There is concern over local manufacturers being undercut. Recently, Chinese manufacturers like Xiaomi, Vivo and Oppo have smartphones under 12,000 and many of them have been raided by the Enforcement Directorate as well. Cars were washed away as Indore streets turned into rivers after heavy rains.
Many low-lying areas in Indore were submerged after heavy rains. The streets looked like overflowing rivers, and caught in the mayhem were local residents. Cars were seen wading their way through the submerged roads. Some cars were simply washed away because the flood waters were so strong. Some cars which were swept away had people inside them. But locals managed to save them from the heavy flowing water. The rain came down in sheets and wreaked havoc in the city. The Met Department has predicted that moderate to heavy rainfall will continue for the next few days.
The Supreme Court has agreed to club all 9 FIRs against former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma and hand them over to the Delhi police. The top court has also allowed her to approach the Delhi High Court for quashing all the FIRs against her. The Supreme Court cited death threats against Nupur Sharma while agreeing to her request to club all cases. Activist in Bhima Koregaon accused Varavara Rao was granted bail by the Supreme Court. The court made it clear that the 82-year-old had been granted bail purely on medical grounds. He's not allowed to leave the territorial jurisdiction of the court, the trial court in fact, where the case is pending, and misuse his liberty. A top Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist who was involved in the murder of 2 Kashmiri Pandits was among 3 killed in an encounter in Jammu and Kashmir's Budgam. Latif Ratar, who was murdered Kashmiri Pandit government employee Rahul Bhatt and television artist Amreen Bhatt was killed in today's encounter. Heavy rains have wreaked havoc in Himachal Pradesh and led to some hair-raising scenes.
In Chamba district, several roads were washed away due to incessant rains. But this group decided to risk their lives in order to cross the heavily damaged road. With rainwater falling like a waterfall, they pushed their motorbike over huge chunks of rocks and stones.